Section 84 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Precious Resch. I. Impelled by duty. Inculcated by practice. Induced by misrepresentation. Influenced by caution. Inspired by love. L. Learned by rote. M. Marked by acuteness. Measured by years. N. Narrowed by custom. O. Occasioned by irritation. Oppressed by destiny. P. Parched by disuse. Persuaded by appeal. Portrayed by words. Prescribed by custom. Prevented by chance. Prompted by poetry. Purged by sorrow. R. Racked by suffering. Refuted by reason. Repelled by censure. Restrained by violence. Rising by industry. S. Sanctioned by experience. Shaped by tradition. Soured by misfortune. Stung by derision. Supplanted by others. Supported by evidence. T. Thwarted by fortune. Tempered by charity. Tormented by jealousy. Tortured by doubt. U. Unadorned by artifice. Undaunted by failure. Undetermined by sorrow. Undone by treachery. Unfettered by fear. Urged by curiosity. V. Vitalized by thought. W. Won by aggression. Worn by time. Wrenched by emotions. End of section 84. This recording is in the public domain. Section 085 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Precious Resch. Preposition in. A. Absorbed in meditation. Affable in manner. Atone in measure. B. Barren in intellect. Basking in sunshine. Buried in solitude. C. Call in question. Clothed in truth. Plowing in sweetness. Confident in opinion. Confute in argument. Contemplative in aspect. Cumbrous in style. D. Deficient in insight. Delight in learning. Deterioration in quality. Difference in detail, diligent in application, diminished in respect, dwarfed in numbers. E. End in smoke, enumerate in detail, experienced in duplicity. F. Feeble in influence, fertile in consequence, flourish in luxuriance, founded in truth. G. Gaze in astonishment, go in pursuit, graceful in proportion, grievously in error. H. Hold in bondage. I. Immersed in thought, indulge in reverie, inferior in character, influential in society, ingenuity in planning, instance in point, involved in obscurity. K. Kept in abeyance. End of section 85. This recording is in the public domain. Section 86 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Precious Resch. L. Landmarks in memory. Languish in obscurity. Lie in wait. Limited in scope. Linger in expectation. Listen in amazement. Lost in awe. Lower in estimation. Luxuriant in fancy. M. Monstrous in dullness. Mysterious in origin. N. Noble in amplitude. Nursed in luxury. O. Organized in thought. P. Petulant in expression. Plead in vain. Pleasing in outline. Plunged in darkness. Positive in judgment. Practical in application. Pride in success. Protest in vain. Pursued in leisure. Q. Quick in suggestion. R. Ready in resource. Recoiling in terror. Remote in character. Revel in danger. Rich in variety. Rooted in prejudice. S. Schooled in self-restraint. Scrupulous in conduct. Set in motion. Skilled in controversy. Sound in theory. Stammer in confusion. Stricken in years. Strides in civilization. Striking in character. Stunted in growth. T. Tender in sentiment. U. Unique in literature. Unity in diversity. Unprecedented in kind. V. burst in knowledge. W. Wallow in idolatry. Wanting in dignity. Waver in purpose. Weak in conception. End of section 86. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 87 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Preposition into. Abashed into silence. Beguile into reading. Betray into speech. Blending into harmony. Bring into disrepute. Bullied into silence. Burn into memory. Burst into view. Call into question. Carry into conflict. Chill into apathy. Coming into vogue. Cringe into favor. Crumbled into dust. Crystallized into action. Dash into fragments. Deepen into confusion. Degenerate into monotony. Deluded into believing. Descent into death. Dissolve into nothingness. Dragged into pursuit. Drawn into controversy. Dribbling into words. Driven into servitude. Dulled into acquiescence. Electrify into activity. Elevated into importance. Inquire into precedence. Enter into controversy. Expand into weakness. Fade into insignificance. Fall into decay. Fashion into festoons. Flame into war. Flower into sympathy. Forced into action. Frozen into form. Fuse into unity. Galvanize into life. Go into raptures. Goaded into action. End of section 87. This recording is in the public domain. Section 88 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Hushed into silence. Incursions into controversy. Insight into truth. Inveigled into dispute. Kindle into action. Lapse into pedantry. Lash into silence. Launch into disapproval. Lead into captivity. Leap into currency. Lulled into indifference. Melt into space. Merge into character. Pass into oblivion. Plunge into despair. Pour into print. Quicken into life. Relapse into savagery. Rendered into music. Resolve into nothingness. Retreat into silence. Ripened into love. Rush into print. Shocked into attention. Sink into insignificance. Smitten into ice. Snubbed into quiescence. Stricken into silence. Summoned into being. Swollen into torrents. Take into account. Thrown into disorder. Transform into beauty. Translated into fact. Usher into society. Vanish into mystery. Wonder into digression. Wheedled into acquiescence. Withdraw into solitude. End of section 88. This recording is in the public domain. Section 89 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Addicted to flattery. Adherence to principle. Affect to believe. Akin to truth. Alive to opportunity. Allied to virtue. Amenable to reason. Aspire to rule. Attempt to suppress. Aversion to publicity. Blind to demonstration. brought to repentance, claim to perpetuity, come to nothing, committed to righteousness, common to humanity, conducive to happiness, conformable to fact, consigned to oblivion, constrained to speak, contribution to knowledge, deaf to entreaty, dedicated to friendship, deference to custom, devoted to ideals, disposed to cavil, doomed to destruction, driven to despair, dwarfed to unimportance, empowered to act, endeared to all, excite to pity, exposed to derision, fly to platitudes, foredoomed to failure, given to extravagance, ground to atoms, harassed to death, hostile to progress. End of section 89. This recording is in the public domain. Section 90 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Impervious to suggestion. Impossible to reconcile. Impotent to save. Incentive to devotion. Incitement to anger. Inclined to vacillate. Indifference to truth. Intent to deceive. Intolerable to society. Inured to fatigue. Invocation to sleep. Laugh to scorn. Left to conjecture. Lost to remembrance. Obedience to conscience. Oblivious to criticism. Offensive to modesty. Open to reason. Opposed to innovation. Pander to prejudice. Pertaining to fashion. Prone to melancholy. Propose to undertake. Provoke to laughter. Put to confusion. Recourse to falsehood. Reduce to impotence. Related to eternity. Repeat to satiety. Repugnant to justice. Requisite to success. Resort to violence. Run to seed. Seek to overawe. Serve to embitter. Spur to action. Stimulus to ambition. Stirred to remonstrance. Subject to scrutiny. Succumb to fascination. Superior to circumstances. Susceptible to argument. Temptation to doubt. Tend to frustrate. Trust to chance. Utilize to advantage. Venture to say. Vital to success. Wedded to antiquity. Yield to reason. End of section 90. This recording is in the public domain. Section 91 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Preposition with. Abounding with plenty. Accord with nature. Act with deliberation. Adorn with beauty. Afflict with ugliness. Aflame with life. Allied with economy. Anticipate with delight. Ascertain with exactness. Attended with danger. Beam with self-approval. Behave with servility. Big with fate. Blinded with tears. Blush with shame. Branded with cowardice. Bubbled with laughter. Burn with indignation. Cling with tenacity. Clothe with authority. Compatible with freedom. Comply with tradition. Conceal with difficulty. Consistent with facts. Covered with ignominy. crush with sorrow, deny with emphasis, depressed with fear, dispense with formality, distort with passion, echo with merriment, endow with intelligence, endued with faith, endure with fortitude, examine with curiosity, face with indifference, flushed with pride, fraught with peril, furious with indignation, glowing with delight, imbued with courage, incompatible with reason, inconsistent with beauty, inflamed with rage, inspired with patriotism, intoxicated with joy. End of section 91. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 92 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Katie Sim in Edinburgh, Scotland. K. Kindle with enthusiasm. L. Laugh with glee. M. Meet with rebuke. Mingled with curiosity. Move with alacrity. O. Oppressed with hardship. Overcome with shyness. Overflowing with love. Overhung with gloom. P. Performed with regularity. Pervaded with grandeur. Proceed with alertness. Punish with severity. Q. Quicken with pride. Quiver with anxiety. R. Radiant with victory. Regard with loathing. Relate with zest. Repel with indignation. S. Saddle with responsibility. Scream with terror. Scrutinize with care. Seething with sedition. Sick with dread. Sob with anguish. Squirm with delight. Suffuse with spirituality. T. Tainted with fraud. Teeming with life. Tense with expectancy. Thrill with excitement. Throb with vitality. Tinged with romance. Touched with feeling. Treat with contempt. Tremble with fear. U. Unmixed with emotion. Utter with sarcasm. V. Vibrant with feeling. View with awe. W. Wield with power. Work with zeal. End of section 92. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 93 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Karen Savage. Business phrases. A. A request for further particulars will not involve any obligation. A telegram is enclosed for your use, as this matter is urgent. Accept our thanks for your recent remittance. Acknowledging the receipt of your recent inquiry. After examination, we can confidently say, after very carefully considering, again thanking you for the inquiry, agreeable to our conversation, an addressed envelope is enclosed for your convenience. An early reply will greatly oblige. Answering your recent inquiry. Any information you may give us will be appreciated. Any time that may suit your convenience. As a matter of convenience and economy. As a special favor we ask. As directed in your letter, we are shipping to you. As explained in our previous letter. As it will give us an opportunity to demonstrate our ability. As stated in our previous letter. As we have received no response from you. As you doubtless are aware. as you probably have been told, as your experience has probably shown you, assuring you of every courtesy, assuring you of our entire willingness to comply with your request, assuring you of prompt and careful cooperation, at the present writing, at the suggestion of one of our patrons, at your earliest opportunity, awaiting the favour of your prompt attention, awaiting the pleasure of serving you, awaiting your early communication, awaiting your further commands, awaiting your pleasure. B. Believing you will answer this promptly. C. Complying with your request. Conditions make it obligatory for us. D. Do not hesitate to let us know. Do not overlook this opportunity. Do you realize that you can... E. Enclosed, please find a memorandum. Enclosed, we beg to hand you. Enclosed, you will find a circular which will fully explain. F. For some years past, for your convenience, we enclose a stamped envelope. For your further information, we take pleasure in sending to you. Frankly, we believe it is extremely worthwhile for you, from the standpoint of serviceability. H. Here is a complete answer to... Here is your opportunity. Hoping for a continuance of your interest. Hoping for a definite reply. Hoping that our relations may prove mutually satisfactory. Hoping to be favoured with your order. How may we serve you further? However, because of the special circumstances attached... I am compelled to inform you. I am confident that you will be thoroughly satisfied. I am directed to say to you, I am, gentlemen, yours faithfully. I am giving the matter my personal attention. I am, my dear sir, yours faithfully. I am still holding this offer open to you. I ask that you be good enough. I beg to request that you give me some information. I believe I understand perfectly just how you feel about... I have been favourably impressed by your... I have now much pleasure in confirming... I have pleasure in acknowledging... I have the honour to acknowledge the receipt... I have the honour to remain... I herewith submit my application... I highly appreciate this mark of confidence... I look forward to pleasant personal relations in the future... I regret exceedingly to inform you... I remain, my dear sir, yours faithfully... I shall be pleased to forward your descriptive circulars... I shall esteem it a personal favour... I should welcome an interview at your convenience... I sincerely hope that you will give the subject your earnest consideration... I take pleasure in replying to your inquiry concerning... I trust I shall hear from you soon... I want to express the hope that our pleasant business relations will continue... I want to interest you... I want to thank you for your reply... I wish to confirm my letter... If I can be of further service, please address me... If it is not convenient for you... If there is any valid reason why you are unable... If we can be of service to you... If we can help you in any way... If we have not made everything perfectly clear, please let us know... If you accommodate us, the favour will be greatly appreciated... If you are interested, please let us hear from you... If you are thinking about ordering... If you desire, our representative will call... If you have any cause for dissatisfaction... If you give this matter your prompt attention... In accordance with the terms of our offer... In accordance with your request... In answering your inquiry regarding... In any event, a reply to this will be very much appreciated. On closing, we can only assure you... In compliance with your favour... In compliance with your request, we are pleased to send to you... In conclusion, we assure you... In order to facilitate our future transactions... In reference to your application... In regard to your proposition... In reply thereto, we wish to inform you... In reply to your valued favour... In response to your recent request... In spite of our best efforts, it is not probable... In thanking you for the patronage with which you have favoured us... In view of all these facts, we feel justified in claiming... Information has just reached me... It gives us pleasure to recommend... It has consistently been our aim to help our customers... It is a matter of great regret to us... It is a pleasure for me to answer your inquiry. It is a well-known fact. It is interesting to note. It is our very great pleasure to advise you. It is the policy of our house. It seems clear that our letter must have miscarried. It was purely an oversight on our part. It will be entirely satisfactory to us. It will be our aim to interest you. It will be readily appreciated. It will be to your advantage. It will doubtless be more convenient for you. It will interest you to know. It will receive the same careful attention. J. Just mail the enclosed card. K. Kindly endorse your reply on the enclosed sheet. Kindly let us have your confirmation at your earliest convenience. Kindly let us know your pleasure concerning. Kindly read the enclosed list. L. Let me thank you for the opportunity to give this matter my personal attention. Let us assure you of our desire to cooperate with you. Let us assure you that we are very much pleased. Let us know if there is any further attention. Let us thank you again for opening an account with us. Looking forward to the early receipt of some of your orders. M. May I ask you to do us a great favour by? May we be favoured with a reply? Meantime soliciting your forbearance. Meanwhile permit me to thank you for your kind attention. O. On referring to your account we notice our letter must have gone astray. Our relations with your house must have hitherto been very pleasant. Our services are at your command. Our stock has been temporarily exhausted, owing to our inability to collect outstanding debts. P. Permit me to add. Permit us to express our sincere appreciation. Please accept the thanks of the writer. Please consider this letter an acknowledgement. Please favour us with a personal communication. Please feel assured that we shall use every endeavour. Possibly the enclosure may suggest to you, promptly on receipt of your telegram, pursuant to your letter. R. Recently we had occasion, referring to your esteemed favour, regretting our inability to serve you in the present instance, reluctant as we are to believe, requesting your kind attention to this matter. S. Should you decide to act upon this latter suggestion, so many requests of a similar nature come to us, soliciting a continuance of your patronage. T. Thank you for your expression of confidence. Thank you for your inquiry. Thank you for your last patronage. Thanking you for your promptness. Thanking you in advance for an early reply. Thanking you in anticipation. The causes for the delay were beyond our control. The margin of profit which we allow ourselves. The proof is in this fact. The proposition appeals to us as a good one. Therefore we are able to make you this offer. Therefore we trust you will write to us promptly. These points should be most carefully considered. This arrangement will help us over the present difficulty. This is according to our discussion. This matter has been considered very seriously. This personal guarantee I look upon as a service to you. This privileged communication is for the exclusive use. This will amply repay you. Trusting that we may have the pleasure of serving you. Trusting to receive your best consideration. You. Under no circumstances can we entertain such an arrangement. Under separate cover we are mailing to you. Under these circumstances we are willing to extend the terms. Unfortunately we are compelled at certain times, unless you can give us reasonable assurance, upon being advised that these terms are satisfactory, upon receiving your letter of W. We acknowledge with pleasure the receipt of your order. We admit that you are justified in your complaint. We again solicit an opportunity. We again thank you for your inquiry. We always endeavour to please. We appreciate the order you are kind enough to send to us. We appreciate your patronage very much. We are always glad to furnish information. We are anxious to make satisfactory adjustment. We are at a loss to understand why. We are at your service at all times. We are confident that you will have no further trouble. We are extremely desirous of pleasing our patrons. We are in a position to give you considerable help. We are in receipt of your communication regarding... We are indeed sorry to learn. We are perfectly willing to make concessions. We are pleased to receive your request for information. We are pleased to send you descriptive circulars. We are reluctant to adopt such severe measures. We are satisfied regarding your statement. We are sending to you by mail. We are sorry to learn from your letter. We are thoroughly convinced of the need. We are totally at a loss to understand. We are very anxious to have you try. We are very glad to testify to the merit of. We ask for a continuance of your confidence. We ask that you kindly let us hear from you. We assume that you are considering. We assure you of our confidence in the reliability. We assure you of our desire to be of service. We await an early, and we trust a favourable reply. We await the courtesy of an early answer. We beg a moment of your attention and serious consideration. We believe that if you will carefully consider the matter, we believe you will readily understand our position. We can assure you that any order with which you favour us. We desire information pertaining to your financial condition. We desire to effect a settlement. We desire to express our appreciation of your patronage. We desire to impress upon you. We expect to be in the market soon. We feel assured that you will appreciate. We feel sure that you will approve of our action in this matter. We frankly apologize to you. We hasten to acknowledge the receipt. We have anticipated a heavy demand. We have as yet no definite understanding. We have come to the conclusion. We have endeavoured to serve the needs of your organization. We have found it impossible. We have much pleasure in answering your inquiry. We have no desire to adopt harsh measures. We have not had the pleasure of placing your name on our ledgers. We have not, however, had the pleasure of hearing from you. We have not yet had time to sift the matter thoroughly. We have the honour to be, gentlemen. We have the honour to inform you. We have thought it best to forward. We have your request for information regarding. We hesitated for a while to pursue the matter. We hope that an understanding can be reached. We hope that we shall have many opportunities to demonstrate our ability. We hope that you will find the enclosed booklet very interesting. We hope to hear favourably from you. We hope you will appreciate. We hope you will excuse the unavoidable delay. We invite your attention to. We must insist upon a prompt settlement. We must, therefore, insist on the terms of the agreement. We note that the time is at hand. We offer you the services of an expert. We particularly want to interest you. We realize that this matter has escaped your attention. We realize that this is simply an oversight on your part. We regret exceedingly that you have been inconvenienced. We regret our inability to meet your wishes. We regret that owing to the press of business, we regret that this misunderstanding has occurred. We regret that we are not in a position. We regret that we are unable to grant your request. We regret the necessity of calling your attention. We regret to be compelled for this reason to withdraw the privilege. We regret to learn that you are disappointed. We remain, dear sir, yours faithfully. We remain, gentlemen, with thanks. We shall await your early commands with interest. We shall await your reply with interest. We shall be glad to fill your order. We shall be glad to have you tell us frankly. We shall be glad to render you any assistance in our power. We shall be happy to meet your requirements. We shall be indebted to you for your courtesy. We shall be pleased to receive the remittance. We shall be pleased to take the matter up further. We shall do everything in our power. We shall do our best to correct the mistake. We shall feel compelled. We shall heartily appreciate any information. We shall use every endeavour. We suggest that this is an opportune time. We suggest that you consider. We take pleasure in enclosing herewith. We take pleasure in explaining the matter you asked about. We take the liberty of deviating from your instructions. We take the liberty of writing to you. We thank you for calling our attention. We thank you for your courteous letter. We thank you for your kind inquiry of recent date. We thank you very gratefully for your polite and friendly letter. We thank you very much for the frank statement of your affairs. We thank you very sincerely for your assistance. We think you will agree. We trust our explanation will meet with your approval. We trust that we may hear favourably from you. We trust that you will give this matter your immediate attention. We trust you may secure some of the exceptional values. We trust you will find it correct. We trust you will not consider us unduly strict. We trust you will promptly comply with our previous suggestions. We understand your position. We urge that you write to us by early mail. We venture to enclose herewith. We very much wish you to examine. We want every opportunity to demonstrate our willingness. We want particularly to impress upon you this fact. We want to please you in every respect. We want to remind you again. We want you to read the booklet carefully. We will at once enter your order. We will be compelled to take the necessary steps. We will be glad to lay before you the fullest details. We will be pleased to give it careful consideration. We will gladly accommodate you. We will gladly extend to you similar courtesies whenever we can do so. We will make it a point to give your correspondence close attention. We would appreciate a remittance. We would consider it a great favour. We would draw your attention to the fact. We would request, as a special favour. We write to suggest to you. We write to urge upon you the necessity. We wrote to you at length. While we appreciate the peculiar circumstances, while we feel that we are in no way responsible, why not allow us this opportunity to satisfy you? Will you give us in confidence your opinion? Will you give us the benefit of your experience? Will you kindly advise us in order that we may adjust our records? Will you please give us your immediate attention? With our best respects and hoping to hear from you. With reference to your favour of yesterday. With regard to your inquiry. With the fullest assurance that we are considering. With the greatest esteem and respect. Why? You are certainly justified in complaining. You are evidently aware that there is a growing demand. You are quite right in your statement. You cannot regret more than I the necessity. You undoubtedly are aware. You will find interest, we believe, in this advance announcement. You will get the benefit of this liberal offer. You will have particular interest in the new and attractive policy. Your early attention to this matter will oblige. Your further orders will be esteemed. Your inquiry has just been received, and we are glad to send to you. Your orders and commands will always have our prompt and best attention. Your satisfaction will dictate our course. Your trial order is respectfully solicited. Your usual attention will oblige. End of section 93. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 094 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Lee Elliott in April of 2007. A bitterness crept into her face. A blazing blue sky poured down torrents of light. A book to beguile the tedious hours. A brave but turbulent aristocracy. A broad, complacent, admiring imbecility breathed from his nose and lips. A burlesque feint of evading a blow. A callous and conscienceless brute. A calm and premeditated prudence. A calmness settled on his spirit. A campaign of unbridled ferocity. A carefully appraising eye. A ceaselessly fleeting sky. A certain implication of admiring confidence. A charming air of vigor and vitality. A childish belief in his own impeccability. A cold, hard, frosty penuriousness was his prevalent characteristic. A compassion perfectly angelic. A constant stream of rhythmic memories. A covertly triumphant voice. A creature of the most delicate and rapid responses. A crop of disappointments. A cunning intellect, patiently diverting every circumstance to its design. A curious and inexplicable uneasiness. A curious vexation fretted her. a daily avalanche of vituperation, a dandified, pretty boy-looking sort of figure, a dark and relentless fate, a day monotonous and colorless, a dazzling completeness of beauty, a deep and brooding resentment, a delicious throng of sensations, a deliciously tantalizing sense, a detached segment of life, a dire monotony of bookish idiom, a disheveled and distraught figure, a face singularly acute and intelligent, a faint accent of reproach, a faint sense of compunction moved her. A faint, transient, wistful smile lightened her brooding face. A faint tremor of amusement was on his lips. A faintly quizzical look came into his incisive stare. A fawn-colored sea streaked here and there with tints of deepest orange. A fever of enthusiasm. A few tears came to soften her seared vision. A fiery exclamation of wrath and disdain. A figure full of decision and dignity. A firm and balanced manhood. A first faint trace of irritation. A fitful boy full of dreams and hopes. A flame of scarlet crept in a swift diagonal across his cheeks. A fleeting and furtive air of triumph. A flood of pride rose in him. A foreboding of some destined change. A fortuitous series of happy thoughts. A frigid touch of the hand. A fugitive intangible charm. A gay exuberance of ambition. A generation of men lavishly endowed with genius. A gentle sarcasm ruffled her anger. A ghastly whiteness overspread the cheek. A glance of extraordinary meaning. A glassy expression of inattention. A glassy stare of deprecating horror. A glittering, infectious smile. A gloom overcame him. A golden haze of pensive light. A golden summer of marvelous fertility. A graceful readiness and vigor. A grave man of pretending exterior. A great pain gripped her heart. A great process of searching and shifting. A great sickness of heart smote him. A great soul, smitten and scourged, but still invested with the dignity of immortality. A grim and shuddering fascination. A gush of entrancing melody. A gusty breeze blew her hair about unheeded. A half-breathless murmur of amazement and incredulity. A half-uneasy, half-laughing compunction. A harassing anxiety of sorrow. A harvest of barren regrets. A haunting and horrible sense of insecurity. A heavy oppression seemed to brood upon the air. A helpless anger simmered in him, a hint of death in the icy breath of the gale. A hot and virulent skirmish. A hot uprush of hatred and loathing. A kind of ineffable splendor crowns the day. A lapse from the well-ordered decencies of civilization. A large, rich, copious human endowment. A late star lingered, remotely burning. A laugh of jovial significance. A light of unwonted pleasure in her eyes. A little jaded by gastronomical exertions. A lukewarm and selfish love. A man of imperious will. A man of matchless modesty and refinement. A manner bright with interest and interrogation. A manner nervously anxious to please. A melancholy monotone beat on one's heart. A mere exhibition of fussy diffuseness. A mere figment of poet's fancy. A mien and aspect singularly majestic. A mild and deprecating air. A mind singularly practical and sagacious. A mouth of inflexible decision. A murmur of complacency. A mystery everlastingly impenetrable. A nameless sadness which is always born of moonlight. A new and overmastering impulse. A new doubt assailed her. A new marvel of the sky. A new trouble was dawning on his thickening mental horizon. a nimble-witted opponent. End of section 094. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 95 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. A painful thought was flooding his mind. A pang of jealousy not unmingled with scorn. A patience worthy of admiration. A perfect carnival of fun. A perfect crime of clumsiness. A piteous aspect of woe. A portent full of possible danger. A potion to be delicately supped at leisure. A powerful agitation oppressed him. A prevailing sentiment of uneasy discomfort. A prey to listless uneasiness. A profound and absorbing interest. A profound and eager hopefulness. A profound and rather irritating egotist by nature. A prop for my faint heart. A propitious sky marbled with pearly white. A protest wavered on her lip. A puissant and brilliant family. A queer, uncomfortable perplexity began to invade her. A quick flame leaped in his eyes. A quick shiver ruffled the brooding stillness of the water. A quiver of resistance ran through her. A remarkable fusion of morality and art. A random gleam of light. A rare and dazzling order of beauty. A rhythmical torrent of eloquent prophecy. A river of shame swept over him. A sad inquiry seemed to dwell in her gaze. A satisfied sense of completeness. A secret sweeter than the sea or sky can whisper. A sensation of golden sweetness and delight. A sense of desolation and disillusionment overwhelmed me. A sense of infinite peace brooded over the place. A sense of meditative content. A sense of repression was upon her. A sentiment of distrust in its worth had crept into her thoughts. A sheaf of letters. A shimmer of golden sun shaking through the trees. A shiver of apprehension crisped her skin. A shuffling compromise between defiance and prostration. A sigh of large contentment. A sight for the angels to weep over. A skepticism which prompted rebellion. A slight movement of incredulous dissent. A smile full of subtle charm. A smile of exquisite urbanity. A soft insidious plea. A soft intonation of profound sorrow. A soft suspicion of ulterior motives. A solemn glee possessed my mind. A solemn gray expanse that lost itself far away in the gray of the sea. A solemn utterance of destiny. A somber and breathless calm hung over the deepening eve. A somewhat melancholy indolence. A somewhat sharp and incisive voice. A sonorous voice bade me enter. A soothing and quieting touch was gently laid upon her soul. A sort of eager, almost appealing amiability. A sort of stolid, despairing acquiescence. A sort of stunned incredulity. A soundless breeze that was little more than a whisper. A spacious sense of the amplitude of life's possibilities. A staccato cough interrupted the flow of speech. A state of sullen self-absorption. A steady babble of talk and laughter. A step was at her heels. A stifling sensation of pain and suspense. A stinging wind swept the woods. A strange compound of contradictory elements. A stream of easy talk. A strong convulsion shook the vague indefinite form. A strong susceptibility to the ridiculous. A subtle emphasis of scorn. A sudden and stinging delight. A sudden gleam of insight. A sudden uncontrollable outburst of feeling. A superabundance of boisterous animal spirits. A supercilious scorn and pity. A super-refinement of taste. A swaggering air of braggadocio. A sweet bewilderment of tremulous apprehension. A sweet, quiet, sacred, stately seclusion. A swift knowledge came to her. A swift, unformulated fear. A swiftly unrolling panorama of dreams. a tangle of ugly words, 1,000 evanescent memories of happy days. 1,000 unutterable fears bore irresistible despotism over her thoughts. A time of disillusion followed. A tiny stream meandering amiably. A tone of arduous admiration. A torn and tumultuous sky. A total impression ineffable and indescribable. A tragic futility. A treacherous throb of her voice. A true similitude of what befalls many men and women. A tumult of vehement feeling. A tumultuous rush of sensations. A twinge of embarrassment. A vague and wistful melancholy. A vast sweet silence crept through the trees. A veritable spring cleaning of the soul. A very practiced and somewhat fastidious critic. A violent and mendacious tongue. A vivid and arresting presentation. A waking dream overshadowed her. A weird world of morbid horrors. A well-bred mixture of boldness and courtesy. A wild vivacity was in her face and manner. A wile of the devils. A wind strayed through the gardens. A withering sensation of ineffable boredom. A wordless farewell. End of section 95. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 96 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Absolutely vulgarized by too perpetual a parroting. Absorbed in a stream of thoughts and reminiscences. Absorbed in the scent and murmur of the night. Accidents which perpetually deflect our vagrant attention. Across the gulf of years. Administering a little deft though veiled castigation. Affected an ironic incredulity. Affecting a tone of gaiety. After a first moment of reluctance. After an eternity of resolutions, doubts, and indecisions. Aghast at his own helplessness. Agitated and enthralled by daydreams. Agitated with violent and contending emotions. Alien paths and irrelevant junketings. All embrowned and mossed with age. All her gift of serene immobility brought into play. All hope of discreet reticence was ripped to shreds. All the lesser lights paled into insignificance. All the magic of youth and joy of life was there. All the place is peopled with sweet airs. All the sky was mother of pearl and tender. All the unknown of the night and of the universe was pressing upon him. All the world was flooded with a soft golden light. All was a vague jumble of chaotic impressions. All was incomprehensible. All was instinctive and spontaneous. Aloof from the motley throng. Ambition shivered into fragments. Amid distress and humiliation, amid the direful calamities of the time, an acute note of distress in her voice, an agreeably grave vacuity, an air half quizzical and half deferential, an air of affected civility, an air of being meticulously explicit, an air of inimitable, scrutinizing, superb impertinence, an air of stern, deep, and irredeemable gloom hung over and pervaded all, an air of uncanny familiarity, an air which was distinctly critical, an almost pathetic appearance of ephemeral fragility, an almost riotous prodigality of energy, an answering glow of gratitude, an antagonist worth her steel, an artful stroke of policy, an assumption of hostile intent, an assurance of good nature that forestalled hostility, an atmosphere of extraordinary languor, an atmosphere thick with flattery and toadyism, an attack of peculiar virulence and malevolence, an audacious challenge of ridicule, an avidity that bespoke at once the restlessness and the genius of her mind. An awe crept over me, an eager and thirsty ear, an easy prey to the powers of folly, an effusive air of welcome, an equal degree of well-bred worldly cynicism, an erect, martial, majestic, and imposing personage. An eternity of silence oppressed him, an expression of mildly humorous surprise, an expression of rare and inexplicable personal energy, an exquisite perception of things beautiful and rare, an iciness, a sinking, a sickening of the heart, an ignoring eye, an impenetrable screen of foliage, an impersonal and slightly ironic interest, an impervious beckoning motion, an inarticulate echo of his longing, an increased gentleness of aspect, an incursion of the loud, the vulgar, and meretricious, an inexplicable and uselessly cruel caprice of fate, an inexpressible fervor of serenity, an ingratiating, awkward, and wistful grace. An inspired ray was in his eyes. An instant she stared unbelievingly. An intense, an insatiable hunger for light and truth. An intense travail of mind. An obscure thrill of alarm. An odd little air of penitent self-depreciation. An open wit and recklessness of bearing. An oppressive sense of strange, sweet odor. An optimistic after-dinner mood. An overburdening sense of the inexpressible. An uncomfortable premonition of fear. An unfailing sweetness and unerring perception. An unpleasant and heavy sensation sat at his heart. An unredeemed dreariness of thought. An unsuspected moral obtuseness. An utter depression of soul. And day peers forth with her blank eyes. And what is all this pother about? Animated by noble pride. Anticipation painted the world in rose. Appalled in speechless disgust. Appealing to the urgent temper of youth. Apprehensive solicitude about the future. Ardent words of admiration. Armed all over with subtle antagonisms. Artless and unquestioning devotion. As if smitten by a sudden spasm. As the long train sweeps away into the golden distance. August and imperial names in the kingdom of thought. Awaiting his summons to the eternal silence. End of section 96. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in April of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. Section 97 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Bandied about from mouth to mouth. Barricade the road to truth. Bartering the higher aspirations of life. Beaming with pleasurable anticipation. Before was the open malignant sea. Beguiled the weary soul of man. Beneath the cold glare of the desolate night. Bent on the lofty ends of her destiny. Beset by agreeable hallucinations. Beset with smiling hills. Beside himself in an ecstasy of pleasure. Betokening an impulsive character. Beyond the farthest edge of night. Birds were fluting in the tulip trees. Biting sentences flew about. Black inky night. Blithe with the bliss of the morning. Blown about by every wind of doctrine. Bookish precision and professional peculiarity. Borne from lip to lip. Borne onward by slow-footed time. Born with the faculty of willing compromise. Bowed with a certain frigid and deferential surprise. Broke in a stupendous roar upon the shuddering air. Browsing at will on all the uplands of knowledge and thought. Buffeted by all the winds of passion. Buried hopes rose from their sepulchres. Buried in the quicksands of ignorance. But none the less peremptorily. By a curious irony of fate. By a happy turn of thinking. By virtue of his impassioned curiosity. Carried the holiday in his eye. Chafed at the restraints imposed on him. Cheeks furrowed by strong purpose and feeling. Childlike contour of the body. Cleansed of prejudice and self-interest. Cloaked in prim pretense. Clothed with the witchery of fiction. Clutch at the very heart of the usurping mediocrity. Cold gaze of curiosity. Collapse into a dreary and hysterical depression. Comment of rare and delightful flavor. Conjuring up scenes of incredible beauty and terror. Conscious of unchallenged supremacy. Constant indulgence of wily stratagem and ambitious craft. Contemptuously indifferent to the tyranny of public opinion. Covered with vegetation and wild luxuriance. Crisp sparkle of the sea. Crystallize about a common nucleus. Cultivated with a commensurate zeal. Current play of light gossip. Curtains of opaque rain. Dallying in maudlin regret over the past. Dark with unutterable sorrows. Darkness oozed out from between the trees. Dawn had broken. Day stood distinct in the sky. Days of vague and fantastic melancholy. Days that are brief and shadowed. Deep shame and rankling remorse. Deficient in affectionate or tender impulses. Delicately emerging stars. Delicious throng of sensations. Despite her pretty insolence. Dignity and sweet patience were in her look. Dim opalescence of the moon. Dimly foreshadowed on the horizon. dimmed by the cold touch of unjust suspicion, disfigured by the passages of solemn and pompous monotony, disguised itself as chill critical impartiality, dismal march of death, distinguished by hereditary rank or social position, distract and beguile the soul, distressing in their fatuous ugliness, diverted into alien channels. Diverting her eyes, she pondered. Dogs the footsteps, doled out in miserly measure. Doubt tortured him. Doubts beset her lonely and daring soul. Down the steep of disenchantment, dreams and visions were surpassed. Dreams that fade and die in the dim west. Drear twilight of realities. Drift along the stream of fancy. Drowned in the deep reticence of the sea. Drowsiness coiled insidiously about him. Dull black eyes under their precipice of brows. End of section 97. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in April of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley.
Section 98 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. E. Earth danced under a heat haze. Easily moved to gaiety and pleasure. Either way her fate was cruel. Embraced with ardor the prospect of serene leisure. Endearing sweetness and manner. Endeavoring to smile away his chagrin. Endlessly shifting moods. Endowed with all those faculties that can make the world a garden of enchantment. Endowed with life and emphasis. Enduring with smiling composure the near presence of people who are distasteful. Enjoyed with astonishing unscrupulousness. Enticed irresistibly by the freedom of an open horizon. Essay a flight of folly. Evanescent shades of feeling. Events took an unexpected sinister turn. Every curve of her features seemed to express a fine arrogant acrimony and harsh truculence. Everywhere the fragrance of a bountiful earth, exasperated by what seemed a wilful pretense of ignorance, exhibits itself in fastidious crotchets. Expectation darkened into anxiety. Experience and instinct warred within her. Exquisite graciousness of manner. Exquisitely stung by the thought. F. Familiar and enduring intimacy. Fatally and indissolubly united. Fathomless depths of suffering. Fear held him in a vice, feeding his scholarly curiosity. Feeling humiliated by the avowal. Felicitousness in the choice and exquisiteness in the collocation of words. Fettered by poverty and toil. Feverish tide of life. Fine precision of intent. Fitful tumults of noble passion. Fleeting touches of something alien and intrusive. Floating in the clouds of reverie. Fluctuations of prosperity and adversity. Flushed with a suffusion that crimsoned her whole countenance. Forebodings possessed her. Foreshadowing summer's end. Forever echo in the heart. Forever sings itself in memory. Formless verbosity and a passionate rhetoric. Fragments of most touching melody. Free from rigid or traditional fetters. Freedom and integrity of soul. Freighted with strange, vague longings. Frosty thraldom of winter. Fugitive felicities of thought and sensation. Full of dreams and refinements and intense abstractions. Full of majestic tenderness. G. Gathering all her scattered impulses into a passionate act of courage. gaze dimly through a maze of traditions. Generosity pushed to prudence. Gleams of sunlight, bewildered like ourselves, struggled, surprised, through the mist and disappeared, glowing with haste and happiness. Go straight, as if by magic, to the inner meaning, goaded on by his sense of strange importance. Graceful length of limb and fall of shoulders. Great shuddering seized on her. Green hills pile themselves upon each other's shoulders. Grim and sullen after the flush of the morning. Guilty of girlish sentimentality. End of section 98. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 99 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by David Best. Half choked by a rising paroxysm of rage. Half suffocated by his triumph. Hardened into convictions and resolves. Haughtiness and arrogance were largely attributed to him. Haunt the recesses of the memory. Haunted with a chill and unearthly foreboding. He accosted me with trepidation. He adroitly shifted his ground. He airily lampooned their most cherished prejudices. He bowed submission. He braced himself to the exquisite burden of life. He condescended to intimate speech with her. He conversed with a colorless fluency. He could detect the hollow ring of fundamental nothingness. He could do absolutely naught. He drank of the spirit of the universe. He drew near to a desperate resolve. He evinced his displeasure by a contemptuous sneer or grim scowl. He felt an unaccountable loathing. He felt the ironic rebound of her words. He flung diffidence to the winds. He flushed crimson. He found the silence intolerably irksome. He frowned perplexedly. He gave her a baffled stare. He gave himself to a sudden daydream. He gave his ear to this demon of false glory. He grew wanton with success. He had acted with chivalrous delicacy of honor. He had the eye of an eagle in his trade. He had the gift of deep, dark silences. He held his breath in admiring silence. He laughed away my protestations. He lent no countenance to insensate prattle. He listened greedily and gazed intent. He made a loathsome object. He made the politest of monosyllabic replies. He murmured a civil rejoinder. He murmured a vague acceptance. He mused a little while in grave thought. He never wears an argument to tatters. He only smiled with fatuous superiority. He paused, stunned and comprehending. He perceived the iron hand within the velvet glove. He raised a silencing hand. He ruled autocratically. He sacrificed the vulgar prizes of life. He sat on thorns. He shambled away with speed. He sighed deeply from a kind of mental depletion. He smote her quickening sensibilities. He submitted in brooding silence. He suppressed every sign of surprise. He surrendered himself to gloomy thought. He threaded a labyrinth of obscure streets. He threw a ton's weight of resolve upon his muscles. He threw out phrases of ill humor. He threw round a measuring eye. He treads the primrose path of dalliance. He used an unguarded adjective. He was a tall, dark, saturnine youth, sparing of speech. He was aware of emotion. He was born to a lively and intelligent patriotism. He was dimly mistrustful of it. He was discreetly silent. He was empty of thought. He was entangled in a paradox. He was giving his youth away by handfuls. He was haunted and begirt by presences. He was measured and urbane. He was most profoundly skeptical. He was nothing if not grandiloquent. He was quaking on the precipice of a bad billows attack. He was utterly detached from life. He went hot and cold. He would fall into the blackest melancholies. He writhed in the grip of a definite apprehension. He writhed with impotent humiliation. Her blank gaze chilled you. Her bright eyes were triumphant. Her eyes danced with malice. Her eyes dilated with pain and fear. Her eyes were full of wondering interest. Her eyes were limpid, and her beauty was softened by an air of indolence and languor. Her face stiffened anew into a gray obstinacy. Her face was lit up by a glow of inspiration and resolve. Her haughty step waxed timorous and vigilant. Her head throbbed dangerously. Her heart appeared to abdicate its duties. Her heart fluttered with a vague terror. Her heart pounded in her throat. Her heart was full of speechless sorrow. Her hurrying thoughts clamored for utterance. Her imagination recoiled. Her interest flagged. Her life had dwarfed her ambitions. Her limbs ran to marble. Her lips hardened. Her lips parted in a keen expectancy. Her mind was a storehouse of innocuous anecdote. Her mind was beaten to the ground by the catastrophe. Her mood was unaccountably chilled. Her musings took a sudden and arbitrary twist. Her scarlet lip curled cruelly. Her smile was faintly depreciatory. Her smile was linked with a sigh. Her solicitude thrilled him. Her stare dissolved. Her step seemed to pity the grass it pressed. Her strength was scattered in fits of agitation. Her stumbling ignorance, which sought the road of wisdom. Her thoughts outstripped her erring feet. Her tone was gathering remonstrance. Her tongue on the subject was sharpness itself. Her tongue stumbled and was silent. Her voice had the coaxing inflections of a child. Her voice trailed off vaguely. Her voice was full of temper, hard-held. Her voice, with a tentative question in it, rested in air. Her wariness seemed put to rout. His accents breathed profound relief. His agitation increased. His brow grew knit and gloomy. His brow was in his hand. His conscience leapt to the light. His constraint was excruciating. His curiosity is quenched. His dignity counseled him to be silent. His ears sang with the vibrating intensity of his secret existence. His eyes had a twinkle of reminiscent pleasantry. His eyes literally blazed with savage fire. His eyes shone with the pure fire of a great purpose. His eyes stared unseeingly. His face caught the full strength of the rising wind. His face dismissed its shadow. His face fell abruptly into stern lines. His face lit with a fire of decision. His face showed a pleasant bewilderment. His face torn with conflict. His face was gravely authoritative. His gaze faltered and fell. His gaze searched her face. His gaze seemed full of unconquerable hopefulness. His hand supported his chin. His hands were small and prehensible. His heart asserted itself again, thunderously beating. His heart rebuked him. His heart was full of enterprise. His impatient scorn expired. His last illusions crumbled. His lips loosened in a furtively exultant smile. His lips seemed to be permanently parted in a good-humored smile. His mind echoed with words. His mind leapt gladly to meet new issues and fresh tides of thought. His mind was dazed and wandering in a mist of memories. His mood yielded. His mouth quivered with pleasure. His passions vented themselves with sneers. His pulses leapt anew. His reputation had withered. His sensibilities were offended. His shrewd gaze fixed appraisingly upon her. His soul full of fire and eagle-winged. His soul was compressed into a single agony of prayer. His soul was wrung with a sudden wild homesickness. His speech faltered. His swift and caustic satire. His temper was dark and explosive. His thoughts galloped. His thoughts were in clamoring confusion. His tone assumed a certain asperity. His torpid ideas awoke again. His troubled spirit shifted its load. His vagrant thoughts were in full career. His voice insensibly grew inquisitorial. His voice was thick with resentment and futile protest. His whole face was lighted with a fierce enthusiasm. His whole frame seemed collapsed and shrinking. His whole tone was flippant and bumptious. His words trailed off brokenly. His youthful zeal was contagious. Hope was far and dim. How sweet and reasonable the pale shadows of those who smile from some dim corner of our memories. Humiliating paltriness and revenge. End of section 99. This recording is in the public domain. Section 100 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by David Best. I capitulated by inadvertence. I cut my reflections adrift. I felt a qualm of apprehension. I suffered agonies of shyness. I took the good day from the hands of God as a perfect gift. I was in a somber mood. I was overshadowed by a deep boding. I was piqued. I yielded to the ingratiating mood of the day. Ill-bred insolence was his only weapon. Ill-dissimulated fits of ambition. Imbued with a vernal freshness. Immense and careless prodigality. Immense objects which dwarf us. Immersed in secret schemes. Immured in a trivial round of duty. Impassioned in earnest language. Impatient in authoritative tones. Impervious to the lessons of experience, implying an immense melancholy, imprisoned within an enchanted circle, in a depreciating tone of apology, in a flash of revelation, in a gale of teasing merriment, in a misery of annoyance and mortification, in a musing ecstasy of contemplation, in a sky stained with purple the moon slowly rose, in a spirit of indulgent irony, in a strain of exaggerated gallantry, in a tone of after-dinner perfunctoriness, in a tone of musing surprise, in a tumult of self-approval and towering exaltation, in a vague and fragmentary way, in a wise, superior, slightly scornful manner, in accents of menace and wrath, in its whole unwieldy compass, in moments of swift and momentous decision, in quest of something to amuse, in requital for various acts of rudeness. In the air was the tang of spring, in the dusky path of a dream, in the face of smarting disillusions, in the flush and heyday of youth and gaiety and loveliness, in the heyday of friendship, in the mild and mellow maturity of age, in the perpetual presence of everlasting verities, in this breathless chase of pleasure, in this chastened mood I left him. Incapable of initiative or boldness, inconceivable perversion of reasoning, indolently handsome eyes, indulge in pleasing discursiveness, ineffable sensation of irritability, infantile insensibility to the solemnity of his bereavement, infantine simplicity and lavish waste, innumerable starlings clove the air, insensible to its subtle influence, inspired by the immortal flame of youth, intangible and indescribable essence, intense love of excitement and adventure, intimations of unpenetrated mysteries. Into her eyes had come a hostile challenge. Into the purple sea the orange hues of heaven sunk silently. Into the very vestibule of death. Involuntarily she sighed. Involuntary awkwardness and reserve. Involved in a labyrinth of perplexities. It came to him with a stab of enlightenment. It elicited a remarkably clear and coherent statement. It is a flight beyond the reach of human magnanimity. It is a thing infinitely subtle. It is not every wind that can blow you from your anchorage. It lends no dazzling tints to fancy. It moved me to a strange exhilaration. It parted to a liquid horizon and showed the gray rim of the sea. It proved a bitter disillusion. It seemed intolerably tragic. It seemed to exhale a silent and calm authority. It was a breathless night of suspense. It was a desolating vision. It was a night of little ease to his toiling mind. It was a night of stupefying surprises. It was all infinitely soft and refreshing to the eye. It was an evening of great silences and spaces, wholly tranquil. It was sheer, exuberant, instinctive, unreasoning, careless joy. It was the ecstasy and festival of summer. It was torture of the most exquisite kind. J. jealousies and animosities which pricked their sluggish blood to tingling. Joy rioted in his large dark eyes, judging without waiting to ponder over bulky tomes. K. Kind of unscrupulous contempt for gravity. Kiss-provoking lips. End of section 100. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 101 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Peter Darby on the 23rd of April 2007. Laden with the poignant scent of the garden honeysuckle. Language of excessive flattery and adulation. Lapped in soft music of adulation. Lapse into pathos and absurdity. Large, dark, luminous eyes that behold everything about them. Latent vein of a whimsical humour. Lead to the strangest aberrations. Leaping from lambent flame into eager and passionate fire. Leave to the imagination the endless vista of possibilities. Life flowed in its accustomed stream. Lights and shadows of reviving memory crossed her face. Lionized by fashionable society. Long intertangled lines of silver streamlets. Lost in a delirious wonder. Lost in irritable reflection. Love hovered in her gaze. Ludicrous attempts of clumsy playfulness and tawdry eloquence. Lukewarm assurance of continued love. Lulled by dreamy musings. Luminous with great thoughts. Magnanimous indifference to meticulous niceties. Making the ear greedy to remark offence. Marching down to posterity with divine honours. Marked out for some strange and preternatural doom. Mawkishly effeminate sentiment. Memories plucked from wood and field. Memory was busy at his heart. Merged in a sentiment of unutterable sadness and compassion. Microscopic minuteness of eye. Misgivings of grave kinds. Mockery crept into her tone. Moulded by the austere hand of adversity. Moments of utter idleness and insipidity. Moods of malicious reaction and vindictive recoil. Morn, in yellow and white, came broadening out of the mountains. Mumble-only jargon of dotage. My body is too frail for its moods. Nature seemed to revel in unwonted contrasts. New ambitions pressed upon his fancy. New dreams began to take wing in his imagination. Night after night, the skies were wine blue and bubbling with stars. Night passes lightly in the open world with its stars and dews and perfumes. Nights of fathomless blackness. no mark of trick or artifice, noble and sublime patience, nursed by brooding thought, obsessed with the modishness of the hour, occasional flashes of tenderness and love, oddly disappointing and fickle. One gracious fact emerges here, one long torture of soul, one of the golden twilights which transfigure the world. Oppressed and disheartened by an all-pervading isolation, oppressed with a confused sense of cumbrous material, outweighing years of sorrow and bitterness. Over and over the paroxysms of grief and longing submerged her, overhung and overspread with ivy, overshadowed by a vague depression. Pale and vague desolation, pallor of reflected glories, palpitating with rage and wounded sensibility, panting after distinction. Peace brooded over all, pelted with an interminable torrent of words, penetrate beneath the surface to the core, peopled the night with thoughts, perpetual gloom and seclusion of life, pertinent to the thread of the discussion, pervasive silence which wraps us in a mantle of content, piles of golden clouds just peering above the horizon, platitudinous and pompously sentimental, plaudits of the unlettered mob, pleasant and flower-strewn vistas of airy fancy, pledged with enthusiastic fervour, plumbing the depths of my own fears, poignant doubts and misgivings, power of intellectual metamorphosis, power to assuage the thirst of the soul, precipitated into mysterious depths of nothingness, preening its wings for a skyward flight. Pressing cares absorbed him, pride working busily within her, proclaimed with joyous defiance, prodigal of discriminating epithets, prodigious boldness and energy of intellect, products of dreaming indolence, profound and chilling solitude of the spot, proof of his imperturbability and indifference, provocative of bitter hostility, pulling the strings of many enterprises, purge the soul of nonsense, quickened and enriched by new contacts with life and truth, quivering with restrained grief, radiant with the beautiful glamour of youth, ransack the vocabulary, red tape of officialdom, redolent of the night lamp, reflecting the solemn and unfathomable stars, regarded with an exulting pride, rehabilitated and restored to dignity, remorselessly swept into oblivion. Resounding generalities and conventional rhetoric. Respect forbade downright contradiction. Restless and sore haughty feelings were busy within. Retort leapt to his lips. Rigid adherence to conventionalities. Rudely disconcerting in her behaviour. Rudely reminded of life's serious issues. End of section 101. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Darby of Ruthin, Denbighshire, Wales.
Section 102 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. S. Sacrificed to a futile sort of treadmill. Sadness prevailed among her moods. Scorched with the lightning of momentary indignation, scorning such paltry devices. Scotched but not slain. Scrupulous morality of conduct. Seemed to swim in a sort of blurred mist before the eyes. Seething with suppressed wrath. Sees on greedily. Sensuous enjoyment of the outward show of life. Serenity beamed from his look. Serenity of paralysis and death. Seriousness lurked in the depths of her eyes. Served to recruit his own jaded ideas. Set anew in some fresh and appealing form. Setting all the sane traditions at defiance. Shadowy vistas of sylvan beauty. She affected disdain. She assented in precisely the right terms. She bandies adjectives with the best. She challenged his dissent. She cherished no petty resentments. She curled her fastidious lip. She curled her lip with defiant scorn. She did her best to mask her agitation. She disarmed anger and softened asperity. She disclaimed fatigue. She fell into a dreamy silence. She fell into an abstracted reverie. She felt herself carried off her feet by the rush of incoherent impressions. She flushed an agitated pink. She forced a faint, quivering smile. She frowned incomprehension. She had an air of restrained fury. She had an undercurrent of acidity. She hugged the thought of her own unknown and unapplauded integrity. She lingered a few leisurely seconds. She nodded mutely. She nourished a dream of ambition. She permitted herself a delicate little smile. She poured out on him the full opulence of a proud recognition. She questioned inimically. She recaptured herself with difficulty. She regarded him stonily out of flint blue eyes. She sat eyeing him with frosty calm. She seemed the embodiment of dauntless resolution. She seemed wrapped in a veil of lassitude. She shook hands grudgingly. She softened her frown to a quivering smile. She spoke with hurried eagerness. She spoke with sweet severity. She stilled and trampled on the inward protest. She stood her ground with the most perfect dignity. She strangled a fierce tide of feeling that welled up within her. She swept away all opposing opinion with the swift rush of her enthusiasm. She thrived on insincerity. She twitted him merrily. She was both weary and placated. She was conscious of a tumultuous rush of sensations. She was demure and dimly appealing. She was exquisitely simple. She was gripped with a sense of suffocation and panic. She was in an anguish of sharp and penetrating remorse. She was oppressed by a dead melancholy. She was stricken to the soul. She wore an air of wistful questioning. Sheer superfluity of happiness. Sickening contrasts and diabolic ironies of life. Silence fell. singing lustily as if to exorcise the demon of gloom. Skirmishes and retreats of conscience. Slender experience of the facts of life. Slope towards extinction. Slow the movement was and tortuous. Slowly disengaging its significance from the thicket of words. So innocent in her exuberant happiness. Soar into a rosy zone of contemplation. Softened by the solitude of untiring and anxious love. Solitary and sorely smitten souls. Some dim remembered and dreamlike images. Some exquisite refinement in the architecture of the brain. Some flash of witty irrelevance. Something curiously suggestive and engaging. Something eminently human beckoned from his eyes. Something full of urgent haste. Something indescribably reckless and desperate in such a picture. Something that seizes tyrannously upon the soul. Sore beset by the pressure of temptation. Spacious show of impeccability. Spectacular display of wrath. Spur and whip the tired mind into action. Stale and facile platitudes. Stamped with unutterable and solemn woe. Startled into perilous activity. Startling leaps over vast gulfs of time. Stem the tide of opinion. Stern emptying of the soul. Stimulated to an ever-deepening subtlety. Stirred into a true access of enthusiasm. Stony insensibility to the small pricks and frictions of daily life. Strange capacities and suggestions both of vehemence and pride. Strange laughings and glittering of silver streamlets. Stripped to its bare skeleton. Strode forth imperiously. Struck by a sudden curiosity. Struck dumb with strange surprise. Stung by his thoughts and impatient of rest. Stung by the splendor of the prospect. Subdued passages of unobtrusive majesty. Sublime indifference to contemporary usage and taste. Submission to an implied rebuke. Subtle indications of great mental agitation. Subtle suggestions of remoteness. Such things as the eye of history sees. Such was the petty chronicle. Suddenly a thought shook him. Suddenly overawed by a strange, delicious shyness. Suddenly smitten with unreality. Suddenly snuffed out in the middle of ambitious schemes. Suffered to languish in obscurity. Sugared remonstrances and cajoleries. Suggestions of veiled and vibrant feeling. Summer clouds floating feathery overhead. Sunk in a phraseological quagmire. Sunk into a gloomy reverie. Sunny silence broods over the realm of little cottages. Supreme arbiter of conduct. Susceptibility to fleeting impressions. Sweet smoke of burning twigs hovered in the autumn day. Swift summer into autumn flowed. End of section 102. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 103 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. Taking the larger sweeps in the march of mind. Tears of outraged vanity blurred her vision. Teased with impertinent questions. Tenderness breathed from her. Tense with the anguish of spiritual struggle. Terror filled the more remote chambers of his brain with riot. Tethered to earth. That which flutters the brain for a moment. The exhilarated beat of his thoughts. The affluent splendor of the summer day. The afternoon was filled with sound and sunshine. The afternoon was waning. The air and the sky belonged to midsummer. The air darkened swiftly. The air is touched with a lazy fragrance, as of hidden flowers. The air was caressed with song. The air was full of fugitive strains of old songs. The air was raw and pointed, the allurements of a croquette. The ambition and rivalship of men. The angry blood burned in his face. The anguish of a spiritual conflict tore his heart. The ambition and rivalship of men. The angry blood burned in his face. The anguish of a spiritual conflict tore his heart. The artificial smile of languor. The awful and implicable approach of doom. The babble of brooks grown audible. The babbledom dogs the heels of fame. The bait proved incredibly successful. The balm of solitary musing. The beauty straightway vanished. The beckonings of alien appeals. The benign look of a father. The blandishments of pleasure and pomp of power. The blinding mist came down and hid the land. The blue bowl of the sky, all glorious with the blaze of a million worlds. The bound of the pulse of spring. The buzz of idolizing admiration. The caressing peace of bright, soft sunshine. The chaotic sound of the sea. The chill of forlorn old age. The chill of night crept in from the street. The chivalric sentiment of honor. The chivalrous homage of respect. The clamorous agitation of rebellious passions. The clouded, restless, jaded mood. The constant iteration of the sea's wail. The contingent of extravagant luxury. The conversation became desultory. The crowning touch of pathos. The current of his ideas flowed full and strong. The dance whizzed on with cumulative fury. The dawn is singing at the door. The day sang itself into evening. The day was at once redolent and vociferous. The day was blunt with fog. The day was gracious. The days passed in a stately procession. The days when you dared to dream. The debilitating fears of alluring fate. The deep and solemn purple of the summer night. The deep flush ebbed out of his face. The deep tranquillity of the shaded solitude. The deepening twilight filled with shadowy visions. The deepest wants and aspirations of his soul. The delicatest reproof of imagined distrust. The demerit of an unworthy alliance. The desire of the moth for the star. The dimness of the sealed eye and soul. The dreamy solicitations of indescribable afterthoughts. The dying day lies beautiful in the tender glow of the evening. The early morning of the Indian summer day was tinged with blue mistiness. The earth looked despoiled. The east alone frowned with clouds. The easy grace of an unpremeditated, agreeable talker. The easy-going indolence of a sedentary life. The echo of its wrathful roar surged and boomed among the hills. The empurpled hills standing up, solemn and sharp, out of the green gold air. The enchanting days of youth. The eternal questioning of inscrutable fate. The evening comes with slow steps. The evening star silvery and solitary on the girdle of the early night. The exaggerations of morbid hallucinations. The excitement of rival issues. The extraordinary wistful look. The eye of a scrutinizing observer. The eyes burnt with an amazing fire. The eyes filled with playfulness and vivacity. The father's vigil of questioning sorrow. The fine flower of culture. The first recoil from her disillusionment. The flawless triumph of art. The flight of the autumnal days. The flower of courtesy. The fluttering of untried wings. The foreground was incredibly shabby. The fragrance of a dear and honored name. The freshening breeze struck his brow with a cooling hand. The freshness of some pulse of air from an invisible sea. the fruit of vast and heroic labors. The general effect was of extraordinary, lavish profusion. The give and take was delicious. The gloom of the afternoon deepened. The gloom of winter dwelt on everything. The gloomy insolence of self-conceit. The glow of the ambitious fire. The golden gloom of the past and the bright-hued hope of the future. The golden riot of the autumn leaves. The golden sunlight of a great summer day. The grey air rang and rippled with lark music. The grimaces and caperings of buffoonery. The grotesque nightmare of a haunting fear. The hand of time sweeps them into oblivion. The haunting melody of some familiar line of verse. The haunting phrase leaped into my brain. The headlong vigor of sheer improvisation. The heights of magnanimity and love. The high-bred pride of an Oriental. The hills were clad in rose and amethyst. The hilltops gleam in the morning's spring. The hinted sweetness of the challenge aroused him. The hot humiliation of it overwhelmed her. The hungry curiosity of the mind. This is the end of section 103 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/27/07, Lincoln, Maine. This material is in public domain. Section 104 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. The idiosyncratic peculiarities of thought. The idle chatter of the crowd. The immediate tyranny of a present emotion. The incessable solitude of the sky, the incarnation of all loveliness, the incoherent loquacity of a nervous patient, the indefinable air of good breeding, the indefinable yearning for days that were dead, the indefinite atmosphere of an opulent nature, the intercepted glances of wondering eyes, the intrusive question faded, the insidious stigma of selflessness, the iron hand of oppression, the irresistible and ceaseless onflow of time, the irrevocable past and the uncertain future. The landscape ran, laughing, downhill to the sea. The leaden sky rests heavily on the earth. The leaves of time drop stealthily. The leaves syllabled her name in cautious whispers. The lights winked. The little incident seemed to throb with significance. The lofty grace of a prince. The loud and urgent pageantry of the day. The low hills on the horizon wore a haze of living blue. The machinations of a relentless mountebank. The machinations of an unscrupulous enemy. The magical lights of the horizon. The majestic solemnness of the moment yielded to the persuasive warmth of the day, the marvelous beauty of her womanhood, the maximum of attainable and communicable truth. The melancholy day weeps in a monotonous despair. The melodies of birds and bees. The memory of the night grew fantastic and remote. The meticulous observation of facts. The mind freezes at the thought. The mind was filled with a formless dread. The mocking echoes of long-departed youth. The moment marked an epoch. The moon is waning below the horizon. The moors, the pity. The morning beckons. The morning droned along peacefully. The most servile acquiescence. The multiplicity of odors competing for your attention. The murmur of soft winds in the tree-tops. The murmur of the surf boomed in melancholy mockery. The murmur of summer seas, the music and mystery of the sea, the music of her delicious voice. The music of her presence was singing a swift melody in his blood. The music of unforgotten years sounded again in his soul. The mute melancholy landscape, the mystery obsessed him, the naked fact of death, the nameless and inexpressible fascination of midnight music. The narrow glen was full of the brooding power of one universal spirit, the nascent spirit of chivalry. The night was drowned in stars. The old ruddy conviction deserted me. The onrush and vividness of life, the opulent sunset, the orange pomp of the setting sun, the oscillations of human genius, the outpourings of a tenderness reawakened by remorse, the pageantry of sea and sky, the palest abstractions of thought, the palpitating silence lengthened. The panorama of life was unrolled before him. The paraphernalia of power and prosperity, the parting crimson glory of the ripening summer sun. The past slowly drifted out of his thought, the pendulous eyelids of old age. The penetrating odors assailed his memory as something unforgettable, the pent-up intolerance of years of repression. The perfume of the mounting sea saturated the night with wild fragrance, the piquancy of pageant life, the pith and sinew of mature manhood, the plenitude of a piquant ways. The presage of disaster was in the air, the pressure of accumulated misgivings, the preternatural pompicities of the pulpit, the pristine freshness of spring, the pull of soul on body, the pulse of the rebounding sea, the purging sunlight of clear poetry, the purple vaulted night. The question drummed in his head and heart day and night. The question irresistibly emerged, the quick pulse of gain, the radiant serenity of the sky. The radiant stars brooded over the stainless fields, white with freshly fallen snow, the restlessness of offended vanity, the retreating splendor of autumn, the rising storm of words. The river ran darkly, mysteriously by. The river sang with its lips to the pebbles. The roar of the traffic rose to thunder, the romantic ardor of a generous mind. The room had caught a solemn and awful quietude. The rosy-hued sky went widening off into the distance, the rosy twilight of boyhood, the royal arrogance of youth. The sadness in him deepened inexplicably, the scars of rancor and remorse. The scent of roses stole in with every breath of air. The sea heaved silvery far into the night. The sea slept under a haze of golden winter sun. The sea swept enfolds you, satisfying eye and mind. The sea wind buffeted their faces. The secret and subduing charm of the woods. The seesaw of a waving courage. The sentimental tourist will be tempted to tarry. The shadows of the night seemed to retreat. The shadows rested quietly under the breathless sky. The shafts of ridicule, the sheer weight of unbearable loneliness. The shiver of the dusk passed fragrantly down the valley. The silence grew stolid. The silence was uncomfortable and ominous. The silent day perfumed with the hidden flowers. The river silence of the night. The sinking sun made mellow gold of all the air. The sky grew brighter with the imminent day. The sky grew ensaffroned with the indescribable hue that heralds the day. The sky put on the panoply of evening. The sky was a relentless, changeless blue. The sky was dull and brooding. The sky was heavily sprinkled with stars. The sky was turning to the pearly gray of dawn, the smiling incarnation of loveliness. The song of hurrying rivers, the sound of the sea waxed. The spacious leisure of the forest, the spell of a deathless dream was upon them. The star-strewn spaces of the night, the stars looked down in their silent splendor. The stars seemed attentive. The steadfast mind kept its hope. The steady thunder of the sea accented in the silence, the still voice of the poet. the stillness of a forced composure, the stillness of the star-hung night. The strangest thought shimmered through her. The stream forgot to smile. The stream laughed to themselves. The strident discord seemed to mock his mood. The stunning crash of the ocean saluted her. The subtle emancipation of other influence seemed to arrest and chill him. The sudden rush of the awakened mind. The summit of human attainment. The sun blazed torridly. The sun goes down in the flame on the far horizon. The sun lay golden soft over the huddled hills. The sunlight spread on at a gallop along the hillside. The sun was rushing to its height through every possible phase of violence and splendor. The suspicion of secret malevolence, the swelling tide of memory, the swing of the pendulum through the arc of the centuries. This is the end of section 104 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. This recording is in the public domain. Section 105 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. The tempered daylight of an olive garden, the tender grace of a day that is fled, the tension of struggling tears which strove for an outlet, the thought leaped, the timely effusion of tearful sentiment, the tone betrayed a curious irritation, the torture of his love and terror crushed him. The trees rustled and whispered to the streams, the tumult in her heart subsided, the tumult in her mind found sudden speech, the tumult of pride and pleasure, the tone of moving feet in the lamp-lit city, the tyranny of nipping winds and early frosts, the unmasked batteries of her glorious gray eyes. The vacant fields looked blankly irresponsive. The vast and shadowy streams of time, the vast cathedral of the world, the vast unexplored land of dreams, the velvet of the cloudless sky grew darker, and the stars more luminous. The veneer of spurious civilization, the very pulsation and throbbing of his intellect, the very silence of the place appeared as a source of peril. The vision fled him. The vivifying touch of humor. The web of lies is rent in pieces. The wheel of her thought turned in the same desolate groove. The whispering rumble of the ocean. The white seething surf fell exhausted along the shore. The whole exquisite night was his. The whole sea of foliage is shaken and broken up, with little monetary shiverings and shadows. The wide horizon flames with summer. The wild whirl of nameless regret and passioned sorrow. The wild winds flew around, sobbing in their dismay. The wind charged furiously through it, panting toward the downs. The wind piped drearily. The wind was in high frolic with the rain. The winnowed taste of the ages. The woods were silent with adoration. The youth of the soul. The zenith turned shell-pink. Their wreathful but enchanting beauty had expired forever. Their eyes met glancingly. Their troth had been plighted. There was a kind of exhilaration in this subtle baiting. There was a mild triumph in her tone. There was a mournful and dim haze around the moon. There was a strange massing and curving of the clouds. There was a thrill in the air. There was a time I might have trod the sunlit heights. There was no glint of hope anywhere. There was no menace in the night's silveren calmness. There was something so kindly in its easy candor. There was a splendific grandeur. These qualities were raised to the white heat of enthusiasm. They became increasingly turbid, phantasmagorial. They escaped the baffled eye. They sit heavily on the soul. They were vastly dissimilar. This exquisite conjunction and balance, this little independent thread of inquiry ran through the texture of his mind and died away. This shadowy and chilling sentiment unaccountably creeps over me. The thought shook through her in poignant pictures. Thoughts came thronging in panic haste, thrilled by fresh and indescribable odors, thrilled with a sense of strange adventure, through a cycle of many ages, through endless and labyrinthine sentences, thrilled to the depths of her being. Time had passed unseen. Tinsel glitter of empty titles, tired with a dull, listless fatigue, to all intents and purposes, to speak with entire candor, to stay his tottering consistency, to the scourging he submitted with a good grace, tossed disdainfully off from young and ardent lips, touched every moment with shifting and enchanting beauty, touched with a bewildering and elusive beauty, transcendental contempt for money, transformed with an overmastering passion. Trouble gathered on his brow, turning the world topsy-turvy. Twilight creeps upon the darkening mind. This is the end of section 105. This material is in public domain. Section 105 of 15,000 Useful Phrases of Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. Section 106 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine. Unapproachable grandeur and simplicity, unaware of her bitter taunt, under the vivifying touch of genius, unearthly in its malignant glee, unfathomed depths and impossibilities, unforced and unstudied depth of feeling, unspoiled by praise or blame, unspoken messages from some vesper world, unstable moral equilibrium of boyhood, until sleep overtakes us at a stride, untouched by the ruthless spirit of improvement, upon the mountain-tops of meditation, urbanely plastic and versatile, uttering grandiose puerilities, vain allurements of folly and fashion, variously ramified and delicately minute channels of expression, varnished over with cold reptilian cynicism, vast sweep of mellow distances, veiled by some equivocation, vibrant with the surge of human passions, vicissitudes of wind and weather, vigor and richness of resource, visible and palpable pains and penalties, voices that charm the ear and echo with a subtle renaissance in the soul, volcanic upheavings of imprisoned passions, wantonly and detestably unkind, wayland destiny and bid him stand and deliver, wayward and strangely playful responses, wearing the white flower of a blameless life. What sorry and pitiful quibbling! When a pleasant countryside tunes the spirit to a serene harmony of mood, when music is allied to words, when the frame and the mind alike seem unstrung and listless, when the profane voices are hushed, when the waves show their teeth in the flying breeze, whilst the morn kissed the sleep from her eyes, whistled life away in perfect contentment, wholly alien to his spirit, with a vanquished and weary sigh, womanly fickleness and caprice, words and acts easily wrenched from their true significance, worn to sledge by anxiety, wrapped in a sudden intensity of reflection, wrapped in an accessible mood, wrapped in scuttling rain, wrapped in odorous and many-colored robe, rapt inward contemplation, wrought of an emotion infectious and splendidly dangerous, wrought out of intense and tragic experience, yielding to a wave of pity, your mind enthroned in the seventh circle of content. End of section 106. This recording is in the public domain. Section 106 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Carleen Coney, Smart Writer, 4/26/07, Lincoln, Maine.
Section 107 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sue Ann Dozier, May 8th, 2007, Kansas City, Kansas. Striking Similes. A blind rage like a fire swept over him. A book that rends and tears like a broken saw. A breath of melancholy made itself felt, like a chill and sudden gust from some unknown sea. A cloud in the west like a pall creeps upward. A cloud like a flag from the sky. A cluster of stars hangs like fruit in the tree. A confused mass of impressions, like an old rubbish heap. A cry as of a seabird in the wind. A dead leaf might as reasonably demand to return to the tree. A drowsy murmur floats into the air like thistledown. A face as impenetrable as fate. A face as pale as wax. A face tempered like steel. A fatigued, faded, lusterless air, as of a caged creature. A few pens, parched by long disuse. A figure like a carving on a spire. A fluttering, as of blind, bewildered moths. A giant galleon overhead looked like some misty monster of the deep. A glacial pang of pain, like the stab of a dagger of ice frozen from a poison well. A glance that flitted like a bird. A great moon like a red lamp in the sycamore. A grim face like a carved mask. A hand icily cold and clammy as death. A heart from which noble sentiments sprang like sparks from an anvil. A jeweler that glittered like his shop. A lady that leaned on his arm like a queen in a fable of old fairy days. A life, a presence like the air. A life as common and brown and bare as the box of earth in the window there. A light wind outside the lattice swayed a branch of roses to and fro, shaking out their perfume as from a swinging censer. A lightning phrase as if shot from the quiver of infallible wisdom. A list of our unread books torments some of us like a list of murders. A little breeze ran through the corn like a swift serpent. A little weed-clogged ship, gray as a ghost. A long slit of daylight like a pointing finger. A memory like a well-ordered cupboard. A mighty wind like a leviathan plowed the brine. A mind very like a bookcase. A mystery, soft, soothing and gentle, like the whisper of a child murmuring its happiness in its sleep. A name which sounds even now like the call of a trumpet. A note of despairing appeal which fell like a cold hand upon one's living soul. A purpose as the steady flame. A question, deep, almost as the mystery of life. A quibbling mouth that snapped at verbal errors like a lizard catching flies. A radiant look came over her face, like a sudden burst of sunshine on a cloudy day. A reputation that swelled like a sponge. A ruby like a drop of blood. A shadow of melancholy touched her lithe fancies, as a cloud dims the waving of golden grain. A silver moon, like a new stamped coin, rode triumphant in the sky. A slow thought that crept like a cold worm through all his brain. A smile flashed over her face, like sunshine over a flower. A soft and purple mist, like a vaporous amethyst. A soft haze, like a fairy dream, is floating over wood and stream. A soul as white as heaven. A sound like the throb of a bell. A stooping girl as pale as a pearl. A sudden sense of fear ran through her nerves like the chill of an icy wind. A sweet voice caroling like a gold-caged nightingale. A thin, shrill voice like the cry of an expiring mouse. A thing of as frail enchantment as the gleam of stars upon snow. A vague thought as elusive as the smell of a primrose. A vanishing loveliness as tender as the flush of the rose leaf and as ethereal as the light of a solitary star. A voice as low as the sea. A voice soft and sweet as a tune that one knows. A white bird floats there like a drifting leaf, against a sky as clear as sapphire. Age like winter weather. Agile as a leopard. Agitated like a storm-tossed ship. Air like wine. All around them, like a forest, swept the deep and empurpled masses of her tangled hair. All like an icicle it seemed, so tapering and cold. All my life broke up, like some great river's ice at touch of spring. All silent as the sheeted dead. All sounds were lost in the whistle of air humming by like the flight of a million arrows. All that's beautiful drifts away like the waters. All the world lay stretched before him like the open palm of his hand. All unconscious as a flower. Alone like a storm-tossed wreck on this night of the glad New Year. An anxiety hung like a dark impenetrable cloud. An ardent face outlooking like a star. An ecstasy which suddenly overwhelms your mind like an unexpected and exquisite thought. An envious wind crept by like an unwelcome thought. An ideal as sublime and comprehensive as the horizon. An immortal spirit dwelt in that frail body, like a bird in an outworn cage. An impudent trick as hackneyed as conjuring rabbits out of a hat. An indefinable resemblance to a goat. An isle of paradise, fair as a gem. An old, nodding negress, whose sable head shined in the sun like a polished cocoanut. An omnibus across the bridge crawls like a yellow butterfly. An undefined sadness seemed to have fallen about her like a cloud. An unknown world wild as primeval chaos. An unpleasing strain like the vibration of a rope drawn out too fast. A pinnacle like a fluttered bird came flying from afar. And a tear like silver glistened in the corner of her eye. and all our thoughts ran into tears like sunshine into rain. And at first the road comes moving toward me like a bride waving palms, and dusk with breast as of a dove brooded, and eyes as bright as the day, and fell as cold as a lump of clay. And her cheek was like a rose, and here were forests ancient as the hills, and many a fountain, rivulet, and pond as clear as elemental diamond or serene morning air, and melting like the stars in June, and night as welcome as a friend, and silence like a poultice comes to heal the blows of sound, and spangled o'er with twinkling points like stars. And the smile she softly uses fills the silence like speech. End of section 107. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Sue Ann Dozier, Kansas City, Kansas.
Section 108 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. As a child in play scatters the heaps of sand that he has piled on the seashore, as a cloud that gathers her robe like drifted snow, as a flower after a drought drinks in the steady plunging rain, as a leaf that beats on a mountain, as a lion grieves at the loss of her whelps, as a man plowing all day longs for supper and welcomes sunset, as a sea disturbed by opposing winds, as amusing as a litter of likely young pigs, as arbitrary as a cyclone and as killing as a pestilence, as austere as a Roman matron, as beautiful as the purple flush of dawn, as blind as a mole, as brief as sunset clouds in heaven, as bright as sunlight on a stream, as busy as a bee, as cattle driven by a gadfly, as chimney sweepers come to dust, as clear as a whistle, as clear as the parts of a tree in the morning sun, as close as oak and ivy stand, as delicate and as fair as a lily, as delightful to the mind as cool well water to thirsty lip, as diamond cuts diamond, as direct and unvarying as the course of a homing bird, as distinct as night and morning, as dry as desert dust, as dumb as a fish, as easily as the sun shines, as easy as a turn of the hand, as elastic as a steel spring, as extinct as the dodo, as faint as the memory of a sound, as familiar to him as his alphabet, as fatal as the fang of the most venomous snake, as fleeting and elusive as our dreams, as foam from a ship's swiftness, as fresh and invigorating as a sea breeze, as full of eager vigor as a mountain stream, as full of spirit as a gray squirrel, as gay and busy as a brook, as gently as the flower gives forth its perfume, as gently as withered leaves float from a tree, as graceful as a bough, as grave as a judge, as great as the first day of creation, as high as heaven, as I dropped like a bolt from the blue, as I dwelt like a sparrow among the spires, as if a door were suddenly left ajar into some world unseen before, as impossible as to count the stars in illimitable space, as in the footsteps of a god, as inaccessible to his feet as the clefts and gorges of the clouds, as inexorable as the flight of time, as innocent as a new-laid egg, as iridescent as a soap bubble, as locusts gather to a stream before a fire, as mellow and deep as a psalm. As men strip for a race, so must an author strip for the race with time. As merry as bees in clover, as nimble as water, as one who has climbed above the earth's eternal snow line and sees only white peaks and pinnacles, as pale as any ghost, as patient as the trees, as quick as the movement of some wild animal, as quiet as a nun breathless with adoration, as radiant as the rose, as readily and naturally as ducklings take to water, as reticent as a well-bred stockbroker, as ruthlessly as the hoof of a horse tramples on a rose, as shallow streams run dimpling all the way, as simple as the intercourse of a child with its mother, as sleep falls upon the eyes of a child tired with a long summer day of eager pleasure and delight, as some vast river of unfailing source, as stars that shoot along the sky, as still as a stone, as stupid as a sheep, as sudden as a dislocated joint slipping back into place, as summer winds that creep from flower to flower, as supple as a stepladder, as swaggering and sentimental as a penny novelette, as swift as thought, as the accumulation of snowflakes makes the avalanche, as the bubble is extinguished in the ocean, as the dew upon the roses warms and melts the morning light, as the fair cedar, fallen before the breeze, lies self-embalmed amidst the mouldering trees, as the light straw flies in darkening whirlwinds, as the lightning cleaves the night, as the loud blast that tears the skies, as the slow shadows of the pointed grass mark the eternal periods, as those move easiest who have learned to dance, as though a rose should shut and be a bud again, as though Pharaoh should set the Israelites to make a pen instead of a pyramid, as approachable as a star, as weird as the elfin lights, as well try to photograph the other side of the moon, at extreme tension like a drawn bow. Away he rushed like a cyclone, awkward as a cart horse. End of section 108. This recording is in the public domain. Section 109 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Babbling like a child. Balmy in manner as a bland southern morning. Be like the granite of thy rock-ribbed land. Beauteous she looks as a water lily. Beautiful as the dawn, dominant as the sun. Beauty maddens the soul like wine. Beheld great Babel, wrathful, beautiful, burn like a blood-red cloud upon the plain, beneath a sky as fair as summer flowers, bent like a wand of willow, black as a foam-swept rock, black his hair as the wintry night, blithe as a bird, bounded by the narrow fences of life, bowed like a mountain, breaking his oath and resolution like a twist of rotten silk, breathed like a sea at rest, bright as a diamond in the sun, bright as a fallen fragment of the sky, bright as the coming forth of the morning in the cloud of an early shower, bright as the sunbeams, bright as the tear of an angel glittered a lonely star, brilliant and gay as a Greek, brisk as a wasp in the sunshine, brittle and bent like a bow, Bronze-green beetles tumbled over stones and lay helpless on their backs with the air of an elderly clergyman knocked down by an omnibus. Brown as the sweet-smelling loam. Brute terrors like the scurrying of rats in a deserted attic. Buried in his library like a mouse in a cheese. Burns like a living coal in the soul. But across it, like a mob's menace, fell the thunder. But thou art fled, like some frail exhalation. Butterflies like gems. Calm as the night. Calm like a flowing river. Calm like a mountain brooding o'er the sea. Calmly dropping care like a mantle from her shoulders. Cast thy voice abroad like thunder. Charm upon charm in her was packed, like rose leaves in a costly vase. Chaste as the icicle. Cheeks as soft as July peaches. Chill breath of winter. Choked by the thorns and brambles of early adversity. Cities scattered over the world like ant hills. Cities that rise and sink like bubbles. Clear and definite like the glance of a child or the voice of a girl. Clear as a forest pool. Clear as crystal. Clenched little hands like rumpled roses, dimpled and dear. Cloud-like that island hung afar. Clouds like the petals of a rose. Cloudy mirror of opinion. Cold and hard as steel. Cold as the white rose waking at daybreak. Cold, glittering monotony like a frosting around a cake. Collapsed like a concertina. Colored like a fairy tale. Companionless as the last cloud of an expiring storm whose thunder is its knell. Consecration that like a golden thread runs through the warp and woof of one's life. Constant as gliding waters. Contending like ants for little molehill realms. Continuous as the stars that shine. Cowslips like chance-found gold. Creeds like robes are laid aside. Creeping like a snail, unwillingly to school. Cruel as death. Curious as a lynx. Cuts into the matter as with a pen of fire. Dainty as flowers. Dance like a wave of the sea. Dark and deep as night. Dark as pitch. Dark trees bending together as though whispering secrets. Dazzling white as snow in sunshine. Deafening and implacable as some elemental force. Dear as remembered kisses after death. Dear as the light that visits these sad eyes. Dearer than night to the thief. Debasing fancies gather like foul birds. Deep as the fathomless sea. Deep dark well of sorrow. Delicate as nymphs. Delicate as the flush on a rose or the sculptured line on a Grecian urn. Denominational lines like stone walls. Dependency had dropped from her like a cast-off cloak. Despondency clung to him like a garment that is wet. Destructive as the lightning flash. Die like flies. Dip and surge lightly to and fro, like the red harbor buoy. Disappearing into distance like a hazy sea. Dissatisfaction had settled on his mind like a shadow. Dissolve like some unsubstantial vision faded. Do make a music like to rustling satin, dogging them like their own shadow. Dost thou not hear the murmuring nightingale like water bubbling from a silver jar? Drop like a feather softly to the ground. Drown like rats. Dull as champagne. End of section 109. This recording is in the public domain. Section 110 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. each like a corpse within its grave. Each moment was an iridescent bubble fresh blown from the lips of fancy, eager-hearted as a boy, eager with the headlong zest of a hunter for the game, ears that seemed as deaf as dead man's ears, easy as a poet's dream. Emotions flashed across her face like the sweep of sun-rent clouds over a quiet landscape, eternal as the skies, evanescent as bubbles. Every flake that fell from heaven was like an angel's kiss. Every lineament was clear as in the sculptor's thought. Everyone on the watch like a falcon on its nest. Every phrase is like the flash of a scimitar, exploded like a penny squib. Eyes as deeply dark as are the desert skies. Eyes as luminous and bright and brown as waters of a woodland river. Eyes half veiled by slumberous tears, like bluest waters seen through the mists of rain. Eyes like a very dark topaz. Eyes like deep wells of compassionate gloom. Eyes like limpid pools in shadow. Eyes like mountain water that o'erflowing on a rock. Faces pale with bliss like evening stars. Fade away like a cloud in the horizon. Faint and distant as the light of a sun that has long set. Faintly like a falling dew. Fair and fleet as a fawn. Fair as a star when only one is shining in the sky. Fallen like dead leaves on the highway. Falling away like a speck in space. Fanciful and extravagant as a caliph's dream. Fawning like dumb neglected lapdogs. Felt her breath upon his cheek like a perfumed air. Fields of young grain and verdant pastures like crushed velvet. Fierce as a bear in defeat. Fierce as the flames. Fills life up like a cup with bubbling and sparkling liquor. Fit closely together as the close-set stones of a building. Fixed like a beacon tower above the waves of a tempest. Flame like a flag unfurled. Flap loose and slack like a drooping sail. Flashed with the brilliancy of a well-cut jewel. Fled like sweet dreams. Fleet as an arrow. Flitted like a sylph on wings. Flowers as soft as thoughts of budding love. Fluent as a rill that wanders silver-footed down a hill. Fluid as thought. Fluttered like gilded butterflies in giddy mazes. Fragile as a spider's web. Free as the air, from zone to zone I flew. Free as the winds that caress. Fresh and unworn as the sea that breaks languidly beside them. Fresh as a jewel found but yesterday. Fresh as the first beam glistening on a sail. Frightened like a child in the dark. Full-throated as the sea. Furious as eagles. Gaze like a star into the morning light. Glaring like noontide. Gleam like a diamond on a dancing girl. Glistening like threads of gold. Glitter like a swarm of fireflies tangled in a silver braid. Glittering like an aigrette of stars. Gone astray as a sheep that is lost. Gone like a glow on the cloud at the close of day. Gone like tenants that quit without warning. Gorgeous as the hues of heaven. Grazing through a circulating library as contentedly as cattle in a fresh meadow. Great scarlet poppies lay in drifts and heaps, like bodies fallen there in vain assault. End of section 110. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 111 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. Age. Hair as harsh as tropical grass and grey as ashes. Hangs like a blue thread loosened from the sky. Hard, sharp, and glittering as a sword. Honest men, like beasts of burden, drew it to the riverside. Haunts you like the memory of some former happiness. He began to laugh with that sibilant laugh which resembles the hiss of a serpent. He bent upon the lightning page like some rapt poet over his rhyme. He bolted down the stairs like a hare. He clatters like a windmill. He danced like a man in a swarm of hornets. He fell as falls some forest lion fighting well. He fell down on my threshold like a wounded stag. He had acted exactly like an automaton. He lay as straight as a mummy. He lay like a warrior taking his rest. He lived as modestly as a hermit. He looked fagged and sallow like the day. He looked with the blunt, expressionless stare of an overgrown baby. He played with grave questions as a cat plays with a mouse. He radiated vigor and abundance like a happy child. He sat down, quaking like a jelly. He saw disaster like a ghostly figure following her. He snatched furiously at breath like a tiger snatching at meat. He spoke with a uniformity of emphasis that made his words stand out like the raised type for the blind. He swayed in the sudden grip of anger. He sweeps the field of battle like a monsoon. He that wavereth is like a wave of the sea, driven with the wind and tossed. He turned on me like a thundercloud. He turned white as chalk. He wandered restlessly through the house like a prowling animal. He was as splendidly serious as a reformer. He was as steady as a clock. He was as a wax in those clever hands. He was bold as the hawk. He was so weak now, like a shrunk cedar white with the hoar frost. Hearts unfold like flowers before thee. Heavy was my heart as stone, hurled like an avalanche to leeward. Her arms like slumber over my shoulders crept. Her banners like a thousand sunsets glow. Her beauty broke on him like some rare flower. Her beauty fervent as a fiery moon. Her breath is like a cloud. Her cheeks are like the blushing cloud. Her cheeks were wan and her eyes like coals. Her dusky cheek would burn like a poppy. Her expression changed with the rapidity of a kaleidoscope. Her eyes as bright as blazing star. Her eyes as stars of twilight fair. Her eyes glimmering starlight in her pale face. Her eyes were as a dove that sickeneth. Her face changed with each turn of their talk, like a wheat field under a summer breeze. Her face collapsed as if it were a pricked balloon. Her face was as solemn as a mask. Her face was dull as lead. Her face was like a light. Her face was passionless, like those by sculpture graved for niches in a temple. Her hair dropped on her pallid cheeks like seaweed on a clam. Her hair hung like summer twilight. Her hair shone like a nimbus. Her hair was like a coronet. Her hands are white as the virgin rose that she wore on her wedding day. Her hands like moonlight brushed the keys. Her head dropped into her hands like a storm-broken flower. Her heart has grown icy as a fountain in the fall. Her holy love that like a vestal flame had burned. Her impulse came and went like fireflies in the dusk. Her lashes as fans upon her cheek. Her laugh is like a rainbow-tinted spray. Her lips are like two-budded roses. Her lips like a lovely song that ripples as it flows. Her lips like twilight water. Her little lips are tremulous as brook water is. Her long black hair danced round her like a snake. Her mouth as sweet as a ripe fig. Her neck is like a stately tower. Her pale robe clinging to the grass seemed like a snake. Her pulses fluttered like a dove. Her skin was as the bark of birches, her sweetness halting like a tardy May, her 2 white hands like swans on a frozen lake, her voice cut like a knife, her voice like mournful bells crying on the wind. Her voice was like the voice the stars had when they sang together. Her voice was rich and vibrant, like the middle tones of a cello. Her words sounding like wavelets on a summer shore, herding his thoughts as a collie dog herds sheep. Here and there a solitary volume greeted him like a friend in a crowd of strange faces. Here, in statue-like repose, an old wrinkled mountain rose. Hers was the loveliness of some tall white lily cut in the marble, splendid, but chill. His bashfulness melted like a spring frost. His brow bent like a cliff over his thoughts. His cheeks were furrowed and written like rain-washed cracks. His eyes blazed like deep forests. His eyes glowed like blue coals. His eyes were hollows of madness, his hair like mouldy hay. His face burned like a brand. His face was glad as dawn to me. His face was often lit up by a smile, like pale wintry sunshine. His fingers were knotted like a cord. His formal kiss felt chill as a flake of snow on the cheek. His fortune melted away like a snow in a thaw. His glorious moments were strung like pearls upon a string. His indifference fell from him like a garment. His invectiveness and vituperations bite and flay like steel whips. His mind murmurs like a harp among the trees. His mind was like a lonely wild. His mind was like a summer sky. His nerves thrilled like throbbing violins. His retort was like a knife cut across the sinews. His revenge descends perfect, sudden like a curse from heaven. His spirit sank like a stone. His talk is like an incessant play of fireworks. His voice is as the thin faint song when the wind wearily sighs in the grass. His voice rose like a stream of rich distilled perfumes. His voice was like the clap of thunder which interrupts the warbling birds among the leaves. His whole soul wavered and shook like a wind-swept leaf. His words gave a curious satisfaction as when a coin, tested, rings through gold. Hopeful as the break of day. How like a scent she sleeps! How like a winter hath my absence been! How like the sky she bends over her child, howling in the wilderness like beasts, huge as hippopotamus, hummingbirds like lake of purple fire, hushed as the grave, hushed like a breathless lyre. End of section 111. This recording is in the public domain. Section 112 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. I had grown pure as the dawn and the dew. I have heard the hidden people like the hum of swarming bees. I have seen the ravens flying like banners of old wars. I saw a face bloom like a flower. I saw a river of men marching like a tide. I saw his senses swim dizzy as clouds. I wandered lonely as a cloud. I was as sensitive as a barometer. I was no more than a straw on the torrent of his will. I will face the wrath, though it bite as a sword. Ideas which spread with the speed of light. Idle hopes like empty shadows. Impassive as a statue. Impatient as the wind. impregnable as Gibraltar, impressive as a warrant of arrest for high treason, incredible little white teeth like snow shut in a rose, infrequent carriages sped like mechanical toys guided by mannequins, in honor spotless as unfallen snow. In that head of his a flame burned that was like an altar fire. In yonder cottage shines a light, far gleaming like a gem. Instantly she revived like flowers in water, intangible as a dream. It came and faded like a wreath of mist at eve. It cuts like knives, this air so chill. It drops away like water from a smooth statue. It pealed through her brain like a muffled bell. It poured upon her like a trembling flood. It racked his ears like an explosion of steam whistles. It ran as clear as a trout brook. It seems as motionless and still as the zenith in the skies. It set his memories humming like a hive of bees. It staggered the eye like the sight of water running uphill. It stung like a frozen lash. It was as futile as to oppose an earthquake with argument. It was as if a door had been opened into a furnace, so the eyes blazed. It would collapse as if by enchantment. Its temples and its palaces did seem like fabrics of enchantment piled to heaven. J. Jealousy, fierce as the fires. K. Kindle like an angel's wings the western skies in flame. Kindly mornings when autumn and winter seemed to go hand in hand like a happy aged couple. Kingdoms melt away like snow. End of section 112. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 113 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rohanna Green on July 8, 2007, in Toronto, Canada. L. Laboring like a giant. Languid streams that cross softly, slowly, with a sound like smothered weeping. Laughter like a beautiful bubble from the rosebud of babyhood. Laughter like the sudden outburst of the glad bird in the treetop. Lazy merchantmen that crawled like flies over the blue enamel of the sea. Leapt like a hunted stag. Let his frolic fancy play like a happy child. Let in confusion like a whirling flood. Let thy mouth murmur like the dove's. Life has been arrested, as the horologist with interjected finger arrests the beating of the clock. Life stretched before him alluring and various as the open road. Life sweet as perfume and pure as prayer. Light as a snowflake. Lights gleamed there like stars in a still sky. Like a ball of ice it glittered in a frozen sea of sky. Like a blade sent home to its scabbard. Like a blast from a horn. Like a blast from the suddenly opened door of a furnace. Like a blossom blown before a breeze, a white moon drifts before a shimmering sky. Like a bright window in a distant view. Like a caged lion shaking the bars of his prison. Like a calm flock of silver-fleeced sheep. Like a cloud of fire. Like a cold wind his words went through their flesh. Like a crowd of frightened porpoises a shoal of sharks pursue. Like a damp-handed auctioneer. Like a deaf and dumb man wondering what it was all about. Like a dewdrop ill-fitted to sustain unkindly shocks. Like a dipping swallow the stout ship dashed through the storm. Like a distant star glimmering steadily in the darkness. Like a dream she vanished. Like a festooned girdle encircling the waist of a bride. Like a flower her red lips parted. Like a game in which the important part is to keep from laughing. Like a glowworm golden. Like a golden shielded army. Like a great express train roaring, flashing, dashing headlong. Like a great fragment of the dawn it lay. Like a great ring of pure and endless light. Like a great tune to which the planets roll. Like a high and radiant ocean. Like a high-born maiden. Like a jewel every cottage casement showed. Like a joyless eye that finds no object worth its constancy. Like a night worn out by conflict. Like a knot of daisies lay the hamlets on the hill. Like a lily in bloom. Like a living meteor. Like a locomotive engine with unsound lungs. Like a long arrow through the dark the train is darting. Like a mirage, vague, dimly seen at first. Like a miser who spoils his coat with scanting a little cloth. Like a mist the music drifted from the silvery strings. Like a moral lighthouse in the midst of a dark and troubled sea. Like a murmur of the wind came a gentle sound of stillness. Like a noisy argument in a drawing room. Like a pageant of the golden year, in rich memorial pomp the hours go by. Like a pale flower by some sad maiden cherished. Like a poet hidden. Like a river of molten amethyst. Like a rocket discharging a shower of golden stars. Like a rose embowered in its own green leaves. Like a sea of upturned faces. Like a shadow never to be overtaken. Like a shadow on a fair sunlit landscape. Like a sheeted ghost. Like a ship tossed to and fro on the waves of life's sea. Like a slim bronze statue of despair. Like a snowflake lost in the ocean. Like a soul that wavers in the valley of the shadow. Like a stalled horse that breaks loose and goes at a gallop through the plain. Like a star his love's pure face looked down. Like a star that dwelt apart. Like a star, unhasting, unresting. Like a stone thrown at random. Like a summer cloud youth indeed has crept away. Like a summer-dried fountain. Like a swift eagle in the morning glare, breasting the whirlwind with impetuous flight. Like a thing at rest. Like a thing read in a book or remembered out of the faraway past. Like a tide of triumph through their veins, the red rejoicing blood began to race. Like a triumphing fire the news was born. Like a troop of boys let loose from school, the adventurers went by. Like a vaporous amethyst. Like a vision of the morning air. Like a voice from the unknown regions. Like a wandering star I fell through the deeps of desire. Like a watch-worn and weary sentinel. Like a wave of the sea driven with the wind and tossed. Like a whirlwind they went past. Like a withered leaf the moon is blown across the bay. Like a world of sunshine. Like a yellow silken scarf the thick fog hangs. End of section 113. This recording is in the public domain. Section 114 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rohanna Green on July 8, 2007, in Toronto, Canada. Like an alien ghost I stole away. Like an eagle clutching his prey, his arm swooped down.
like an eagle dallying with the wind, like an engine of dread war he set his shoulder to the mountainside, like an enraged tiger, like an enthusiast leading about with him an indifferent tourist, like an icy wave a swift and tragic impression swept through him, like an unbidden guest, like an unbodied joy whose race is just begun, like an unseen star of birth, like an unwelcome thought, like apparitions seen and gone, like attempting to number the waves on the shore of a limitless sea, like bells that waste the moments with their loudness, like blasts of trumpets blown in wars, like bright Apollo, like bright lamps the fabled apples glow, like building castles in the air, like bursting waves from the ocean, like cliffs which have been rent asunder, like clouds of gnats with perfect lineaments, like cobwebs woven round the limbs of an infant giant, like crystals of snow, like dead lovers who died true, like death who rides upon a thought and makes his way through temple, tower, and palace, like dew upon a sleeping flower, like dining with a ghost, like drawing nectar in a sieve, like earth's decaying leaves, like echoes from a hidden lyre, like echoes from an antenatal dream, like fixed eyes whence the dear light of sense and thought has fled, like footsteps upon wool, like fragrance from dead flowers, like ghosts from an enchanter fleeing, like ghosts the centuries come and go, like golden boats on a sunny sea, like great black birds the demons haunt the woods, like green waves on the sea, like having to taste 100 exquisite dishes in a single meal, like heaven's free breath which he who grasps can hold not, like helpless birds in the warm nest, like iridescent bubbles floating on a foul stream, like kindred drops mingled into one, like laying a burden on the back of a moth, like lead his feet were, like leaves in wintry weather, like leviathans afloat, like lighting a candle to the sun, like making a mountain out of a molehill, like mariners pulling the lifeboat, like mice that steal in and out as if they feared the light, like mountain over mountain huddled, like mountain streams we meet and part, like music on the water, like notes which die when born but still haunt the echoes of the hill, like oceans of liquid silver, like one pale star against the dusk, a single diamond on her brow gleamed with imprisoned fire, like one who halts with tired wings, like one who talks of what he loves in dream, like organ music came the deep reply, like pageantry of mist on an autumnal stream, like phantoms gathered by the sick imagination, like planets in the sky, like pouring oil on troubled waters, like roses that in deserts bloom and die, like rowing upstream against a strong downward current, like scents from a twilight garden, like separated souls, like serpents struggling in a vulture's grasp, like sheep from out the fold of the sky stars leapt, like ships that have gone down at sea, like shy elves hiding from the traveler's eye, like skeletons the sycamores uplift their wasted hands, like some grave night thought threading a dream, like some new-gathered snowy hyacinth, so white and cold and delicate it was, like some poor nigh-related guest that may not rudely be dismissed, like some suppressed and hideous thought which flits athwart our musings but can find no rest within a pure and gentle mind, like some unshriven churchyard thing the friar crawled, like something fashioned in a dream, like sounds of wind and flood, like splendor-winged moths about a taper, like stepping out on summer evenings from the glaring ballroom upon the cool and still piazza, like straws in a gust of wind, like summer's beam and summer's stream, like sunlight in and out the leaves the robins went, like sweet thoughts in a dream. End of section 114. This recording is in the public domain. Section 115 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rohanna Green on July 8, 2007, in Toronto, Canada. Like the awful shadow of some unseen power, like the bellowing of bulls, like the boar encircled by hunters and hounds, like the bubbles on a river sparkling, bursting, borne away, like the cold breath of the grave, like the creaking of doors held stealthily ajar, like the cry of an itinerant vendor in a quiet and picturesque town, like the dance of some gay sunbeam, like the dawn of the morn, like the detestable and spidery araucaria, like the dew on the mountain, like the dim scent in violets, like the drifting foam of a restless sea when the waves show their teeth in the flying breeze, like the embodiment of a perfect rose, complete in form and fragrance, like the faint cry of unassisted woe, like the faint exquisite music of a dream, like the fair flower dishevelled in the wind, like the fair sun when in his fresh array he cheers the morn and all the earth revealeth, like the falling thud of the blade of a murderous axe, like the fierce fiend of a distempered dream, like the fitting of an old glove to a hand, like the foam on the river, like the great thunder sounding, like the jangling of all the strings of some musical instrument, like the jewels that gleam in baby eyes, like the kiss of maiden love the breeze is sweet and bland, like the long wandering love the weary heart may faint for rest, like the moon in water seen by night, like the music in the patter of small feet, like the prodigal whom wealth softens into imbecility, like the quivering image of a landscape in a flowing stream, like the rainbow thou didst fade, like the rustling of grain moved by the west wind, like the sap that turns to nectar in the velvet of the peach, like the sea whose waves are set in motion by the winds, like the sea worm that perforates the shell of the mussel, which straightway closes the wound with a pearl, like the setting of a tropical sun, like the shadow of a great hill that reaches far out over the plain, like the shadows of stars in the upheaved sea, like the shudder of a doomed soul, like the silver gleam when the poplar trees rustle their pale leaves listlessly, like the soft light of an autumnal day, like the springtime, fresh and green, like the stern lights of a ship at sea, illuminating only the path which has been passed over, like the sudden impulse of a madman, like the swell of summer's ocean, like the tattered effigy in a cornfield, like the vase in which roses have once been distilled, like the visits of angels, short and far between, like the whole sky when to the east the morning doth return, like thistles of the wilderness, fit neither for food nor fuel, like those great rivers whose course everyone beholds, but their springs have been seen by but few. Like thoughts whose very sweetness yielded proof that they were born for immortality. Like to diamonds her white teeth shone between the parted lips. Like torrents from a mountain source we rushed into each other's arms. Like troops of ghosts on the dry wind past. Like two doves with silvery wings let our souls fly. Like two flaming stars were his eyes. Like vaporous shapes half seen. Like village curs that bark when their fellows do. Like wasted hours of youth. Like winds that bear sweet music when they breathe through some dim latticed chamber. Like wine stain to a flask the old distrust still clings. Like winged stars the fireflies flash and glance. Like young lovers whom youth and love make dear. Lingering like an unloved guest. Lithe as a panther. Little white hands like pearls. Lofty as a queen. Loneliness struck him like a blow. Looked back with faithful eyes like a great mastiff to his master's face. Looking as sulky as the weather itself. Looking like a snarling beast balked of its prey. Loose clouds like earth's decaying leaves are shed. Lost like the lightning in the sullen clod. Love as clean as starlight. Love brilliant as the morning. Love had like the cankerworm consumed her early prime. Love is a changing lord as the light on a turning sword. Love like a child around the world doth run. Love like a miser in the dark his joys would hide. Love shakes like a windy reed your heart. Love smiled like an unclouded sun. Love that sings and has wings as a bird. Lovely as starry water. Lovely the land unknown and like a river flowing. End of section 115. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 116 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Sarah Jennings. March on, my soul, nor like the laggard stay. Me on whose heart as a worm she trod, meaningless as the syllables of an unknown tongue. Men moved hither and thither like insects in their crevices. Mentality as hard as bronze. Mentally round-shouldered and decrepit. Merge imperceptibly into one another like the hues of the prism. Meteors that dart like screaming birds. Milk-white pavements, clear and richly pale, like alabaster. More variegated than the skin of a serpent. Motion like the spirit of that wind whose soft step deepens slumber. Motionless as a plumb line. Mountains like frozen wrinkles on a sea. Moving in the same dull round, like blind horses in a mill. Mute as an iceberg. My age is as a lusty winter. My body broken as a turning wheel. My breath to heaven like vapor goes. My head was like a great bronze bell with one thought for the clapper. My heart is as some famine-murdered land. My heart is like a full sponge, and must weep a little. My heart like a bird doth hover. My heart will be as wind fainting in the hot grass. My life floweth away like a river. My life was white as driven snow. My love for thee is like the sovereign moon that rules the sea. My love's like the steadfast sun. My lungs began to crow like chanticleer. My mind swayed idly like a water lily in a lake. My muscles are as steel. My skin is as sallow as gold. My soul was as a lampless sea. My spirit seemed to beat the void like the bird from out the ark. My thoughts came yapping and growling round me like a pack of curs. My thoughts ran leaping through the green ways of my mind like fawns at play. Night falls like fire. No longer shall slander's venomed spite crawl like a snake across his perfect name. Now every nerve in my body seemed like a strained harp-string ready to snap at a touch. Now like a wild nymph she veils her shadowy form. Now like a wild rose in the fields of heaven slipped forth the slender figure of the dawn. Now memory and emotion surged in my soul like a tempest. Now thou seemest like a bankrupt bow, stripped of his gaudy hues. Obscured with wrath, as is the sun with cloud. Odorous as all Arabia. Often enough life tosses like a fretful stream among rocky boulders. O lift me as a wave, a leaf, a cloud. Old as the evening star. Old happy hours that have long folded their wings. Once again like madness the black shapes of doubt swing through his brain. One bleared star, faint glimmering like a bee. One bright drop is like the gem that decks a monarch's crown. One by one flitting like a mournful bird. One deep roar as of a cloven world. One winged cloud above like a spread dragon overhangs the west. Oppressed by the indefinitiveness which hung in her mind, like a thick summer haze. Or shedding radiance like the smiles of God. Our enemies were broken like a dam of river reeds. Our hearts bowed down like violets after rain. Our sail like a dew-lit blossom shone. Overhead the intense blue of the noonday sky burst like a jewel in the sun. Pale and grave as a sculptured nun. Pale as a drifting blossom. Passed like a phantom into the shadows. Passive and tractable as a child. Peaceful as a village cricket green on Sunday. Peevish and impatient like some ill-trained man who is sick. Perished utterly like a blown-out flame. Philosophy evolved itself like a vast spider's loom. Pillowed upon its alabaster arms like a child o'erwearied with sweet toil. Polished as the bosom of a star. Poured his heart out like the rending sea in passionate wave on wave. Pouting like the snowy buds o' roses in July. Presently she hovered like a fluttering leaf or flake of snow. Pride and self-disgust served her like first-aid surgeons on the battlefield. Proud as the proudest of church dignitaries. Pure as a wildflower. Pure as the azure above them. Pure as the naked heavens. Pure as the snowy leaves that fold over the flower's heart. Purple, crimson, and scarlet like the curtains of God's tabernacle. Put on gravity like a robe. Quaking and quivering like a short-haired puppy after a ducking. Questions and answers sounding like a continuous popping of corks. Quiet as a nun's face. Quietly as a cloud he stole. Quietude which seemed to him beautiful as clear depths of water. Quivering like an eager racehorse to start. End of section 116. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 117 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. R. Rage, rage it is, that never more should creep like hounds about God's footstool. Run like a young fawn. Rattle in the ear like a flourish of trumpets. Rays springing from the east like golden arrows. Red as the print of a kiss might be. redolent with the homely scent of old-fashioned herbs and flowers, reflected each in the other like stars in a lake, refreshed like dusty grass after a shower, refreshing as descending rains to sunburnt climes, remote as the hidden star, restless as a blue butterfly on a warm summer's day, revealed his doings like those of bees in a glass hive, rich as the dawn, bright like the wind through the night, rivers that like silver threads run through the green and gold of pasture lands, roared like mountain torrents, rolling it under the tongue as a sweet morsel. Round my chair the children run like little things of dancing gold, ruddy as sunrise, ruddy his face as the morning light, ruffling out his cravat with a crackle of starch like a turkey when it spreads its feathers, running to and fro like frightened sheep, rushing and hurrying about like a June bug. S. Sanctuaries where the passions may like wild falcons cover their faces with their wings, sayings that stir the blood like the sound of a trumpet, scattered love as stars do light, seagulls flying like flakes of the sea, sentences level and straight like a hurled lance, shadowy faces known in dreams pass as petals upon a stream, shake like an aspen leaf, shaken off like a nightmare, shapeless as a sack of wool, shattered like so much glass. She brightened like a child whose broken toy is glued together. She could summon tears as one summons servants. She danced like a flower in the wind. She disclaimed weariness that dragged upon her spirits like leaden weights. She exuded a faint and intoxicating perfume of womanliness like a crushed herb. She felt like an unrepentant criminal. She fled like a spirit from the room. She flounders like a huge conger reel in an ocean of dingy morality. She gave him a surprised look, like a child catching an older person in a foolish statement. She gave off antipathies like a liquid gives off vapor. She has great eyes like the doe. She heard him like one in a dream. She let the soft waves of her deep hair fall like flowers from paradise. She looked like a tall golden candle. She looked like the picture of a young rapt saint, lost in heavenly musing. She moved like mirth incarnate. She nestles like a dove. She played with 100 possibilities, fitfully and discursively as a musician runs his fingers over a keyboard. She played with grave cabinets as a cat plays with a mouse. She saw this planet like a star hung in the glistening depths of even. She seemed as happy as a wave that dances on the sea. She shall be sportive as the fawn. She stood silent a moment, dropping before him like a broken branch. She that passed had lips like pinks. She walked like a galley slave. She walks in beauty like the night. She was as brilliant and as hot too as electric light. She was silent, standing before him like a little statuesque figure, shining like the dewy star of dawn. Shivering pine trees like phantoms, showy as damask rose and shine as musk, shrill as the loon's call, shrivel like paper thrust into a flame, shy as the squirrel, sight seen as a travelling swallow might see them on the wing. Silence deep as death. Silence now is brooding like a gentle spirit over the still and pulseless world. Silence that seemed heavy and dark like a passing cloud. Sings clamorous like mill waters at wild play. Sits like the maniac on his fancied throne. Skies as clear as baby's eyes. Slick and thick and yellow as gold. Slender and thin as a slender wire. Slowly as a tortoise. Slowly as the finger of a clock her shadow came. Slowly moved off and disappeared, like shapes breathed on a mirror and melting away. Slowly unnoted, like the creeping rust that spreads insidious, had its strange man come. Small as the grain of mustard seed. Smooth as a pond. Smooth as the pillar flashing in the sun. Snag as a bug in a rag. Soaring as swift as smoke from a volcano springs. So elusive that the memory of it afterwards was wont to come and go like a flash of light. So my spirit beat itself like a caged bird against its prison bars in vain. Soft as a zephyr. Soft as sleep the snow fell. Soft as spring. Soft as the dawn of the turtle dove. Soft as the landscape of a dream. Soft as the south wind. Soft in their color as grey pearls. Soft vibrations of verbal melody, like the sound of a golden bell rung far down under the humming waters. Some gleams of feeling pure and warm as sunshine on a sky of storm. Some like veiled ghosts hurrying past, as though driven to the land of shadows by shuddering fear. Some minds are like an open fire, how direct and instant our communication with them. Something divine seemed to cling around her like some subtle vapor. Something resistant and inert like the obstinate rolling over of a heavy sleeper after he has been called to get up. Something sharp and brilliant like the glitter of a sword or a forked flash of lightning. Sorrowful eyes like those of worried kine spent from the plowing. Spread like wildfire. Squirrel in the cage kind of movement. Stamping like a ploughman to shuffle off the snow. Stirred about like calves in a pen. Steadfast as the soul of truth. Still lingering like a river smooth. Still as death. Stood like a wave-beaten rock. Straight as a ray of light. Straight as an arrow. Streamed like a meteor through the troubled air. Streamed over his memory like a forest flame. Streaming tears like pearl drops from a flint. Striking with the force of an engine of destruction. Strong as a bison. Style comes, if at all, like the bloom upon fruit, or the glow of health upon the cheek. Subtle as jealousy. Sudden a thought came like a full-blown rose, flushing his brow. Sudden sprays of rain, like volleys of sharp arrows, rattled gustily against the windows. Suddenly, like death, the truth flashed on them. Sunbeams flashing on the face of things, like sudden smilings of divine delight. Sunday mornings, which seemed to put on, like a Sabbath garment, an atmosphere of divine quietude. Supple and sweet as a rose in a bloom. Sway like blown moths against the rose-white flame. Sweet as a summer night without a breath. Sweet as music she spoke. Sweet as the rain at noon. Sweet as the smile of a fairy. Swift as a swallow heading south. Swift as lightning. Swift as the panther in triumph. Swifter than the twinkling of an eye. End of section 117. This recording is in the public domain.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 118 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Marwa Gamil on the 23rd of June 2007. Talking and thinking became to him like the open page of a monthly magazine. Tall lance-like reeds wave sadly over his head, that like a wounded snake drags its slow length along. The animal that weeps at daybreak like a silly girl before her lover. The army blazed and glowed in the golden sunlight like a mosaic of 100,000 jewels. The army like a witch's cauldron feast. The beating of her heart was like a drum. The beauty of her quiet life was like a rose in blowing. The curling worth like turban's seam. The dark hours are swept away like crumbling ashes. The dark mass of her hair shook round her like a sea. The dawn is rising from the sea like a white lady from her bed. The dawn had whitened in the mist like a dead face. The dawn with silver-sandaled feet crept like a frightened girl. The day stunned me like light upon some wizard way. The day was sweeter than honey and the honeycomb. The day have trampled me like armed men. The dead past flew away over the fens like a flight of wild swans. The deep like one black maelstrom round her whirls. The deepening east like a scarlet poppy burnt. The desolate rocky hills rolled like a solid wave along the horizon. The doom of heaven is like one drop of dew. The dreams of poets come like music heard at evening from the depths of some enchanted forest. The eagerness faded from his eyes, leaving them cold as a winter sky after sunset. The earth was like a frying pan, or some such hissing matter. The eternal sea, which like a childless mother, still must crown her ancient sorrows to the cold white moon. The evening sky was as green as jade. The excitement had spread through the whole house, like a piquant and agreeable odor. The excitement of the thought buoyed his high-strung temperament like a tonic. The feathery meadows like a lilac sea. The firm body like a slop of snow. The first whiff of reality dissipated them like smoke. The floor, newly waxed, gleamed in the candlelight like beaten moonbeams. The fragrant clouds of hair, they flew drawn to him like a snare. The gathering glory of life shone like the dawn. The gesture was all strength and will, like the stretching of a sea-bird's wings. The girl's voice rang like a bird call through his rustling fantasies. The glimmer of tall flowers standing, like pensive moon-worshippers in an ecstasy of prayless bloom. The guide sniffed like Comus the air. The heavens are like a scroll unfurled. The hills across the valley were purple as thunder clouds. The hoofs of the horses rang like the dumb candies of an old saga. The hours crawled by like years. The hum of the camp sounds like the sea. The hurrying crowds of men gather like clouds. The ideas succeeded each other like a dynasty of kings. The impalpable presence of the new century rose like a vast empty house through which no human feet has walked. The inexorable facts closed in on him like prison warders handcuffing a convict. The lake glimmered as still as a mirror. The land of gold seemed to hold him like a spell. The land was like a dream. The level boughs like bars of iron across the setting sun. The light of London flaring like a dreary dawn. The lights blazed up like day. The lilies were dropping, white and wan, like the head and skin of a dying man. The mellowing hand of time. The melody rose tenderly and lingeringly, like hunting perfume and pressed flowers. The Milky Way lay like diamond dust upon the robe of some great king. The monk's face whitened like sea foam. The moon drowsed between the trees like a great yellow moth. The moon on the tower slept soft as snow. The moonbeam rested like a pale spotless shroud. The moonlight lay like snow. The moonlight like a fairy mist upon the mesa spreads. The mortal cloudness of the soul, like death itself, comes down. The mountain shadows, mingling, lay like pools above the earth. The mountains loomed up dimly, like phantoms through the mist. The music almost died away. Then it burst like a pent-up flood. End of reading.
Section 119 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Betsy Bush, in Marquette, Michigan, July 2007. Striking Similes. The name that cuts into my soul like a knife. The nervous little train winding its way like a jointed reptile. The new ferns were spread upon the earth like some lacy coverlet. The night like a battle-broken host is driven before. The night yawned like a foul wind. The ocean swelled like an undulating mirror of the bowl of heaven. The old books look somewhat pathetically from the shelves, like aged dogs wondering why no one takes them for a walk. The old infamy will pop into daylight like a toad out of fissure in the rock. The penalty falls like a thunderbolt from heaven. The phrase was like a spear thrust. The pine trees waved as waves a woman's hair. The place was like some enchanted town of palaces. The plains to northward changed their color like the shimmering necks of doves. The poppy burned like a crimson ember. The prime of man has waxed like cedars. The public press would chatter and make odd ambiguous sounds like a shipload of monkeys in a storm. The purple heather rolls like dumb thunder. The rainbows flashed like fire. The river shouted as ever its cry of joy over the vitality of life, like a spirited boy before the face of inscrutable nature. The roofs with their gables like hoods. The roses lie upon the grass like little shreds of crimson silk. The satire of the word cut like a knife. The scullion with face shining like his pans. The sea reeled round like a wine-vat splashing. The sea-song of the trampling waves is as muffled bells. The sea spread out like a wrinkled marble floor. The sea that gleamed still like a myriad-petalled rose. The sea was as untroubled as the turquoise vault which it reflected. The setting of the sun is like a word of peace. The sharp hail rattles against the panes and melts on my cheeks like tears. The ships like sheeted phantoms coming and going. The silence seemed to crush to earth like a great looking-glass and shiver into a million pieces. The silvery morning like a tranquil vision fills the world. The sky burned like a heated opal. The sky gleamed with the hardness and brilliancy of blue enamel. The sky was as a shield that caught the stain of blood in battle from the dying sun. The sky was clear and blue and the air as soft as milk. The sky was like a peach. The sky where stars like lilies white and fair shine through the mists. The solid air around me there heaved like a roaring ocean. The solid mountains gleamed like the unsteady sea. The soul is like a well of water springing up into everlasting life. The sound is like a noonday gale. The sound is like a silver fountain that springeth in a golden basin. The sound of 1,000 tears, like softly pattering wings. The sound of your running feet, that like the sea hoofs beat. The spear-tongued lightning slipped like a snake. The spring breaks like a bird. The stacks of corn in brown array, like tattered wigwams on the plain. The stars come down and trembling glow like blossoms on the waves below. The stars lay on the lapis lazuli sky like white flower petals on still deep water. The stars pale and silent as a seer. The strange cold sense of aloofness that had numbed her senses suddenly gave way like snow melting in the spring. The sudden thought of your face is like a wound when it comes unsought. The sun, like a great dragon, writhes in gold. The sun on the sea wave lies white as the moon. The surf was like the advancing lines of an unknown enemy flinging itself upon the shore. The terrible past lay afar, like a dream left behind in the night. The tide was in the saltweed, and like a knife it tore. The time gliding like a dream. The torrent from the hills leaped down their rocky stairways like wild steeds. The tree whose plumed boughs are soft as wings of birds. The uproar and contention pierced him like arrows. The veiled future bowed before me like a vision of promise. The velvet grass that is like padding on earth's meager ribs. The villa dips its foot in the lake, smiling at its reflection, like a bather lingering on the brink. The voice of fate, crying like some old bellman through the world. The voice that rings in the night like a bugle call. The warm kindling blood burned her cheeks like the breath of a hot wind. The waves were rolling in, long and lazy, like sea-worn travelers. The whole truth naked, cold, and fatal as a patriot's blade. The wind all round their ears hissed like a flight of white-winged geese. The wind comes, and it draws its length along like the genii from the earthen pot. The wine flows like blood. The woman seemed like a thing of stone. The words kept ringing in my ears like the tolling of a bell. The words of the wise fall like the tolling of sweet grave bells upon the soul. The world has vanished like a phantasmagoria. The world is bitter as a tear. The world is in a simmer like a sea. The world wavers within its circle like a dream. The years stretched before her like some vast blank page out to receive the record of her toil. The years vanished like a May snowdrift. The yellow apples glowed like fire. Their glances met like crossed swords. Their joy, like sunshine deep and broad, falls on my heart. Their minds rested upon the thought, as chasing butterflies might rest together on a flower. Their music frightful as the serpent's hiss. Their touch affrights me as a serpent's sting. Then fall unheeded like the faded flower. Then felt I like some watcher of the skies. Then it swelled out to rich and glorious harmonies, like a full orchestra playing under the sea. Then the lover sighing like furnace. End of Section 119 of 15,000 Useful Phrases. This recording is in the public domain. Section 120 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Betsy Bush, in Marquette, Michigan, July 2007. Striking Similes. Theories sprouted in his mind like mushrooms. There is an air about you like the air that folds a star. There, like a bird, it sits and sings. There seemed to brood in the air a quiet benevolence of a father watching his myriad children at play. There she soars like a seraph. There she stood, straight as a lily on its stem. There slowly rose to sight a country like a dragon fast asleep. There streamed into the air the sweet smell of crushed grass, as though many fields had been pressed between giants' fingers and so had been left. These eyes like stars have led me. These final words snapped like a whiplash. These thoughts pierced me like thorns. They are as cruel as creeping tigers. They are as white foam on the swept sands. They are as white swans in the dusk, thy white hands. They are painted sharp as death. They broke into pieces and fell on the ground like a silvery shimmering shower of hail. They dropped like panthers. They fly like spray. They had hands like claws. They had slipped away like visions. They have as many principles as a fish has bones. They have faces like flowers. They hurried down like plovers that have heard the call. They look like rosebuds filled with snow. They seem like swarming flies, the crowd of little men. They seemed like floating flowers. They shine as sweet as simple doves. They stand like solitary mountain forms on some hard, perfectly transparent day. They vanished like the shapes that float upon a summer's dream. Thick as wind-blown leaves innumerable. Thickly the flakes drive past, each like a childish ghost. Thine eyes like two twin stars shining. This life is like a bubble blown up in the air. This love that dwells like moonlight in your face. This thought is as death. This tower rose in the sunset like a prayer. Those ancestral themes, past which so many generations have slept, like sea-going winds over pastures. Those death-like eyes unconscious of the sun. Those eyelids folded like a white rose-leaf. Those eyes like bridal beacons shine. Thou art to me but as a wave of the wild sea. Thou as heaven art fair and young. Thou hast a voice whose sound was like the sea. Thou must wither like a rose. Thou shalt be as free as mountain winds. Thou wouldst weep tears bitter as blood. Though bright as silver, the meridian beams shine. Though thou be black as night, thoughts vague as the fitful breeze. Three-cornered notes fly about like butterflies. Through the forest, like a fairy dream through some dark mind, the ferns in branching beauty stream. Through the moonlit trees, like ghosts of sounds haunting the moonlight, stole the faint tinkle of a guitar. Through the riot of his senses, like a silver blaze, ran the legend. Thy beauty like a beast it bites. Thy brown benignant eyes have sudden gleams of gladness and surprise, like woodland brooks that cross a sunlit spot. Thy carven columns must have grown by magic, like a dream in stone. Thy favors are but like the wind that kisses everything it meets. Thy heart is light as a leaf of a tree. Thy name burns like a gray and flickering candle flame. Thy name will be as honey on men's lips. till death like sleep might steal on me, till he melted like a cloud in the silent summer heaven. Time drops in decay like a candle burnt out. Time like a pulse shakes fierce, to drag life on, which, like a heavy chain, lengthens behind with many a link of pain. To forsake, as the trees drop their leaves in autumn, toys with smooth trifles like a child at play, transitory as clouds without substance, transparent like a shining sun. Tree and shrub altered their values and became transmuted to silver sentinels. Trees that spread their forked boughs like a stag's antlers, trembling like an aspen leaf. Truths which forever shine as fixed stars, turning easily and securely as on a perfect axle. End of section 120 of 15,000 Useful Phrases. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 121 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. You unbends like a loosened bow, unbreakable as iron, unconscious as an oak tree of its growth. Under the willow tree glimmered her face like a foam flake drifting over the sea. Unheralded like some tornado loosed out of the brooding hills it came to pass. Unknown like a seed in fallow ground was the germ of a plan. Unmoving as a tombstone, untamable as flies, unutterable things pressing on my soul like a pent-up storm craving for outlet, upcast like foam of the effacing tide, uplifting the soul as on dove-like wings, uplifting their stony peaks around us like the walls and turrets of a gigantic fortress, urgent as the seas, uttering wild cries like a creature in pain. V. Vague as a dream. Vague thoughts that stream shapelessly through her mind like long, sad vapors through the twilight sky. Vanish into thin air like ghosts at the cockcrow. Vanished like snow when comes a thaw. Vanished like vapor before the sun. Vibrations set quivering like harp strings struck by the hand of a master. Vociferous praise following like a noisy wave. W. Walking somewhat unsteadily like a blind man feeling his way. Waves glittered and danced on all sides like millions of diamonds. We left her and retraced our steps like faithless hounds. Weak and frail like the vapor of a veil, wearing their wounds like stars. Weary wind who wanderest like the world's rejected guest, when a draught might puff them out like a guttering candle. When arm in arm they both came swiftly running like a pair of turtle doves that could not live asunder day or night. When cards, invitations, and three-cornered notes fly about like white butterflies. When she died, her breath whistled like the wind in a keyhole. When the fever pierced me like a knife. Where a lamp of deathless beauty shines like a beacon. Where heroes die as leaves fall. Where the intricate wheels of trade are grinding on like a mill. Where the source of the waters is fine as a thread. Whilst the lagging hours of the day went by like windless clouds or a tender sky. Whistled sharply in the air like a handful of vipers. White as a ghost from darkness. white as chalk, white as dove or lily or spirit of the light, white as the driven snow, white as the moon's white flame, white as the sea-bird's wing, white clouds like daisies, white hands she moves like swimming swans, white hands through her hair like white doves going into the shadow of a wood, white like flame, white sails of sloops like spectres, whose bodies are as strong as alabaster, whose hair was as gold raiment on a king, whose laugh moves like a bat through silent haunted woods, whose little eyes glow like the sparks of fire, whose music like a robe of living light reclothed each newborn age, windy speech which hits all around the mark like a drunken carpenter, winged like an arrow to its mark, with a sting like a scorpion, with all the complacency of a homeless cat, with an angry broken roar like billows on an unseen shore their fury burst, with hate darkling as the swift winter hail, with music sweet as love, with sounds like breakers, with strength like steel, with the whisper of leaves in one's ear, with words like honey melting from the comb, wits as sharp as gimlets, women with tongues like polar needles, words as fresh as spring verdure, words as soft as rain, words like the gossamer film of the summer, words sweet as honey from his lips distilled. Words were flashing like brilliant birds through the boughs o'erheard. Wordsworth, thy music like a river rolls, worthless like the conjurer's gold. Wrangle over details like a grasping pawnbroker, wrinkled and scored like a dried apple, writhing with an intensity that burnt like a steady flame. Why? Yielding like melted snow. Yonder filmy crescent bent like an archer's bow above the snowy summit. You are as gloomy tonight as an undertaker out of employment. You are as hard as stone. You gave me such chill embraces as the snow-covered heights receive from clouds. Your blood is red like wine. Your charms lay like metals in a mine. Your eyes are like fantastic moons that shiver in some stagnant lake. Your eyes as blue as violets. Your eyes, they were green and gray like an April day. Your frail fancies are swallowed up like chance flowers flung upon the river's current. Your hair was golden as tints of sunrise. Your heart is as dry as a reed. Your locks are like the raven. Your love shall fall about me like sweet rain. Your steps like the rain to summer-vexed farmer. Your thoughts are buzzing like a swarm of bees. Your tongue is like a scarlet snake. Your voice had a quaver in it, just like the linnet. Youth like a summer morn. End of section 121. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 122 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Christopher Paneer. June 22nd, 2007. Section 9. Conversational Phrases. A. A most extraordinary idea. 1,000 hopes for your success. Accept my best wishes. All that is conjecture. Allow me to congratulate you. An unfortunate comparison, don't you think? And even if it were so, and how am I to thank you? And in the end, what are you going to make of it? And yet the explanation does not wholly satisfy me. Apparently, I was wrong. Are we wandering from the point? Are you a trifle bored? Are you fully reconciled? Are you not complicating the question? Are you prepared to go to that length? Are you still obdurate? As it happens, your conjecture is right. Assuredly, I do. At first blush, it may seem frantic. B. Banish such thoughts. But are you not taking a slightly one-sided point of view? But consider for a moment. But I look at the practical side. But I wander from my point. But now, I'll confide something to you. But perhaps I'm hardly fair when I say that. But seriously speaking, what is the use of it? But surely that is inconsistent. But that's a tremendous hazard. But the thing is simply impossible. But there's one thing you haven't said. But wait, you haven't heard the end. But what do you, yourself, think about it? But who could foresee what was going to happen? But you are open to persuasion. But you do not know for certain. But you must tell me more. By a curious chance, I know it very well. By no means desirable, I think. C. Can I persuade you? Can you imagine anything so horrible? Certain circumstances make it undesirable. Certainly not, if it displeases you. Certainly, with the greatest pleasure. Come, where's your sense of humor? Consult me when you want me, at any time. D. Decidedly so. Dine with me tomorrow night, if you are free. Do I presume too much? Do I seem very ungenerous? Do not misunderstand me. Do not the circumstances justify it? Don't be so dismal, please. Don't delude yourself. Don't let me encroach on your good nature. Don't think I am unappreciative of your kindness. Do you attach any particular meaning to that? Do you know I envy you that? Do you know what his chief interests are, now? Do you mind my making a suggestion? Do you press me to tell? Do you really regard him as a serious antagonist? Do you think there is anything ominous in it? Does it please you so tremendously? Does it seem incredible? E. Either way is perplexing. Eminently proper, I think. Everyone looks at it differently. Excuse my bluntness. F. Fanciful, I should say. For the simplest of reasons. Forgive me if I seem disobliging. Fortunate, to say the least. Frankly, I don't see why it should. Frugal, to a degree. Fulsome praise, I call it. G. Give me your sympathy and counsel. Glorious to contemplate. Good, that is at least something. Gratifying, I am sure. H. Happily, there are exceptions to every rule. Has it really come to that? Have I incurred your displeasure? Have you any rooted objection to it? Have you anything definite in your mind? Have you reflected what the consequences might be to yourself? He does me too much honor. He feels it acutely. He has a queer conception of the proprieties. He is a poor dissembler. He is anything but obtuse. He is so ludicrously wrong. He is the most guileless of men. He was so extremely susceptible. He writes uncommonly clever letters. Heaven forbid that I should wound your sensibility. His sense of humor is unquenchable. How amiable you are to say so. How can I tell you how much I have enjoyed it all? How can I thank you? How can you be so unjust? How delightful to meet you! How does the idea appeal to you? How droll you are! How extraordinary! How intensely interesting! How perfectly delightful! How utterly abominable! How very agreeable this is! How very interesting! How very surprising! How well you do it! However, I should like to hear your views. Human nature interests me very much indeed. End of section 122. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 123 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for the LibriVox.org by Mark Mascalino. April 21st, 2007, Cincinnati, Ohio. I admire your foresight. I admit it most gratefully. I agree, at least, I suppose I do. I agree that something ought to be done. I always welcome criticism, so long as it is sincere. I am absolutely bewildered. I am afraid I am not familiar enough with the subject. I am afraid I cannot suggest an alternative. I am afraid I've allowed you to tire yourself. I am afraid I must confess my ignorance. I am afraid you will call me a sentimentalist. I am always glad to do anything to please you. I am anxious to discharge the very onerous debt I owe you. I am appealing to your sense of humor. I am at your service. I am bound to secrecy. I am compelled to, unluckily. I am curious to learn what his motive was. I am deeply flattered and grateful. I am delighted to hear you say so. I am dumb with admiration. I am entirely at your disposal. I am extremely glad you approve of it. I am far from believing the maxim. I am fortunate in being able to do you a service. I am glad to be able to think that. I am glad to have had this talk with you. I am glad to say that I have entirely lost that faculty. I am glad you can see it in that way. I am glad you feel so deeply about it. I am giving you well-deserved praise. I am going to make a confession. I am grateful for your good opinion. I am honestly indignant. I am, I confess, a little discouraged. I am in a chastened mood. I am inclined to agree with you. I am incredulous. I am indebted to you for the suggestion. I am listening. I was about to propose. I am lost in admiration. I am luckily disengaged today. I am more grieved than I can tell you. I am naturally overjoyed. I am not a person of prejudices. I am not an alarmist. I am not an unreasonable as you suppose. I am not at all in the secret of his ambitions. I am not capable of unraveling it. I am not going into sordid details. I am not going to let you evade the question. I am not going to pay you any idle compliments. I am not impervious to the obligations involved. I am not in sympathy with it. I am not in the least surprised. I am not inquisitive. I am not prepared to say so. I am not sure that I can manage it. I am not vindictive. I am overjoyed to hear you say so. I am perfectly aware of what I am saying. I am persuaded by your candor. I am quite convinced of that. I am quite discomfited. I am quite interested to see what you will do. I am quite ready to be convinced. I am rather of the opinion that I was mistaken. I am ready to make great allowances. I am really afraid I don't know. I am really gregarious. I am sensible of the flattery. I am seriously annoyed with myself about it. I am so glad you think that. I am so sorry, so very sorry. I am sorry to disillusion you. I am sorry to interrupt this interesting discussion. I am sorry to say it is impossible. I am speaking plainly. I am still a little of an idealist. I am suppressing many of the details. I am sure it sounds very strange to you. I am sure you could pay me no higher compliment. I am sure you will hear me out. I am surprised, I confess. I am sustained by the prospect of a good dinner. I am vastly obliged to you. I am vastly your debtor for the information. I am very far from being a fanatic. I am very glad of this opportunity. I am very grateful, very much flattered. I am wholly in agreement with you. I am willing to accept all the consequences. I am wonderfully well. I am wondering if I may dare ask you a very personal question. I am your creator unawares. I anticipate your argument. I appreciate your motives. I assure you it is most painful to me. I assure you my knowledge of it is limited. I bear no malice about that. I beg your indulgence. I beg your pardon, but you take it too seriously. I brazenly confess it. I can easily understand your astonishment. I can explain the apparent contradiction. I can find no satisfaction in it. I can hardly agree with you there. I can never be sufficiently grateful. I can only tell you the bare facts. I can scarcely accept the offer. I can scarcely boast that honor. I can scarcely imagine anything more disagreeable. I can sympathize with you. I cannot altogether acquit myself of interested motives. I cannot explain it even to myself. I cannot find much real satisfaction in it. I cannot forbear to press my advantage. I cannot imagine what you mean. I cannot precisely determine. I can't pretend to make a jest of what I'm going to say. I cannot say definitely at the moment. I cannot say that in fact it is always so. I cannot see how you draw that conclusion. I cannot thank you enough for all your consideration. I compliment you on your good sense. I confess I find it difficult. I could ask for nothing better. I could never forgive myself for that. End of section 123. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Mascalino, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Section 124 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Precious Resch. I dare say your intuition is quite right. I decline to commit myself beforehand. I detest exaggeration. I didn't mean that exactly. I do not comprehend your meaning. I don't deny that it is interesting. I don't doubt it for a moment. I do not doubt the sincerity of your arguments. I do not exactly understand you. I do not feel sure that I entirely share your views. I don't feel that it is my business. I do not find it an unpleasant subject. I don't insist on your believing me. I don't justify my presumption. I don't know quite why you should say that. I don't know that I can do that. I don't know when I have heard anything so lamentable. I don't know why you should be displeased. I don't make myself clear. I see. I don't pretend to explain. I don't see anything particularly wonderful in it. I don't underrate his kindness. I don't want to disguise that from you. I don't want to exaggerate. I don't want to seem critical. I doubt the truth of that saying. I endorse it, every word. I entirely approve of your plan. I fancy it's just that. I fear I cannot help you. I fear that's too technical for me. I feel a certain apprehension. I feel an unwanted sense of gaiety. I feel it my duty to be frank with you. I feel myself scarcely competent to judge. I feel very grateful to you for your kind offer. I find it absorbing. I find it rather monotonous. I find this agreeable mental exhilaration. I frankly confess that. I generally trust my first impressions. I give my word gladly. I give you my most sacred word of honor. I had better begin at the beginning. I had no intention of being offensive. I hadn't thought of it in that light. I hardly think that could be so. I have 100 reasons for thinking so. I have a peculiar affection for it. I have an immense faith in him. I have been constrained by circumstances. I have been decidedly impressed. I have been longing to see more of you. I have been puzzling over a dilemma. I have every reason to think so. I have given you the best proof of it. I have gone back to my first impressions. I have known striking instances of the kind. I have never heard it put so well. I have no delusions on that score. I have not succeeded in convincing myself of that. I have not the influence you think. I have not the least doubt of it. I haven't the remotest idea. I have often a difficulty in deciding. I have often marveled at your courage. I have quite changed my opinion about that. I have something of great importance to say to you. I have sometimes vaguely felt it. I have the strongest possible prejudice against it. I heartily congratulate you. I hope it will not seem unreasonable to you. I hope we may meet again. I hope you will forgive an intruder. I hope you will not think me irreverent. I hope you will pardon my seeming carelessness. I indulge the modest hope. I know it is very presumptuous. I know my request will appear singular. I like it immensely. I like your frankness. I make no reflection whatever. I mean it literally. I might question all that. I mistrust these wild impulses. I most certainly agree with you. I most humbly ask pardon. I must add my congratulations on your taste. I must apologize for intruding upon you. I must ask you one more question, if I may. I must confess I have never thought of that. I must refrain from any comment. I must respectfully decline to tell you. I must take this opportunity to tell you. I need not remind you that you have a grave responsibility. I have never heard anything so absurd. I offer my humblest apologies. I owe the idea wholly to you. I partly agree with you. I personally owe you a great debt of thankfulness. I place myself entirely at your service. I place the most implicit reliance on your good sense. I prefer to reserve my judgment. I purposely evaded the question. I quite appreciate the very clever way you put it. I quite see what the advantages are. I really am curious to know how you guessed that. I realize how painful it must be to you. I recollect it clearly. I rely on your good sense. I remember the occasion perfectly. I resent that kind of thing. I respect you for that. I respect your critical faculty. I say it in all modesty. I see disapproval in your face. I see it from a different angle. I see you are an enthusiast. I see your point of view. I seem to have heard that sentiment before. End of section 124. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 125 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Leanne Howlett. I shall at once proceed to forget it. I shall await your pleasure. I shall be glad if you will join me. I shall be interested to watch it develop. I shall be most proud and pleased. I shall certainly take you at your word. I shall feel highly honored. I shall make a point of thinking so. I shall never forget your kindness. I shall respect your confidence. I should appreciate your confidence greatly. I should be very ungrateful were I not satisfied with it. I should feel unhappy if I did otherwise. I should like your opinion of it. I should not dream of asking you to do so. I should think it very unlikely. I simply cannot endure it. I spoke only in jest. I stand corrected. I suppose I ought to feel flattered. I surmised as much. I sympathize deeply with you. I take that for granted. I think extremely well of it. I think he has very noble ideals. I think I can answer that for you. I think I know what you are going to say. I think it has its charm. I think it is superb. I think it quite admirable. I think its tone is remarkably temperate. I think that is rather a brilliant idea. I think what you say is reasonable. I think you are quibbling. I think you are rather severe in your opinions. I think you have great appreciation of values. I think you have summed it up perfectly. I think your candor is charming. I thoroughly agree with you. I thought it most amusing. I thought you were seriously indisposed. I trust you will not consider it an impertinence. I understand exactly how you feel about it. I understand your delicacy of feeling. I venture to propose another plan. I very rarely allow myself that pleasure. I want to have a frank understanding with you. I was at a loss to understand the reason for it. I was hoping that I could persuade you. I was on the point of asking you. I was speaking generally. I watched you with admiration. I will answer you frankly. I will listen to no protestations. I will take it only under compulsion. I will tell you what puzzles me. I will think of it since you wish it. I will, with great pleasure. I wish I could explain my point more fully. I wish I knew what you meant by that. I wish to be perfectly fair. I wish to put things as plainly as possible. I wonder how much truth there is in it. I wonder if you have the smallest recollection of me. I would agree if I understood. I wouldn't put it just that way. If ever I can repay it, command me. If I mistake not, you were there once? If I speak strongly, it is because I feel strongly. If I were disposed to offer counsel, if I were sure you would not misunderstand my meaning, if you don't mind my saying so, if you insist upon it, if you will pardon me the frankness, in a manner that sometimes terrifies me, in one respect you are quite right. In that case let me rob you of a few minutes. In what case, for example? Incredible as it sounds, I had for a moment forgotten. Indeed, but it is quite possible. Indeed, how? Indeed, you are wholly wrong. Indifferently so, I am afraid. Irony was 10,000 leagues from my intention. Is it sane? Is it reasonable? Isn't it amazing? Isn't it extraordinarily funny? Isn't it preposterous? Isn't that a trifle unreasonable? Isn't that rather a hasty conclusion? Is that a fair question? It always seemed to me impossible. It amuses you, doesn't it? It blunts the sensibilities. It could never conceivably be anything but popular. It depends on how you look at it. It depends upon circumstances. It doesn't sound plausible to me. It has a lovely situation as I remember it. It has amused me hugely. It has been a relief to talk to you. It has been an immense privilege to see you. It has never occurred to me. End of section 125. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Leanne Howlett.
Section 126 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. It is a curious fact. It is a great pleasure to meet you. It is a huge undertaking. It is a most unfortunate affair. It is a perfectly plain proposition. It is a rather melancholy thought. It is a truth universally acknowledged. It is all very inexcusable. It is all very well for you to be philosophical. It is altogether probable. It is an admirable way of putting it. It is an error of taste. It is an extreme case, but the principle is sound. It is an ingenious theory. It is an uncommonly fine description. It is extremely interesting, I can assure you. It is for you to decide. It is historically true. It is I who should ask forgiveness. It is incredible. It is indeed generous of you to suggest it. It is inexplicable. It is interesting as a theory. It is literally impossible. It is merely a mood. It is most unfortunate. It is my deliberately formed opinion. It is my opinion you are too conscientious. It is nevertheless true. It is not a matter of the slightest consequence. It is not always fair to judge by appearances. It is not so unreasonable as you think. It is often very misleading. It is one of the grave problems of the day. It is only a fancy of mine. It is perfectly defensible. It is perfectly trite. It is permissible to gratify such an impulse. It is possible, but I rather doubt it. It is quite an easy matter. It is quite conceivable. It is quite too absurd. It is rather startling. It is really impressive. It is really most callous of you to laugh. It is sheer madness. It is sickening and so insufferably arrogant. It is simply a coincidence. It is the most incomprehensible thing in the world. It is to you that I am indebted for all this. It is true, I am grieved to say. It is true none the less. It is very amusing. It is very far from being a fiction. It is very good of you to do this for my pleasure. It is very ingenious. It is very splendid of you. It is wanton capriciousness. It is your privilege to think so. It's a difficult and delicate matter to discuss. It's a matter of immediate urgency. It's absolute folly. It's absurd. It's impossible. It's all nonsense. It's as logical as it can be under the circumstances. It's been a strange experience for you. It's deliciously honest. It's going to be rather troublesome. It's inconceivable that it should ever be necessary. It's mere pride of opinion. It's my chief form of recreation. It's not a matter of vast importance. It's past my comprehension. It's quite wonderful how logical and simple you make it. It's really very perplexing. It's so charming of you to say that. It's so kind of you to come. It's such a bore having to talk about it. It's the natural sequence. It's too melancholy. It's very wonderful. It makes it all quite interesting. It may sound strange to you. It must be a trifle dull at times. It must be fascinating. It must be very gratifying to you. It must have been rather embarrassing. It seems an age since we've last seen you. It seems entirely wonderful to me. It seems incredible. It seems like a distracting dream. It seems preposterous. It seems the height of absurdity. It seems to me that you have a perfect right to do so. It seems unspeakably funny to me. It seems very ridiculous. It shall be as you wish. It should not be objectionable. It sounds plausible. It sounds profoundly interesting. It sounds rather appalling. It sounds very alluring. It strikes me as rather pathetic. It was an unpardonable liberty. It was inevitable that you should say that. It was most stupid of me to have forgotten it. It was not unkindly meant. It was peculiarly unfortunate. It was really an extraordinary experience. It was so incredible. It was the most amazing thing I ever heard. It was very good of you to come out and join us. It will create a considerable sensation. It will divert your thoughts from a mournful subject. It will give me pleasure to do it. It will not alter my determination. It would be ill-advised. It would interest me very much. It would seem to be a wise decision. It would take too long to formulate my thoughts. End of section 126. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 127 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Join us, please, when you have time. Just trust to the inspiration of the moment. Justify it if you can. Let me persuade you. Let me say how deeply indebted I feel for your kindness. Let me speak frankly. Let us grant, for the sake of the argument, let us take a concrete instance. Many thanks. How kind and good you are. May I ask to whom you allude? May I be privileged to hear it? May I speak freely? May I venture to ask what inference you would draw from that? Might I suggest an alternative? Most dangerous. My attitude would be one of disapproval. My confidence in you is absolute. My idea of it is quite the reverse. My information is rather scanty. My meaning is quite the contrary. My point of view is different, but I shall not insist upon it. My views are altered in many respects. No, I am speaking seriously. No, I don't understand it. Not at all. Not to my knowledge. Nothing could be more delightful. Now is it very plain to you? Now you are flippant. Obviously, the matter is settled. Of course, but that again isn't the point. Of course I am delighted. Of course, I don't want to press you against your will. Of course, you will do what you think best. Oh, certainly, if you wish it. Oh, do not form an erroneous impression. Oh, I appreciate that in you. Oh, that's mere quibbling. Oh, that's splendid of you. Oh, that was a manner of speaking. Oh, yes, I quite admit that. Oh, yes, you may take that for granted. Oh, you are very bitter. Oh, you may be as scornful as you like. On the contrary, I agree with you thoroughly. On the face of it, it sounds reasonable. One assumption you make I should like to contest. One has no choice to endure it. One must be indulgent under the circumstances. One thing I beg of you. Pardon me, but I don't think so. Pardon me, I meant something different. Perhaps I am indiscreet. Perhaps not in the strictest sense. Perhaps you do not feel at liberty to do so. Perhaps you think me ungrateful. Personally, I confess to an objection. Please continue to be frank. Please do not think I am asking out of mere curiosity. Please forgive my thoughtlessness. Please make yourself at home. Pray don't apologize. Pray forgive me for intruding on you so unceremoniously. Pray go on. Precisely, that is just what I meant. Put in that way, it certainly sounds very well. Question me if you wish. Quibbling, I call it. Quite so. Quite the wisest thing you can do. Rather loquacious, I think. Reading between the lines. Really? I should have thought otherwise. Really? You must go? Reassure me, if you can. Reflect upon the possible consequences. Relatively speaking. Reluctantly, I admit it. Reverting to another matter. Shall we have a compact? She has an extraordinary gift of conversation. She is easily prejudiced. She seems uncommonly appreciative. She will be immensely surprised. Show me that the two cases are analogous. So far, so good. So I inferred. So much the better for me. So you observe the transformation? Something amuses you. Sometimes the absurdity of it occurs to me. Speaking with all due respect, still, you might make an exception. Strangely, it's true. Such conduct seems to me unjustifiable. Surely there can be no question about that. Surely we can speak frankly. Surely you sound too harsh a note. Surely you would not countenance that. End of section 127. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. Section 128 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. Tell me in what way you want me to help you. Thank you for telling me that. Thank you for your good intentions. That, at least, you will agree to. That depends on one's point of view. That doesn't sound very logical. That is a counsel of perfection. That is a fair question, perhaps. That is a question I have often proposed to myself. That is a stroke of good fortune. That is a superb piece of work. That is a very practical explanation. That is admirably clear. That is certainly ideal. That is eminently proper. That is hardly consistent. That is inconceivable. That is just like you, if you will forgive me for saying so. That is most fortunate. That is most kind of you. That is most unexpected and distressing. That is not fair, to me. That is not to be lightly spoken of. That is precisely what I mean. That is quite true, theoretically. That is rather a difficult question to answer. That is rather a strange request to make. that is rather awkward. That is really good of you. That is the prevailing idea. That is tragic. That is true, and I think you are right. That is very amiable in you. That is very curious. That is very felicitous. That is very gracious. That is what I call intelligent criticism. That is what I meant to tell you. That is a humiliating thought. That is a most interesting idea. That is such a hideous idea. That is the most incredible part of it. That might involve you in lifelong self-reproach. That must be exceedingly tiresome. That ought to make you a little lenient. That reassures me. That shows the infirmity of his judgment. That theory isn't tenable. That was exceedingly generous. That was intended ironically. That was very thoughtful of you. That was very well reasoned. That will blast your chances, I am afraid. That will suit me excellently. That would be somewhat serious. That would be very discreditable. The agreement seems to be ideal. The idea is monstrous. The inference is obvious. The notion is rather new to me. The pleasure is certainly not all on your side. The reason is not so far to seek. The same problem has perplexed me. The sentiment is worthy of you. The simplest thing in the world. The situation is uncommonly delicate. The story seems to me incredible. The subject is extremely interesting. The tone of it was certainly hostile. The very obvious moral is this. The whole thing is an idle fancy. Then I have your permission? Then you're really not disinclined? Then you merely want to ask my advice? There are endless difficulties. There are reasons which make such a course impossible. There's a good deal of sense in that. There is a grain of truth in that, I admit. There is food for reflection in that. There is my hand on it. There is no resisting you. There is nothing I should like so much. There is one inevitable condition. There is something almost terrifying about it. There must be extenuating circumstances. They amuse me immensely. This is a most unexpected pleasure. This is charmingly new to me. This is indeed good fortune. This is really appalling. This is really not a laughing matter. Those are my own private feelings. Those things are not forgotten at once. To me, it's simply outrageous. To speak frankly, I do not like it. True, I forgot. End of section 128. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley.
Section 129 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Palmer, Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada. You, undeniably true. Unfortunately, I must decline the proposal. Unlikely to be so. Unquestionably superior. Unwholesome influence, I would say. V. Very good, I'll do so. Very well, I will consent. Vivacity is her greatest charm. Virtually accomplished, I believe. Boach for its truth. W. We are all more or less susceptible. We are drifting away from our point. We are impervious to certain rules. We are merely wasting energy in this duel. We can safely take it for granted. We couldn't have a better topic. We had better agree to differ. We have had some conclusions in common. We must judge it leniently. We must not expose ourselves to misinterpretation. We owe you a debt of gratitude. We shall be glad to see you, if you care to come. We will devoutly hope not. Well, as a matter of fact, I have forgotten. Well done! I congratulate you. Well, I'm not going to argue that. Well, I call it scandalous. Well, I confess they don't appeal to me. Well, more's the pity. Well, perhaps it's none of my affair. Well, that is certainly ideal. Well, this is good fortune. Well, yes, in a way. Well, you are a dreamer. What a beautiful idea. What a charming place you have here. What a curious coincidence. What a pretty compliment. What a tempting prospect. What an extraordinary idea. What are your misgivings? What can you possibly mean? What conceivable reason is there for it? What do you imagine my course should be? What do you propose? What is the next step in your argument? What is there so strange about that? What, may I ask, is your immediate object? What unseemly levity on his part! What very kind things you have to say to me! What would you expect me to do? What you have just said is even truer than you realize. What you propose is utterly impossible. Who is your sagacious adviser? Why ask such embarrassing questions? Why did you desert us so entirely? Why do you take it so seriously? Will you allow me to ask you a question? Will you be more explicit? Will you have the kindness to explain? Will you pardon my curiosity? Will you permit me a brief explanation? Would you apply that to everyone? Would you mind telling me your opinion? End of section 129. This recording is in the public domain. Section 130 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Elizabeth Palmer, Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada. Why? Yes and no. Yes, but that is just what I fail to comprehend. Yes, I dare say. Yes, if you will be so good. Yes, it was extraordinarily fine. Yes, that is my earnest wish. Yes, that's undeniable. Yes, you were saying. You agree with me, I know. You are a profound philosopher. You are a severe critic. You are delightfully frank. You are greatly to be envied. You are heartily welcome. You are incomprehensible. You are incorrigible. You are kind and comforting. You are most kind. You are not consistent. You are not serious, I hope. You are not seriously displeased with me? You are quite delightful. You are rather puzzling today. You are right to remind me of that. You are unduly distressing yourself. You are very complimentary. You are very gracious. You are so tremendously kind about it. You're succeeding admirably. You're taking it all much too seriously. You're talking nonsense. You're very good, I'm sure. You asked me, but I shouldn't wonder if you knew better than I do. You astonish me greatly. You behaved with great forbearance. You can hardly be serious. You cannot regret it more than I do. You could not pay me a higher compliment. You did it excellently. You did not clearly understand what I meant. You don't seem very enthusiastic. You excite my curiosity. You flatter my judgment. You have a genius for saying the right thing. You have asked me a riddle. You have asked the impossible. You have been wrongly informed. You have done me a great service. You have had a pleasant time, I hope. You have my deepest sympathy. You have my unbounded confidence. You have received a false impression. You have such an interesting way of putting things. You interest me deeply. You judge yourself too severely. You know I'm in an agony of curiosity. You know I'm not given to sentimentality. You know the familiar axiom? You leave no alternative. You look incredulous. You may be sure of my confidence. You may rely on me absolutely. You might make an exception. You must have misunderstood me. You must not fail to command me. You overwhelm me with your kindness. You really insist upon it? You rebuke me very fairly. You say that as though you were surprised. You see how widely we differ? You see, it's all very vague. You see things rose-colored. You seem to be in a happy mood. You seem to take a very mild interest in what I propose. You shock me more than I can say. You speak in enigmas. You speak with authority. You surely understand my position. You take a great deal for granted. You take a pessimistic view of things. You take me quite by surprise. You will admit I have some provocation. You will become morbid if you're not careful. You will have ample opportunity. You will, of course, remember the incident. You will please not be flippant. You will understand my anxiety. Your argument is facile and superficial. Your consideration is entirely misplaced. Your judgments are very sound. Your logic is as clever as possible. Your opinion will be valuable to me. Your request is granted before it is made. Your statement is somewhat startling. End of section 130. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 131 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Rose. A fact of vast moment. A few words will suffice to answer. A further objection is, a great many people have said, a little indulgence may be due to those. A majority of us believe. A man in my situation has. A more plausible objection is found. A proof of this is. A servile mind can never know. A short time since. A specific answer can be given. A thought occurred to me. Able men have reasoned out. Above all things, let us not forget. Absolutely true it is. Abundant reason is there. Accordingly, by reason of this circumstance, add this instance to, after a careful study of all the evidence, after full deliberation, after reminding the hearer. After this it remains only to say, again can we doubt? Again I ask the gentleman, Again, in this view, again it is quite clear that, again it is urged, again let us compare, again very numerous are the cases, again we have abundant instances. Against all this concurring testimony, all confess this to be true. All I ask is, all of us know, all that I will say now, all the facts which support this, all the signs of the time indicate, all these things you know, all this being considered, all this is historical fact. All this is very well. All this suggests. All this we take for granted. Allow me for a moment to turn to. Allow me to tell a story. Although I say it to myself, amazing as it may seem, am I mistaken in this? Among many examples, among the distinguished guests who honour, among the problems that confront us, an answer to this is now ready. An argument has often been put forward. An example or two will illustrate. An indescribably touching incident. An opinion has now become established. And again it is said, and again it is to be presumed, and coming nearer to our own day, and did a man try to persuade me? And do you really think? And everybody here knows. And for myself, as I said, and further all that I have said, and hence the well-known doctrine, and here again when I speak, and here allow me to call your attention, and here I am led to observe, and here I come to the closing evidence, and here I have an opportunity, and here I reproach, and here I wish you to observe, and here let me define my position, and here let me give my explanation, and here let us recall to mind. And how is it possible to imagine? And I am bound to say, and I beg of you, and I call on you, and I might say this, and I refuse assent, and I rejoice to know, and I say it were better for you, and I should in like manner repudiate, and I speak with reverence, and I submit to you, and I trust that you will consider, and I will make a practical suggestion, and I will tell you why, and I would moreover submit, and if a man could anywhere be found, and if any of you should question, and if I know anything of my countrymen, and if I may presume to speak, and if I take another instance, and if this be true, and if you come to a decision, and if you think it your duty, and in conclusion, and in like manner, and in order to see this, and in thus speaking I am not denying, and is this not lamentable, and is there not a presumption, and it happens, and it is certainly true, and it is doubtful if, and it is not difficult to see, and it is not plain, and it is one of the evidences, and it is precisely in this, and it is strikingly suggested to us, and it is undeniable, I say, and it is well that this should be so, and last of all, and lest any one should marvel, and let it be observed, and lo, and behold, and more than this, and next I would ask. End of section 131. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 132 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts. And now allow me to call attention, and now behold a mystery, and now consider, and now having discussed, and now I beg that I may be permitted, and now I go back to the statement, and now I have completed my review, and now I have said enough to explain, and now I must touch upon one point, and now, if I may take for granted, and now it would be very pleasant for me, and now observe how, and now, sir, what I had first to say, and now supposing this point to be settled, and now that I have mentioned, and now the chief points of it, and now the question is asked me, and now, to close, let me give you, and now, to what purpose do I mention? And of course you are aware, and of this I am perfectly certain, and quite as difficult is it to create. And right here lies the cause. And, sir, a word, and so, again, as regard, and so I am reminded of a story, and so I leave these words with you, and so I may point out, and so I might recount to you, and so in the other cases I have named, and so in the present case, and so on, and so through all phases, and so upon every hand, and sometimes it will be difficult, and that gave another distorted view, and the reason is very obvious, and the same holds good, and then again, and then hastily to conclude, and then I may be reminded, and then there is another thought, and then when it is said, and there are reasons why, and there is also this view, and therefore I am truly glad, and therefore it is not unfrequently quoted, and therefore it is not without regret. And this brings me to the last thing, and this is really the sense, and this leads me to say a word, and thus consistently, and thus it is conceivable, and thus it seems to me, and thus we are led on then to further question. And to all this must be added, and to return to the topic, and to this conclusion you must come, and unquestionably, and we are brought to the same conclusion, and what do you suppose will be? And when I have shown to you, and when I recall that event, and when we pass beyond the bounds of, and where, let me ask, and why should I insist? And will you still insist? And with these thoughts come others, and yet I cannot but reflect, and yet I feel justified in believing, and yet I think we all feel, and yet let me say to you, and yet one more quotation, and yet this notion is, I conceive, and yet, though this be true, and yet we ought, if we are wise, and you may also remember this, another circumstance that adds to the difficulty, another consideration which I shall adduce, another instance of signal success, another of these presumptions, another point is made clear as crystal, another reason of a kindred nature, another reflection which occurs to me, another sign of our times, another signal advantage, another striking instance. Answers doubtless may be given. Are there not many of us? Are we content to believe? Are we forever to deprive ourselves? Are we not startled into astonishment? Are we satisfied to assume? As a general rule, I hold, as a last illustration, as a matter of fact, as a proof of this, as an illustration of this truth, as briefly as I may, as far as my limits allow, as far as this is true, as far as this objection relates, as far as we know, as for the rest, as I have now replied to, as I look around on this assembly, as I rise to respond to the sentiment, as I understand this matter, as memory scans the past, as society is now constituted, as someone has well said, as the foregoing instances have shown, as to the particular instance before us, as well might we compare, as we shall see in a few moments, assuredly it is this. At the outset of this inquiry, at the risk of digression, at the same time I candidly state, at the utmost we can say, at this juncture, at this solemn moment, away then with the notion. End of section 132. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Scott Colford of JustGiblets.com, Boston, Massachusetts.
Section 133 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. B. Be assured then, be confident therefore, be it so, be not deceived, be sure that in spite of, be these things as they may, be your interests what they may be, bear with me for a few moments. Bearing on this point, before attempting to answer this question, before going further, before I close, I will particularly remark, before I come to this special matter, before I proceed to compare, being fully of the opinion, being persuaded then, believing as I do, beyond all question we, bidden by your invitation to a discussion, broadly speaking, But above all things let us. But after all, I think no one can say. But again, when we carefully consider, but am I wrong in saying, but apart from the fact, but besides these special facts, but can this question, but depend upon it, but despite all this, but do not let us depend, but do you imagine, but doubts here arise, but even admitting these possibilities, but everyone who deserves, but first of all remark, I beg you, but further I shall now demonstrate, but gentlemen, I must be done, but grave problems confront us, but here I am discussing, but here let me say, but how can we pass over, but how shall I describe my emotions, but however that may be, but I am bound to say, but I am certain from my own experience, but I am very sorry to say, but I am willing enough to admit, but I can at least say, but I cannot conceive, but I can promise, but I cherish the hope, but I confess that I should be glad, but I digress, but I do not propose all these things, but I do say this, but I have been insisting simply, but I have heard it argued, but I have no fear of the future, but I live this train of thought, but I may be permitted to speak, but I may say in conclusion, but I need hardly assert, but I pass that over, but I propose to speak to you, but I repeat, but I resist the temptation, but I return to the question, but I shall go still farther, but I simply ask, but I submit the whole subject, but I trust that you will all admit, but I venture to assure you, but I will allude, but I will not further impress any idea, but I would earnestly impress upon you, but if I may even flatter myself, but if I seek for illustrations, but if you want more evidence, but if you wish to know, but in making this assertion, but in my opinion there is no need, but in the course of time, but is it quite possible to hold, but is this any reason why, but it does not follow from this, but it happens very fortunately, but it has been suggested to me. End of section 133. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 134 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. But it is a fact. But it is impossible for one. But it is necessary to explain. But it is no use protesting. But it is not fair to assert. But it is not my intention. But it is not necessary to suppose. But it is not possible to believe. But it is not really so. But it is otherwise with. But it is sometimes said. But it may be doubted whether. But it may happen that I forgot. But it will be a misfortune. But it will naturally be asked. But it will perhaps be argued. But it would be vain to attempt. But let me ask you to glance. But let me before closing refer. But let none of you think. But let us also keep ever in mind. But let us look a little further. But lo, all of a sudden. But mark this. But more than all things else. But my allotted time is running away. But my answer to this objection. But, my friends, pause for a moment. But never was a grocer wrong. But not for one moment. But notwithstanding all this. But now look at the effect. But now take notice of. But on the other hand. But on what ground are we? But passing these by. But perhaps I ought to speak distinctly. But perhaps you are not yet weary. By putting these questions aside. But quite contrary to this you will find. But recollect, I pray you, how. But, sir, it is manifest. But some other things are to be noted. But some will ask me. But sooner or later. But still, I repeat. But suppose the fact. But surely you cannot say. But that I may not divert you from. But that is not all. But that must always be the impression. But the fact is. But the final value. But the greatest proof of all. But the most formidable problem. But the necessity of the case. But the question may arise. But then, let us ask ourselves. But there is another duty imposed. But there is much more than this. But this I do not hesitate to say. But this I fearlessly affirm. But this I know. But this is a circuitous argument. But this is no place for controversy. But this is not all. But this is what I mean. But this much I affirm is true. But this warns me. But this we may put aside. But to go still further, but to say the truth, but we are met with the assertion, but we are to recollect. But we ask, perhaps, but we may depend upon it, but we think it is not wise, but we want something more for explanation, but what a blunder would be yours, but what is the fact, but what we must needs guard against, but when it is declared, but when we look a little deeper, but while it may be admitted, but who is not seen, but why do I enumerate these details, but with these exceptions, but yet nothing can be more splendid, but you should know, by no means, by the way, I have not mentioned, by this time it will be suspected. End of section 134. This recording is in the public domain. Section 135 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. C. Can it be supposed? Can the long records of humanity teach us? Can there be a better illustration? Can we pretend? Can you lightly contemplate? Can you yield yourselves? Cautious and practical thinkers ask. Certain it is. Certainly I am not blind to the faults. Certainly one can conceive. Clearly enough. Coming back to the main subject. Coming down to modern times. Coming to present circumstances. Common sense indicates. Consequently, I am not discussing this matter. Consider, I beg you, what? Contemplating these marvelous changes. D. Delude not yourselves with the belief. Depend upon it. Did it ever occur to you? Difficult then as the question may be, do I need to describe? Do me the honor of believing. Do not imagine. Do not let us conceal from ourselves. Do not suppose for a moment. Do not talk to me of. Do not think me guilty of. Do we not know? Do what you will. Do you ask how that can be? Do you believe this can be truthfully said? Do you not know I am speaking of? Do you remember a concrete instance? Do you think then? Does any man say? Does it ever occur to you? Does it not seem something like idiocy to? Does it not shock you to think? Does not the event show? Does not the nature of every man revolt? Doubtless the end is sought. E. Every now and then you will find. Every one has asked himself. Every one therefore ought to look to. Every reader of history can recall. F. Far from it. Few indeed there are. Few subjects are more fruitful. Few things impress the imagination more. Finally, it is my most fervent prayer. First in my thoughts are, first of all I ask, for be assured of this, for behold, for I must tell you, for if anyone thinks that there is, for in truth, if you please to recollect, for instance, I can fancy, for it is not true, for it is not right to, for let it be observed first, for mark you, for my own part I believe, for myself certainly I think, for observe what the real fact is, for one I deny, for perhaps after all, for perhaps some may say, for so it generally happens, for the sake of my argument, for this is what I say, for this reason indeed it is, for we all know, fortunately for us, fortunately I am not obliged, from one point of view we are, from the circumstances already explained, from the standpoint of, from this statement you will perceive. G. Generally speaking, God be praised, grant this true, granting all this. End of section 135. This recording is in the public domain. Section 136 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Jill Brenneman. H. Had I had time for all that might be said? Had my limits allowed it? Happily for us. Hardly less marvelous. Hardly will anyone venture to say. Have I exaggerated? Have you ever noticed? Having taken a view of, having thus described what appears to me, he is the best prophet who. He seems at times to confuse. He was an eminent instance of. He who is insensible to. Hence arises a grave mischief. Hence, as I have said. Hence it follows. Here again the testimony corroborates. Here arises the eternal question. Here comes the practical matter. Here for a moment I seem. Here, however, it may be objected. Here I am considering. Here I end my illustrations. Here I must pause for a moment. Here I only insist upon. Here I ought to stop. Here is another strange thing. Here is good hope for us. Here is no question. Here let me meet one other question. Here, then, I am brought to the consideration. Here, then, I take up the subject. Here, then, is the key. Here, then, it is natural at last. Here, then, we are brought to the question. Here, then, we are involved. Here, undoubtedly, it is. Here we cannot but pause to contemplate. Here we come into direct antagonism with. Here we come to the very crux of. Here we have it on high authority. History is replete with predictions. Hitherto I have only spoken of. Holding this view, I am concerned. How can we help believing? How do you account for? How does it happen? How human language staggers when? How infinitely difficult it is. How infinitely superior it must appear. How is this to be explained? How many a time? How momentous then? How much better, I say, if? How much more rational it would be? How shall I attempt to enumerate? How shall I describe to you? However, I am viewing the matter. However, I will not in any way admit. However, it is to me a very refreshing thing. End of section 136. This recording is in the public domain. Section 137 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Jeff Wadden on Sunday, May 27, 2007 in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. I abide by my statement. I add a few suggestions. I adduce these facts. I admire the main drift of. I admit, of course, at once. I admit the extreme complexity. I again ask. I allude to. I always delight to think. I always will assert the right to. I am a great admirer. I am a little at a loss to know. I am about to supplement. I am agitated by conflicting emotions. I am alarmed indeed when I see. I am also bound to say. I am also satisfied. I am apprehensive. I am asked tonight to propose. I am assured and fully believe. I am at a loss for adequate terms. I am bold to say. I am but saying. I am by no means certain. I am certain that you will give me credit. I am certainly in earnest sympathy. I am confronted by the hope. I am conscious of the fact. I am convinced by what I have seen. I am deeply imbued with the conviction. I am deeply insensible of the compliment. I am determined. I am even bold enough to hazard. I am exceeding my necessary limits. I am exceedingly glad of this opportunity. I am exceedingly obliged to you. I am familiar with. I am far from asserting. I am filled with admiration. I am firmly convinced. I am free to admit. I am fully convinced. I am giving voice to what you all feel. I am glad of this public opportunity. I am glad to answer to the toast. I am glad to express the belief. I am glad to notice. I am going to spare you and myself. I am grateful to you for this honor. I am greatly alarmed. I am greatly indebted to you. I am happy to be with you. I am here by the favor of your invitation. I am here the advocate of. I am here to introduce. I am in favor of. I am in sympathy with. I am inclined sometimes to believe. I am inclined to suspect. I am indebted for the honor. I am, indeed, most solicitous. I am informed. I am led on by these reflections. I am led to believe. I am mainly concerned. I am most deeply sensible of the welcome. I am most grateful for the opportunity. I am myself greatly indebted. I am nevertheless too sensible. I am not a stranger to. I am not at liberty to discuss. I am not at present concerned. I am not about to defend. I am not advocating. I am not altogether clear. I am not aware of a single instance. I am not blind to the faults of. I am not bold enough to. I am not catching at sharp arguments. I am not concerned to argue. I am not defending myself. I am not dreaming of denying. I am not going into vexed questions. I am not going to reproach. I am not here to defend. I am not insensible. I am not of those who pretend. I am not prepared to dispute the word. I am not presumptuous to assert. I am not proposing to set forth. I am not ripe to pass sentence. I am not so unreasonable as to tell you. I am not surprised. I am not taking into account. I am not unaware. I am not undertaking to deliver. I am now going to attempt. I am obliged to add. I am obliged to go still further. I am often reminded. I am old enough to remember. I am one of those who believe. I am only too sensible of the fact. I am perfectly willing to admit. I am persuaded. I am prepared to back that opinion by. I am privileged to speak to. I am quite conscious that. I am rather disposed to think. I am ready to do battle. I am reassured by the presence here. I am reluctantly but forcibly reminded. I am resolved not to permit. I am sensible, sir. I am simply endeavoring to show. I am so surrounded on every hand. I am sometimes inclined to think. I am somewhat relieved to know. I am sorry to say. I am suggesting the reason why. I am sure, at any rate. I am sure every impartial man will agree. I am sure I feel no hostility. I am sure that I echo the sentiment. I am sure this generous audience will pardon me. I am sure you all hope. I am sure you feel the truth. I am sure you will acquit me. I am sure you will be kind enough. I am sure you will do me the justice. I am sure you will not be surprised. I am surely not here to assert. I am tempted further to offer to you. I am thankful for the privilege. I am thoroughly convinced. I am to speak to you this evening. I am to urge the interest of. I am told occasionally. I am told on authority. I am too well aware of the difficulties. I am totally at a loss to conceive. I am trespassing too long on your time. I am unable to understand. I am unconscious of intentional error. I am under a very great obligation. I am under the deepest feeling of gratitude. I am under the impression. I am unwillingly bound to add. I am uttering no paradox when I say, I am very far from thinking. I am very glad to have the honor. I am very happy to be here. I am very much in the condition of. I am very sure that if you ponder, I am very sure you will believe. I am well aware. I am willing to know. End of section 137. This recording is in the public domain. Section 138 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. I anticipate with pleasing expectation. I appeal in the first place. I appeal to any man to say. I appeal to the better judgment. I appreciate the significance. I argue this cause. I ask again. I ask no greater blessing. I ask permission to speak to you. I ask the attention. I ask the audience. I ask the audience to return with me. I ask this of you. I ask you calmly and dispassionately. I ask you, gentlemen, do you think? I ask you if it is possible. I ask you, if you please, to rise and give the toast. I ask you in all candor. I ask you now to follow me. I ask you to consider. I ask you to join me in drinking a toast. I ask you to pledge with me. I ask your attention. I ask your indulgence. I assert, sir, that it is. I assure myself. I assure you of my own personal knowledge. I attribute it to. I avail myself of the opportunity. I beg again to thank you for the honor. I beg all to remember. I beg and implore of you. I beg emphatically to say. I beg leave to make some observations. I beg of you to remember. I beg to tender my most fervent wishes. I beg you not to mistake my meaning. I beg you to accept my grateful expression. I begin by observing. I begin with expressing a sentiment. I believe from my own personal experience. I believe I can speak for all. I believe I shall make it clear to you. I believe I voice the sentiment. I believe it to be the simple truth. I believe most profoundly. I believe that I am within the mark. I believe that in this instance, I bid you a most cordial and hearty welcome. I bow with you in reverent commemoration. I call on you to answer. I call to mind how. I can by no calculation justify. I can hardly conceive. I can make allowance for. I can most truthfully assure you. I can never sufficiently express my gratitude. I cannot allow myself to believe. I cannot avoid confessing. I cannot be content with. I cannot believe. I will not believe. I cannot better illustrate this argument. I cannot better sum up. I cannot boast of. I cannot bound my vision. I cannot but reflect. I cannot but see what mischief. I cannot charge myself with. I cannot close without giving expression. I cannot conceive a greater honor. I cannot feel any doubt myself. I cannot forbear from offering. I cannot give you a better illustration. I cannot help expressing a wish. I cannot help speaking urgently. I cannot here go into details. I cannot hesitate to say. I cannot hope adequately to respond. I cannot justly be responsible because. I cannot let this opportunity pass. I cannot persuade myself. I cannot prevail on myself. I cannot refrain from saying for myself. I cannot resist the train of thought. I cannot say how glad I am. I cannot say with confidence. I cannot stop to give in detail. I cannot sufficiently thank you. I cannot take back my word. I cannot take it for granted. I cannot thank you enough. I cannot well avoid saying. I can only congratulate you. I can only hope for indulgence. I can readily understand. I can scarcely concede anything more important. I can scarcely find fitting words. I can strongly recommend. I can understand, moreover. I can, with propriety, speak here. I certainly have not so good an opinion. I challenge any man. I cheerfully own. I cheerfully submit myself. I claim a share also for. I class them all together under the head. I close with the words. I close with the sentiment. I come at length to. I come next to the question of. I come to the other assumption. I conceive this to be. I confess I feel not the least alarmed. I confess I have had my doubts. I confess I have little sympathy. I confess it affects me very deeply too. I confess it is very difficult too. I confess that I do not entirely approve. I confess that it is a comfort to me. I confess that my notions are widely different. I confess to a little embarrassment. I confess to you that I have no fear. I confine myself to saying, I congratulate you upon the auspicious character. I consider I have said enough in proof. I consider it amply explains. I contend. I content myself with pursuing. I could do no less than. I could easily mention. I could enlarge upon it. I could never understand. I could wish that this belief. I dare say you know. I dare venture the remark. I declare to you. I deem it both necessary and just. I deem it proper here to remind. I deem myself honored. I deny, once and for all. I deny the inference. I desire to be brief. I desire to bear my testimony. I desire to call attention. I desire to know. I desire to lay emphatic stress. I dissent from the opinion. I distrust all general theories of. End of section 138. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 139 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. I do again and again urge upon you. I do indeed recollect. I do not absolutely assert. I do not advocate. I do not argue. I do not ask you to. I do not at this moment remember. I do not believe it possible. I do not belong to those who. I do not choose to consume. I do not complain of. I do not consider it necessary. I do not contend. I do not countenance for a moment. I do not deem it incumbent upon me. I do not depreciate for a moment. I do not desire to call in question. I do not desire to put too much emphasis. I do not despair of surmounting. I do not disguise the fact. I do not enter into the question. I do not fail to admire. I do not fear a contradiction. I do not feel at liberty. I do not forget the practical necessity. I do not hesitate to say. I do not imagine. I do not in the least degree. I do not indeed deny. I do not indulge in the delusion. I do not know how anyone can believe. I do not know whether you are aware of it. I do not know why. I do not know with what correctness. I do not mean anything so absurd. I do not mean now to go further than. I do not mean to impute. I do not merely urge. I do not mistrust. I do not myself pretend to be. I do not need to remind you. I do not, of course, deny. I do not pretend to argue. I do not propose to take up your time. I do not question for a moment. I do not recount all. I do not say anything about the future. I do not say this with any affectation. I do not see how it is possible. I do not see much difference between. I do not seek to palliate. I do not speak exclusively. I do not stop to discuss. I do not, therefore, wonder. I do not think it necessary to warn you. I do not think it possible. I do not think it unfair reasoning. I do not think myself obliged to dwell. I do not think that I need further discuss. I do not think this at all an exaggeration. I do not think we can go far wrong. I do not think you will often hear. I do not understand how it can apply. I do not vouch for. I do not want to discourage you. I do not wish to be considered egotistic. I do not wish to be misrepresented. I do not wonder. I doubt very much whether. I dwell with pleasure on the considerations. I earnestly maintain. I embrace with peculiar satisfaction. I end as I began. I entertain great apprehension for. I entertain no such chimerical hopes. I entertain the hope and opinion. I entirely dissent from the view. I especially hail with approval. I even add this. I even venture to deny. I fancy I hear you say. I fear I may seem trifling. I fear lest I may. I fearlessly appeal. I fearlessly challenge. I feel a great necessity to. I feel bound to add my expression. I feel constrained to declare. I feel entirely satisfied. I feel I have a right to say. I feel it a proud privilege. I feel keenly myself impelled by every duty. I feel only a great emotion of gratitude. I feel respect and admiration. I feel some explanation is due. I feel sure. I feel tempted to introduce here. I feel that I have a special right to. I feel that it is not true. I feel the greatest satisfaction. I feel the task is far beyond my power. I fervently trust. I find it difficult to utter in words. I find it more easy. I find my reference to this. I find myself called upon to say something. I find myself in the position of. I find no better example than. I find no fault with. I find numberless cases. I flatter myself. I, for my part, would rather. I, for one, greatly doubt. I forbear to inquire. I foresaw the consequence. I fully recognize. I gave notice just now. I give you, in conclusion, this sentence. I go further. I grant all this. I grant with my warmest admiration. I gratefully accept. I greatly deplore. I had a kind of hope. I had almost said. I had in common with others. I had occasion to criticize. I happen to differ. I hardly dare to dwell longer. I hardly know anything more strange. I hasten to concede. End of section 139. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley. Section 140 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Ken Crooker. On the web at kencrooker.com. I have a dark suspicion. I have a great admiration for. I have a pleasing and personal duty. I have a profound pity for those. I have a right to consider. I have a strong belief. I have a very high respect for. I have abstained from. I have acquired some useful experience. I have all along implied. I have all but finished. I have already alluded to. I have already shown the ground of my hope. I have already stated, and now repeat. I have always been under the impression. I have always listened with the greatest satisfaction. I have always maintained. I have another objection. I have another observation to add. I have anticipated the objection. I have assumed throughout. I have attempted thus hastily. I have barely touched some of the points. I have been allowed the privilege. I have been asked several times. I have been extremely anxious. I have been given to understand. I have been glad to observe. I have been heretofore treating. I have been insisting then on this. I have been interested in hearing. I have been pointing out how I have been profoundly moved. I have been requested to say a word. I have been told by an eminent authority. I have been too long accustomed to hear. I have been touched by the large generosity. I have been trying to show. I have before me the statistics. I have but one more word to add. I have demonstrated to you. I have depicted. I have endeavored to emphasize. I have enlarged on this subject. I have felt it almost a duty to. I have found great cause for wonder. I have frequently been surprised at. I have gazed with admiration. I have generally observed. I have gone so far as to suggest. I have good reason for. I have had steadily in mind. I have had the honor. I have had to take a long sweep. I have heard it objected. I have heard with relief and pleasure. I have hitherto been adducing instances. I have hitherto been engaged in showing. I have in a measure anticipated. I have in my possession. I have incidentally dwelt on. I have introduced it to suggest. I have labored to maintain. I have laid much stress upon. I have lately observed many strong indications. I have listened with the utmost interest. I have little hope that I can add anything. I have lived to see. I have long ago insisted. I have long been of the conviction. I have never heard it suggested. I have never whispered a syllable. I have no acquaintance with. I have no doubt whatever. I have no excuse for intruding. I have no fear of myself. I have no fears for the success. I have no hesitation in asserting. I have no intention to moralize. I have no particular inclination. I have no prejudice on the subject. I have no pretension to be regarded. I have no reason to think. I have no scruple in saying. I have no such gloomy forebodings. I have no sympathy with the men. I have no thought of venturing to say. I have no wish at all to preach. I have not accustomed myself. I have not allowed myself. I have not been able to deny. I have not particularly referred to. I have not said anything yet. I have not the means of forming a judgment. I have not the right to reproach. I have not time to present. I have nothing more to say. I have noticed of late years. I have now explained to you. I have now made bold to touch upon. I have now rather more than kept my word. I have now said all that occurs to me. I have often been impressed with. I have often been struck with the resemblance. I have often lingered in fancy. I have one step farther to go. I have only partially examined. I have partly anticipated, I have pleasant memories of, I have pointed out, I have pride and pleasure in quoting, I have racked this brain of mine, I have read with great regret, I have said, and I repeat, I have said over and over again, I have said what I solemnly believe, I have scant patience, I have seen for myself, I have seen it stated in a recent journal, I have seen some signs of encouragement, I have shown, I have some sort of fear, I have sometimes asked myself, I have sometimes fancied, I have sometimes wondered whether, I have still 2 comments to make, I have taken pains to know, I have the confident hope, I have the greatest possible confidence, I have the honor to propose, I have then to investigate, I have thought it incumbent on me, I have thought it right on this day, I have thought it well to suggest, I have throughout highly appreciated, I have thus been led by my feelings, I have thus stated the reason, I have to confess with a feeling of melancholy, I have to force my imagination, I have touched very cursorily, I have tried to convey to you, I have undertaken to speak, I have very much less feeling of, I have watched with some attention, I have witnessed the extraordinary, I have yet a more cogent reason, I have yet to learn, I hazard nothing in saying, I hear it sometimes said, I hear you say to yourselves, I heartily feel the singular claims, I hesitate to take an instance, I hold it to be clearly expedient, I hold myself obliged to, I hold the maxim no less applicable, I hold this to be a truth, I hold to the principle, I hope by this time we are all convinced, I hope for our own sakes, I hope I have expressed myself explicitly, I hope I may be allowed to intimate, I hope I shall not be told, I hope it is no disparagement, I hope most sincerely and truly, I hope none who hear me, I hope not to occupy more than a few minutes, I hope that I shall not be so unfortunate, I hope the day may be far distant, I hope the time may come again, I hope to be excused if, I hope to be forgiven if, I hope we may forget, I hope you will not accuse me. End of section 140. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded in May of 2007 in the beautiful Shenandoah Valley.
Section 141 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Stephen Lamb, Leicester, United Kingdom. I imagine that no one will be disposed. I insist upon it. I intend to propose. I know from experience how. I know full well. I know I am treading on thin ice. I know it has been questioned. I know it is said. I know it will be said. I know many reasons why. I know not how else to express. I know not in what direction to look. I know not of my own knowledge. I know not where else to find. I know perfectly well. I know that it is impossible for me to. I know that this is the feeling. I know that what I may say is true. I know there are some who think. I know there is a theory among us. I know too well. I know very well the difference between. I know well it is not for me. I know well the sentiments. I know you are all impatient to hear. I know you will do all in your power. I know you will interpret what I say. I labour under a degree of prejudice. I lately heard it affirmed. I lay it down as a principle. I leave history to judge. I leave it to you. I leave the arduous task. I leave to others to speak. I long to speak a word or two. I look hopefully too. I look in vain. I look with encouragement. I look with inexpressible dread. I look with mingled hope and terror. I make my appeal to. I make no extravagant claim. I make this abrupt acknowledgment. I marvel that, I may add, speaking for my own part, I may be allowed to make one remark. I may be permitted to add. I may confess to you. I may safely appeal. I may say to you calmly. I may seem to have been diffuse. I may take as an instance. I may venture upon a review. I mean by this. I mean moreover. I mean something more than that. I mention it to you to justify. I mention these facts because. I mention this not by way of complaint. I might bring you another such case. I might deny that. I might enter into such detail. I might go further. I might go on indefinitely. I might go on to illustrate. I might of course point first. I might reasonably question the justice. I might try to explain. I might venture to claim. I might well have desired. I might well think. I must ask an abrupt question. I must be careful about what I say. I must be contented with. I must be excused if I say. I must bow in reverence. I must call your attention for a moment. I must conclude abruptly. I must confess that I became rather alarmed. I must consider this as. I must crave your indulgence. I must express to you again. I must fairly tell you. I must find some fault with. I must for want of time omit. I must here admit. I must lament. I must leave any detailed development. I must mention with praise. I must not allow myself to indulge. I must not for an instant be supposed. I must not overlook. I must now beg to ask. I must pause a moment too. I must proceed. I must qualify the statement. I must remind my hearers of. I must reply to some observations. I must return to the subject. I must say that I am one of those. I must speak plainly. I must suppose, however. I must take occasion to say. I must thank you once more. I must try to describe to you. I myself have boundless faith. I need not assure this brilliant company. I need not dwell. I need not enter into. I need not follow out the application. I need not, I am certain, assure you. I need not say how much I thank you. I need not show how inconsistent. I need not specially recommend to you. I need not wander far in search. I need only to observe. I need say nothing in praise. I need scarcely observe. I need to guard myself right here. I neither affirm nor deny. I next come to the implicit assumption. I note with particular pleasure. I notice it as affording an instance. I noticed incidentally the fact. I now address you on a question. I now come, sir, to the second head. I now have the pleasure of presenting to you. I now pass to the question of. I now proceed to inquire. I now reiterate. I strongly object to the use. I observe, then, in the first place. I only ask a favourable construction of. I only marvel. I only wish you to recognise. I open the all-important question. I ought to give an illustration. I own I cannot help feeling. I particularly allude to. I pass on from that. I pass then to our second division. I pause for a moment to say. I pause to confess once more. I pay tribute to. I personally know that it is so. I pray God I may never. I predict that you will. I prefer a practical view. I presume I shall have to admit. I presume that I shall not be disbelieved. I proceed to another important phase. I profess. I propose briefly to glance at. I propose, therefore, to consider. I protest that I never had any doubt. I purposely have avoided. I question whether. I quite endorse what has been said. I rather look forward to a time. I readily grant. I really cannot think it necessary to. I really do not know. I really thought that you would excuse me. I recall another historical fact. I recognise the high compliment conveyed. I recollect hearing a sagacious remark. I refer especially. I refuse to believe. I regard as an erroneous view. I regard it as a tribute. I regard it as a very great honour. I regret that I am not able to remember. I regret that it is not possible for me. I regret the time limits me. I regret this the less. I rejoice in an occasion like this. I rejoice that events have occurred. I rejoice to think I remark here. End of section 141. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 142 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by David Best. I remember a reference made. I remember an intimation. I remember full well. I remember the enjoyment with which. I remember to have heard. I repeat, I am not speaking. I repeat my statement in another form. I respectfully counsel. I respectfully submit. I rest my opinion on. I rise in behalf. I rise to express my disapprobation. I rise to thank you. I rise with some trepidation. I return, in conclusion, to I return you my most grateful thanks. I said a little way back. I said it would be well. I said that I thought. I salute with profound reverence. I sanction with all my heart. I saw an ingenious argument the other day. I say frankly. I say in moderation. I say it is extremely important. I say it most confidently. I say no more of these things. I say not one syllable against. I say then, my first point is, I say this is no disparagement of. I say this the more gladly. I say without fear of contradiction. I see around me. I see as clearly as any man possibly can. I see little hope of. I see no exception. I see no possibility of. I see no reason for doubting. I seem to hear you say, I seize upon this opportunity. I seriously desire. I set out with saying, I shall add a few words. I shall address myself to a single point. I shall ask you to look very closely. I shall be told. I shall best attain my object. I shall bestow a little attention upon. I shall certainly admit. I shall consider myself privileged. I shall desist from. I shall endeavor to be guided. I shall give it in the words of. I shall here briefly recite the. I shall here use the word to denote. I shall hope to interest you. I shall invite you to follow me. I shall just give the summary of. I shall never believe. I shall never cease to be grateful. I shall not acknowledge. I shall not attempt a detailed narrative. I shall not end without appealing. I shall not enlarge upon. I shall not force into the discussion. I shall not go so far as to say. I shall not hesitate to say something. I shall not tax your patience. I shall not undertake to prophesy. I shall not weary your patience. I shall now give you some instances. I shall now proceed to show. I shall often have to advert to. I shall pass by all this. I shall presently show. I shall proceed without further preface. I shall recur to certain questions. I shall say all this without entering into. I shall show that I am not. I shall speak first about. I shall speak with becoming frankness. I shall take a broader view of the subject. I shall take it for granted here. I shall therefore endeavor. I shall touch upon one or two questions. I shall waste no time in refuting. I shall, with your sanction. I should be false to my own manhood. I should be surprised if. I should be the last man to deny. I should fail in my duty if. I should find it hard to discover. I should have forfeited my own self-respect. I should like at least to mention. I should like to emphasize. I should like to go a step farther. I should like to refer to two events. I should like to see that view answered. I should like today to examine briefly. I should much prefer. I should not be satisfied with myself. I should think it too absurd. I shrink from the contemplation. I shudder at the doctrine. I simply lay my finger on a fact. I simply pause here to ask. I sincerely regret the absence. I sincerely wish it were in my power. I solemnly declare. I sometimes hear a wish expressed. I sorrowfully call to mind. I speak forth my sentiment. I speak from no little personal observation. I speak of this to show. I speak the fact when I tell you. I speak the secret feeling of this company. I speak what I know when I say. I speak wholly without authority. I speak with feeling upon this point. I speak with some degree of encouragement. I speak with the utmost sincerity. I speak within the hearing of. I stand in awed amazement before. I stand in the midst of men. I still view with respect. I submit it to every candid mind. I submit that in such a case. I submit that it is high time. I submit this proposition. I summon you to do your share. I suppose it is right to answer. I suppose it to be entirely true. I suppose most men will recollect. I suppose that everyone who listens to me. I suppose there is no one here. I suppose we are all of one opinion. I suspect that is why we so often. I sympathize most heartily. I take a broader and bolder position. I take it for granted. I take leave to say. I take one picture as an illustration. I take pleasure in saying. I take the liberty of observing. I take this instance at random. I take two views of. I tell him in reply. I tell you, gentlemen. I tender my thanks to you. I thank you for having allowed me. I thank you for the appreciative tone. I thank you for the honor. I thank you for your most generous greeting. I thank you for your thoughtful courtesy. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I thank you very gratefully. I thank you very sincerely for the honor. End of section 142. This recording is in the public domain. Section 143 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by David Best. I think I am correct in saying. I think I am not the first to utter. I think I can claim a purpose. I think I can sincerely declare. I think I have a right to look upon. I think I have rightly spoken. I think I might safely say. I think I need not say more. I think it is not too much to say. I think it is quite right. I think it may be necessary to consider. I think it might be said with safety. I think it is my duty too. I think it is observable. I think it probable. I think it will astonish you. I think it will be granted. I think no wise man can be indifferent. I think, on the contrary, I think something may be said in favor of. I think that all will agree. I think that I can explain. I think that I can venture to say. I think that, in these last years, I think that none of us will deny. I think there is no better evidence. I think there is no call on me to listen. I think we are justified. I think we can hardly hope. I think we may all easily see. I think we may ask and reply. I think we may safely conclude. I think we may say, therefore, I think we may well be proud of. I think we may well congratulate each other. I think we must draw a distinction. I think we need neither doubt nor fear. I think we ought to recur a moment to. I think we shall all recognize. I think we should do well to call to mind. I think we take too narrow a view. I think when we look back upon, I think you may well rejoice in. I think you will all agree. I think you will pardon my saying. I think you will see. I thus explicitly reply. I tremble at the task. I tremble to think. I trust I may be indulged. I trust it is not presumptuous. I trust that as the years roll on, I trust that I shall have the indulgence. I trust that this will not be regarded as. I turn, gentlemen, to the case. I use the word advisedly. I use the word in the sense. I use very plain language. I utter this word with the deepest affection. I value very much the honor. I venture to ask permission. I venture to say. I verily believe. I very confidently submit. I view that prospect with the greatest misgiving. I want to bespeak your attention. I want to know the character. I want to make some simple applications. I want to say just a few words. I want to say one word more. I want to say to you seriously. I want to think with you. I warn and exhort you. I was astonished to learn. I was constantly watchful too. I was exceedingly interested. I was honored with the acquaintance. I was lost in admiration. I was not slow to accept and believe. I was not without some anxiety. I was overwhelmed. I was sincerely astonished. I was very much interested. I was very much thrilled. I well recollect the time. I well remember an occasion. I will accept the general proposition. I will add the memorable words. I will ask the indulgence. I will ask you to accompany me. I will ask you to bear witness. I will dwell a little longer. I will endeavor in a brief way. I will endeavor to illustrate. I will endeavor to show you. I will enlarge no further. I will even express a hope at the outset. I will even go further and say, I will first call your attention to. I will give one more illustration. I will illustrate this point by. I will merely mention. I will neither affirm nor deny. I will not allude. I will not argue this. I will not attempt to note. I will not be content until. I will not condescend to. I will not enumerate at present. I will not pause to maintain. I will not positively say. I will not pretend to inquire into. I will not quarrel with. I will not relinquish the confidence. I will not repeat the arguments here. I will not try to gauge. I will now consider with you. I will now leave this question. I will now take an instance. I will only speak to one point. I will only sum up my evidence. I will only take an occasion to express. I will only venture to remind you. I will point out to your attention. I will say it once. I will speak but a word or two more. I will speak plainly. I will state with perfect distinctness. I will suppose the objection to be. I will take one more instance. I will take the precaution to add. I will tell you what I think of. I will try to make the thing intelligible. I will venture a single remark. I will venture to add. I will venture to express the hope. I will yield the whole question. I willingly admit. I wish also to declare positively. I wish at the outset. I wish emphatically to reaffirm. I wish I had the time and the power. I wish at first observed. I wish rather to call your attention. I wish, sir, that justice might be done. I wish to ask if you honestly and candidly believe. I wish to be allowed to enforce in detail. I wish to begin my statement. I wish to confine what I have to say. I wish to do full justice too. I wish to draw your attention. I wish to express my profound gratification. I wish to give these arguments their full weight. I wish to know whether. I wish to offer a few words relative to. I wish to remind you in how large a degree. I wish to say a word or two. I wish to state all this as a matter of fact. I wish you success and happiness. I wish you to observe. I would also gratefully acknowledge. I would as soon believe. I would desire to speak simply and directly. I would enter a protest. I would further point out to you. I would have you understand. I would infinitely rather. I would like to say one word just here. I would not be understood as belittling. I would not dwell upon that matter if. I would not push the suggestion so far. I would now gladly lay before you. I would rather 1,000 times. I would recommend to your consideration. I would suggest, first of all. I would that my voice could reach the ear. I would urge and entreat you. I would urge upon you. I would venture to point out. I yielded to the earnest solicitations. End of section 143. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 144 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Jordan Greenaway. If any man be so persuaded, if any one could conceive, if any one is so dim of vision, if any other answer be made, if at first view this should seem. If, however, you determine to, if I am asked for the proof, if I am wrong, if I can carry you with me, if I succeed in describing, if I could find words, if I have done no more than view the facts, if I have in any way deserved, if I may be allowed a little criticism, if I may be allowed modestly to suggest, if I may be allowed to refer, if I may reverently say so, if I may say so without presumption, if I may so speak, if I may take for granted, if I may venture to say anything, if I mistake not the sentiment, if I recollect aright, if I understand the matter at all, if I venture a few remarks, if I were asked, if I were to act upon my conviction, if I were to recapitulate, if I wished to prove my contention, if in consequence we find it necessary, if in the glow of our conscious pride, if in the years of the future, if it be so difficult to appreciate, if it be so, if it be true, if it be contended, if it means anything, it means this. If more were needed to illustrate, if my opinions are true, if, on the contrary, we all foresee, if, on the other hand, I say, if one seeks to measure, if only we go deep enough, if still you have further doubt, if the bare facts were studied, if the experience of the world is worth anything, if then I am asked, if then I should here rest my cause, if there be any among us, if there be one lesson more than another, if this be so, if this seems doubtful to anyone, if unhappily the day should ever come, if we accept at all the argument, if we are not blind to, if we are rightly informed, if we are to reason on the fact, if we cast our glance back, if we embark upon a career, if we have the whole case before us, if we isolate ourselves, if we may trust to experience, if we pursue a different course, if we pursue our inquiries through, if we sincerely desire, if we survey, if we would not be beguiled, if what has been said is true, if you remain silent, if you seek the real meaning of, if you think for a moment, if you want to look, if you are asked to point out, if you will allow me to prophesy, if you will forgive me the expression, if you wish for a more interesting example, if you wish to get to the bottom of the facts, if you would see the most conclusive proof, if your view is right, in a significant paragraph, in a wider sense, in a word, gentlemen, in a word, I conceive, in actual life, I suspect, in addition to these arguments, in addressing myself to the question, in addressing you, I feel, in agreement with this obvious conclusion, in all ages of the world, in all or any of these views, in all times and places, in an unguarded moment, in answering the enquiry, in any view of the case. In closing my speech, I ask each of you, In conclusion, let me say. In conclusion, may I repeat. In consequence, it becomes a necessity. In contemplating the causes, in days to come, in examining this part of the subject, in fine, it is no extravagance to say, in former ages and generations, in further illustration, in further proof of my assertion, in illustration of what I have said, in like manner are to be explained, in like manner I would advise, in listening to the kind words, in looking about me, in many instances, in meeting this difficulty, I will not urge. In most cases I hold. In my estimation, in my humble opinion, in my view, in offering to you these counsels, in one other respect, in one point I wish no one to mistake me. In one sense this is undoubtedly true. In order to appreciate the force of, in order to complete the proof, in order to do justice to the question, in order to prove plainly and intelligibly, in order to realize adequately. In other words, in our estimate of the past, in point of fact, in precisely the same way, in pursuance of these views, in pursuing the great objects, in regard to, in rising to return my sincere thanks, in saying all of this, I do not forget. In saying this, I am not disposed to deny. In short, I say, in solving this difficulty, in something of a parallel way, in spite of the fact, in such cases, strictly speaking, in support of this assertion, in that matchless epitome, in that mood of high hope, in the anomalies of fortune. In the course of these remarks, in the existing circumstances, in the first place, therefore, I consider, in the first place, we see, in the first place, we should all be agreed, in the fullest sense, in the fullness of time, in the last suggestion. In the meantime, I will commend to you. In the next place, be assured, in the presence of this vast assembly, in the present situation, in the progress of events, in the remarks I have made, in the same manner I rely. In the second place, it is quite clear, in the suggestion I have made, in the very brief space at our disposal, in these extraordinary circumstances, in these sentiments I agree, in this brief survey, in this connection I may be permitted to refer, in this connection I remind myself, in this necessarily brief and imperfect review, in this rapid and slight enumeration. In this respect, in this sense only, in this there is no contradiction. In very many instances, in very truth, in view of these reflections, in what has now been said, in what I have now further to say, in widening our view. End of section 144.
This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Mr. Jordan Greenaway.
Section 145 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Sandra Zera. Indeed, can anyone tell me? Indeed, I am not convinced. Indeed, I cannot do better. Indeed, I have heard it whispered. Indeed, I may fairly say. Indeed, it will generally be found. Indeed, we know. Instances abound. Is it logically consistent? Is it not legitimate to recognize? Is it not marvelous? Is it not obvious? Is it not quite possible? Is it not, then, preposterous? Is it not universally recognized? Is it not wise to argue? Is it possible? Can it be believed? Is it, then, any wonder? Is it not the common sentiment? Is there any evidence here? Is there any language of reproach? Is there any possibility of mistaking? Is there any reason in the world? It affords me gratification. It also pleases me very much. It amounts to this. It appears from what has been said. It appears to me, on the contrary. It can rightly be said. It certainly follows, then. It comes to this. It could not be otherwise. It does not necessarily follow. It exhibits a state of mind. It follows as a matter of course. It follows inevitably. It gives us an exalted conception. It grieves me to relate. It hardly fits the character. It has at all times been a just reproach. It has been a very great pleasure for me. It has been generally assumed. It has been justly objected. It has been my privilege. It has been suggested fancifully. It has been well said. It has ever been my ambition. It has struck me very forcibly. It is a circumstance of happy augury. It is a common error. It is a curious trait. It is a fact well known. It is a falsehood to say. It is a familiar charge against. It is a good augury of success. It is a great pleasure to me. It is a living truth. It is a matter of absorbing interest. It is a matter of amusement. It is a matter of fact. It is a matter of just pride. It is a melancholy story. It is a memory I cherish. It is a mischievous notion. It is a mistake to suppose. It is a most extraordinary thing. It is a most pertinent question. It is a noble thing. It is a peculiar pleasure to me. It is a perversion of terms. It is a pleasing peculiarity. It is a popular idea. It is a rare privilege. It is a recognized principle. It is a remarkable and striking fact. It is a strange fact. It is a sure sign. It is a theme too familiar. It is a thing commonly said. It is a touching reflection. It is a true saying. It is a very significant fact. It is a vision which still inspires us. It is a wholesome symptom. It is, all things considered, a fact. It is all very fine to think. It is all very well to say. It is almost proverbial. It is also possible. It is also probably true. It is always pleasant to respond. It is amazing how little. It is an easy matter. It is an egregious mistake. It is an established rule. It is an incredible thing. It is an interesting fact. It is an unforgivable offense. It is an unquestionable truth. It is appropriate that we should celebrate. It is asserted. It is assumed as an axiom. It is at once inconsistent. It is but fair to say. It is but too true. It is by no means my design. It is certainly especially pleasant. It is certainly remarkable. It is common in these days to lament. It is commonly assumed. It is comparatively easy. It is curious sophistry. It is curious to observe. It is desirable for us. It is difficult for me to respond fitly. It is difficult to avoid saying. It is difficult to describe. It is difficult to overstate. It is difficult to put a limit. It is difficult to surmise. It is doubtful whether. It is easy enough to add. It is easy to instance cases. It is easy to understand. It is eminently proper. It is every man's duty to think. It is evident that the answer to this. It is evidently supposed by many people. It is exceedingly gratifying to hear. It is exceedingly unfortunate. It is fair that you should hear. It is fair to suppose. It is far from me to desire. It is fatal to suppose. It is fitting. It is for me to relate. It is for others to illustrate. It is for this reason. It is for us to ask. It is greatly assumed. It is gratifying to have the honor. It is hardly for me. It is hardly necessary to pass judgment. It is idle to think of. It is immaterial whether. It is impossible to avoid saying. It is in every way appropriate. It is in the highest degree worthy. It is in this characteristic. It is in vain. It is in your power to give. It is indeed a strange doctrine. It is indeed not a little remarkable. It is indeed true. It is indeed very clear. It is indispensable to have. It is interesting and suggestive. It is interesting to know. It is just so far true. It is likewise necessary. It is made evident. It is manifest. It is manifestly absurd to say. It is merely common sense to say. It is more than probable. It is my agreeable duty. It is my belief. It is my earnest wish. It is my grateful duty to address you. It is my hope. It is my present purpose. End of section 145. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 146 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Maura Walsh. It is necessary to ask the question. It is necessary to refer. It is necessary to take some notice. It is needful to a complete understanding. It is needless before this audience to repeat. It is no doubt true. It is no exaggeration to say. It is no part of my business. It is no significant thing. It is no small indication. It is no small wonder. It is not a practical question. It is not altogether satisfactory. It is not an unknown occurrence. It is not by any means. It is not difficult to comprehend. It is not difficult to discern. It is not easy for me to find words. It is not enough to say. It is not entirely clear to me. It is not evident. It is not for me on this occasion. It is not given to many men. It is not likely that any of you. It is not logical to say. It is not my intention to enter into. It is not my purpose to discuss. It is not necessarily true. It is not necessary for me even to sketch. It is not necessary for our purpose. It is not often in these modern days. It is not ours to pronounce. It is not out of place to remind you. It is not possible to recount. It is not quite clear. It is not to me so very surprising. It is not too much to say. It is not unknown to you. It is not within the scope of this address. It is now high time for me. It is now perfectly plain. It is now observable enough. It is obvious. It is of course difficult. It is of great importance to show. It is of no moment. It is of very little importance. It is often remarked. It is on these grounds. It is one of the burning questions of the day. It is one of the most natural visions. It is one of the most significant things. It is one of the queerest freaks of fate. It is only a few short years since. It is only just to say. It is our duty to examine. It is ours to bear witness. It is owing to this truth. It is particularly befitting at this time. It is perfectly apparent. It is pitiable to reflect. It is pleasant to meet this brilliant company. It is rather a pleasant coincidence. It is rather an arduous task. It is rather startling. It is related. It is ridiculous to say. It is said, and I think truly, it is said to be impossible. It is satisfactory to notice. It is scarcely necessary to insist. It is scarcely questioned. It is self-evident. It is sometimes hard to determine. It is still an open question. It is still more surprising. It is substantially true. It is surely necessary for me. It is the clear duty of, it is the doctrine of, it is the fashion to extol, it is the universal testimony. It is therefore evident. It is therefore necessary. It is this which lies at the foundation. It is to be expected. It is to be remembered. It is to me a very sincere satisfaction. It is told traditionally. It is too plain to be argued. It is true. It is unnecessary for me to remind you. It is upon this line of reasoning. It is very common to confuse. It is very doubtful whether. It is very interesting and pleasant. It is well known. It is with great pleasure. It is with pity unspeakable. It is within the memory of man now living. It is worth while to notice. It may appear absurd. It may at first sight seem strange. It may be added. It may be conjectured. It may be imagined. It may be plausibly objected. It may be rightly said. It may be useful to trace. It may be worth your while to keep in view. It may indeed be unavoidable. It may not be altogether certain. It may not be uninteresting to any of you. It may or may not be true. It may, perhaps, seem wonderful. It may seem a little strange. It might still more probably be said. End of section 146. This recording is in the public domain. Section 147 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Maura Walsh. It must be a cause of delight. It must be borne in mind. It must be the verdict of history. It must create astonishment. It must doubtless be admitted. It must ever be recollected. It must never be forgotten. It must not be supposed. It must seem to every thoughtful man. It need scarcely be said. It now becomes my pride and privilege. It only remains now to speak. It ought to animate us. It proves a great deal. It remains only to speak briefly. It remains that I inform you of. It remains that I should say a few words. It reminds me of an anecdote. It reminds one of the compliment. It requires no effort of imagination. It scarcely seems to be in keeping. It seems almost desperate to think of. It seems almost incredible. It seems now to be generally admitted. It seems strange to be told. It seems, then, that on the whole, it seems to me a striking circumstance. It seems to me idle to ask. It seems to me singularly appropriate. It seems to me the primary foundation. It seems to me unphilosophical. It should always be borne in mind. It should be remembered. It so happens. It sometimes seems to me. It still remains to be observed. It strikes me with wonder. It suggests at the outset. It summons our imagination. It surely is not too much to expect. It therefore astonishes me. It used to be a reproach. It was a brilliant answer. It was a fine and delicate rebuke. It was a fit and beautiful circumstance. It was a propitious circumstance. It was certainly a gracious act. It was in the full understanding. It was my good fortune. It was not to be expected. It was said by one who ought to know. It was therefore inevitable. It was under these circumstances. It will appeal to, it will appear from what has been said. It will be asked me how. It will be easy to say too much. It will be easy to trace the influence. It will be evident to you. It will be idle to imply. It will be interesting to trace. It will be just as reasonable to say. It will be rather to our advantage. It will be recollected. It will be seen at a glance. It will be well and wise. It will carry out my meaning more fully. It will, I suppose, be denied. It will not be expected from me. It will not be safe. It will not do for a man to say. It will not, I trust, be concluded. It will not surely be objected. It will not take many words to sum up. It will thus be seen. It would be a misfortune. It would be a proud distinction. It would be a remarkable fact. It would be absurd to pretend. It would be an inexcusable omission. It would be idle for me. It would be imprudent in me. It would be invidious for me. It would be natural on such an occasion. It would be no less impracticable. It would be out of place here. It would be preposterous to say. It would be presumptuous in me. It would be the height of absurdity. It would be unfair to praise. It would be unjust to deny. It would be well for us to reflect. It would indeed be unworthy. It would seem perhaps most fitting. J. Just the reverse is true. End of section 147. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 148 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Tricia G. L. Language is inadequate to voice my appreciation. Lastly, I do not understand. Lastly, it cannot be denied. Less than this could not be said. Lest I should be accused of quibbling. Let all of us labor in this work. Let anyone imagine to himself. Let anyone who doubts. Let everyone consider. Let it be clearly understood, I repeat it. Let it be remembered. Let it not be objected. Let it not be supposed that I impute. Note: impute, relate to a particular cause or source. End note. Let me add another thing. Let me add my final word. Let me add one other hint. Let me also say a word in regard. Let me answer these questions. Let me ask you to imagine. Let me ask your leave to propose. Let me be allowed to devote a few words. Let me call attention to another fact. Let me commend to you. Let me direct your attention now to. Let me entreat you to examine. Let me give one more instance. Let me give one parting word. Let me give you an illustration. Let me here make one remark. Let me here say. Let me hope that I have said enough. Let me illustrate again. Let me make myself distinctly understood. Let me make use of an illustration. Let me not be thought offensive. Let me now conclude with. Let me once more urge upon you. Let me protest against the manner. Let me quite temperately defend. Let me rather make the supposition. Let me say a practical word. Let me simply declare. Let me tell you an interesting reminiscence. Let me thank you once more. Let me urge you earnestly. Let no man congratulate himself. Let our conception be enlarged. Let our object be. Let that question be answered by. Let the facts be granted. Let these instances suffice. Let this be the record made. Let this inspire us with abhorrence of. Let us approach the subject from another side. Let us attempt a survey. Let us be perfectly just. Let us be quite practical. Let us bear perpetually in mind. Let us begin at the beginning. Let us begin by examining. Let us briefly review. Let us brush aside once for all. Let us cherish. Let us confirm our opinion. Let us consider for a moment. Let us devote ourselves. Let us discard all prejudice. Let us do all we can. Let us draw an illustration. Let us endeavor to understand. Let us enumerate. Let us figure to ourselves. Let us for the moment put aside. Let us get a clear understanding. Let us heed the voice. Let us hope and believe. Let us hope that future generations. Let us imitate. Let us inquire also. Let us labor and pray. Let us likewise remember. Let us look briefly at a few particulars. Let us look nearer home. Let us not be fearful. Let us not be misled. Let us not be misunderstood. Let us not flatter ourselves. Let us not for a moment forget. Let us not limit our view. Let us now apply the views presented. Let us now consider the characteristics. Let us now see the results. Let us now turn our consideration. Let us observe this analogy. Let us pass on to another fact. Let us pause a moment. Let us push the inquiry yet further. Let us rather listen to. Let us reflect how vain. Let us remember this. Let us remind ourselves. Let us resolve. Let us scrutinize the facts. Let us suppose, for argument's sake. Let us suppose the case to be. Let us take, for instance. Let us then be assured. Let us then be worthy of. Let us therefore say once for all. Let us try to form a mental picture. Let us turn to the contemplation of. Let your imagination realize. Like all citizens of high ideals. Likely enough. Little wonder, therefore. Long have I been convinced. Look at it in another way. Look at some of these questions. Look at the situation. M. Mainly, I believe, making allowances for differences of opinion, many of us have had the good fortune, many of you, perhaps, recollect. May I ask you to believe? May I not speak here? May I try to show that every effort, may I venture to suggest, may it not also be advanced, may the day come quickly, meantime it is encouraging to think, meanwhile let us freely recognize, men are in the habit of saying, men are telling us nowadays, men everywhere testify, more and more it is felt, more than once have I had to express, more than this need not be said. Moreover, I have insisted. Moreover, I would counsel you. Moreover, when we pass judgment, much has been said and written about. My appreciation has been quickened. My belief, therefore, is, my duty is to endeavor to show, my experience tells me, my first duty is to express to you, my friends, do you really believe? My friends, I propose. My heart tells me. My idea, therefore, is, my last criticism upon, my mind is not moved by, my mind most perfectly acquiesces. My next objection is, my own private opinion is, my present business is, my regret is intensified by the thought. End of section 148. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 149 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. N. Nay, I boldly say. Nay, it will be a relief to my mind. Nay, there is a general feeling. Need I say that I mean? Neither should you deceive. Never before have I so strongly felt. Never can I cease to feel. Never did there devolve. Never for a moment believe. Never have I felt so forcibly. Never was a weaker defense attempted. Never was there a greater mistake. Never was there an instance. Nevertheless, we can admit. Next, from what has been said, it is plain. Next, I consider. Next, it will be denied. No argument can overwhelm a fact. No defense is to be found. No distinct test can be named. No doubt in the first instance. No doubt there are many questions. No doubt to most of us. No finer sentence has come down to us. No greater service could be rendered. No longer do we believe. No man regrets more than I do. No one can feel this more strongly. No one can, I think, pretend. No one can see the end. No one here, I am sure. No one, I suppose, would say. No one, I think, can fail to observe. No one, I think, will dispute the statement. No one need to exaggerate. No one will accuse me. No true man ever believes. None can have failed to observe. Nor am I disparaging or discouraging. Nor can I forget either. Nor can it be justly said. Nor can we afford to waste time. Nor can we forget how long. Nor can we now ask. Nor do I believe. Nor do I doubt. Nor do I pretend. Nor do I think there can be found. Nor does it matter much. Nor has there been wanting. Nor indeed am I supposing. Nor is it a fair objection. Nor is it probable. Nor is this all. Nor let me forget to add here. Nor must I be understood as saying, nor must it be forgotten. Nor need we fear to speak. Nor should any attempt be made. Nor will history fail to record. Nor will I enlarge on the matter. Not at all. Not only so. Not that I quarrel with. Nothing but the deepest sense. Nothing can be further from the truth. Nothing could be clearer. Nothing could be more striking. Nothing is more common in the world. Nothing that you can do. Notwithstanding all that has been said. Notwithstanding all this, I hold. Now, bear with me when I say. Now comes the question. Now, comparing these instances together. Now, from these instances it is plain. Now, having spoken of. Now, I admit. Now, I am far from denying. Now, I am far from undervaluing. Now, I am justified in calling this. Now, I am obliged to say. Now, I do not wish you to believe. Now, I have a closing sentence or two. Now, I pass on to consider. Now, I shall not occupy your time. Now, I understand the argument. Now, I will undertake to say. Now, I wish to call your attention. Now, if you will clearly understand. Now, is there any ground or basis for? Now, it is an undoubted fact. Now, it is evident. Now, it is not at all strange. Now, it is unquestioned. Now, let me speak with the greatest care. Now, let me stop for a moment. Now, let us consider. Now, observe my drift. Now, sir, I am truly horrified. Now, the answer we should give. Now, the question here at issue. Now, the world will say. Now, there is a close alliance between. Now, this is precisely the danger. Now, this is to some extent. Now, understand me definitely. Now, we do not maintain. Now, we will inquire. Now, what I want you to realize. Now, with regard to. Now, you will allow me to state. Now, you will understand from this. End of section 149. This recording is in the public domain. Section 150 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joe Brenneman. Oh. Observe again. Occasionally you ought to read. Of course I am aware. Of course I am putting an impossible case. Of course I cannot be taken to mean. Of course I do not maintain. Of course I do not stop here. Of course I would not allow. Of course much may be said. Of course these remarks hold good. Of course we may, if we please. Of course you will sympathize. Of one thing, however, I am certain. Of this briefly. Of this statement I will only say. Of this truth I shall convince you by. On a review of the whole subject. On occasions of this kind. On such a day as this. On the contrary, I am assuming. On the occasion to which I refer. On the other hand, it is clear. On the whole, then, I observe. On this auspicious occasion. On this point I do not mean to dwell. On this subject you need not suspect. Once again, there are those. Once more I emphasize. Once more let me try to put into words. One additional remark. One almost wishes. One cannot decline to note. One concluding remark has to be made. One fact is clear and indisputable. One further word. One important topic remains. One is fairly tempted to wish. One lesson history may be said to repeat. One might be challenged to produce. One of the ancients said. One of the most commonly known. One of the most extraordinary incidents. One of the things I recollect with most pride. One of these signs is the fact. One or two points are made clear. One other circumstance. One other remark suggests itself. One remark I will make. One thing more will complete this question. One thing which always impressed me. One very striking tendency. One word in courtesy I must say. One word more in a serious vein. One would naturally suppose. Only so much do I know. Opinions are divided as to whether, or to come nearer home, or to take but one other example, ordinarily speaking, such deductions. Others may hold other options. Ought we not to think? Our thoughts wander back. Over and above all this. P. Pardon me if. Perhaps another reason why. Perhaps, however, in speaking to you. Perhaps, however, some among you will be. Perhaps I may be best able to illustrate. Perhaps I ought to say. Perhaps it may be doubted. Perhaps, sir, I am mistaken in. Permit me frankly to say. Permit me to add another circumstance. Permit me to bring home to you. Personally, I am far too firm a believer. Pray, sir, let me say. R. Read but your history aright. Recollect, sir. Reflections such as these. Rely upon it. Remember, I do not seek to. Remembering some past occurrences. Returning, then, to the consideration. S. Seriously, then, do I beg you. I shall tell you. Shall we complain? Should there be an objection, I answer. Since, then, it is provided. Since, then, this is the case. Sir, with all my heart I respond. So accustomed are we. So at least it seems to me. So far as I know. So far as my observation and experience goes. So far in general. So I say to you, so it comes to pass. So long as we continue to love truth and duty, so men are asking. So much at first sight. So much on this subject. So that I may venture to say, so that if you were persuaded, so then ought we also. So, to add one other example, so too I may go on to speak. So when I hear people say, some have insisted, some of you can recall the time, some of you may think this visionary, some of you will remember, someone will perhaps object, some prejudice is attached, some writer has said, sometimes I venture to think, sometimes it may happen. Speaking in this place, startling as this may appear to you, stating only the truth I affirm, still another encouraging fact, still further, still I cannot part from my subject, still I have generally found, still I imagine you would consider it, still I know what answer I can make to, still it may with justice be said, still one thing more, still we ought to be grateful, strange as it may seem. Strictly in confidence, I do not think. Strictly speaking, there is no such thing. Such a doctrine is essentially superficial. Such are the rather tolerant ideas. Such considerations as these. Such, I believe, would be the consequences. Such illustrations are not frequent. Such, in brief, is the story. Such is steadfastly my opinion. Such is the deep prejudice now existing. Such is the intellectual view we take. Such is the lesson which I am taught. Such is the progress. Such is the truth. Such, sir, I conceive to be. Such, then, is the true idea. Such, too, is the characteristic of. Suffer me to point out. Suffice it to say here, summing up what I have said, suppose we turn our eyes to. Surely I do not misinterpret. Surely it is a paradox. Surely it is not too much for me to say. Ending of section 150. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 151 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Holly Kirtley, May 8, 2007, Birmingham, Alabama. Take another instance. Take one of the most recent cases. Take this simple fact. Take this example. Taking a broader view. Taking the facts by themselves. That is a further point. That is a natural boast. That is a pure assumption. That is all it seems necessary to me. That is all very good. That is far from my thoughts. That is final and conclusive. That is the lesson of history. That is the question of questions, that you may conceive the force of. The answer is easy to find. The answer is ready. The belief is born of the wish. The day is at hand. The decided objection is raised. The doctrine I am combating. The doctrine is admirable. The effect too often is. The evolution of events has brought. The fact has made a deep impression on me. The fact has often been insisted. The fact to be particularly noted. The facts are clear and unequivocal. The facts may be strung together. The first business of every man. The first counsel I would offer. The first great fact to remember is. The first point to be ascertained. The first practical thought is. The first remarkable instance was. The first thing I wish to note. The first thing that we have to consider. The future historian will, no doubt.
the generous feeling that has promoted you, the great mass of the people. The hour is at hand. The illustration is analogous. The important thing is, the instance I shall choose, the irresistible tendency of, the kindness with which I have been received. The last and distinguishing feature is, the latest inclination I have seen, the lesson which we should take most to heart, the main cause of all this. The more you examine this matter, the most concise tribute paid, the most reasonable anticipation, the most remarkable step forward, the most striking characteristic, the most sublime instance that I know. The next point is, the next question to be considered is, the next thing I consider indispensable. The occasion that calls us together. The one central difference between. The only course that remains open. The only plea to be offered. The other day I observed, the paramount consideration is, the perils that beset us here, the pleasing duty is assigned me. The point I have urged upon you is, the point I wish a little further to speak of, the point to which I shall call your attention. The popular notion is, the practical inference from all this, the presence of this brilliant assemblage. The pressing question is, the prevalent opinion, no doubt. The proof of this statement is to be found. The question is deeply involved. The question, then, recurs. The remedy I believe to be. The result, I fancy, has been. The result of the whole. The rule will always hold good. The sacred voice of inspiration. The same is true in respect of. The scene all comes back. The sentiment to which I am to respond. The sentiment which you have expressed. The simple rule and test. The simple truth is, the soundness of this doctrine depends. The strongest proof I have. The subject of the evening's address. The subject which has been assigned to me. The task has been placed in my hands. The testimony of history is. The theory seems, at first sight, the thought with which I shall close. The time has manifestly now arrived. The time is not far distant. The time is now come for me. The times are full of signs and warnings. The toast I am about to propose to you. The vain wish has sometimes been indulged. The view I have been enforcing. The view is more misleading. The warmth and kindness of your reception. The welcome that has been extended to me. The whole story of civilization. End of section 151. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 152 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Betsy Bush. Public speaking phrases. Then again, in corroboration. Then again, when men say. Then take the other side of the argument. Then the question arises. Then there is another story. Then, too, it must be remembered. There are certain old truths. There are few spectacles. There are hopeful signs of. There are, I believe, many who think. There are, indeed, exceptions. There are, indeed, persons who profess. There are many educated and intelligent people. There are people in every community. There are several reasons why. There are some slight modifications. There are some who are fond of looking at. There are some who have an idea. There are those of us who can remember. There are those who wish. There are two conflicting theories. There can be but one answer. There can be no doubt. There has been a great deal of discussion lately. There has been no period of time. There have been differences of opinion. There is a characteristic saying. There is a class of person. There is a common saying. There is a conviction. There is a degree of evidence. There is a genuine grief. There is a great deal of rash talking. There is a growing disposition. There is a large class of thinkers. There is a lesson of profound interest. There is a more important question. There is a more serious lesson. There is a multitude of facts. There is a question of vital importance. There is a very common tendency. There is a vital difference of opinion. There is an analogy in this respect. There is an ancient story to the effect. There is an external controversy. There is another class of men. There is another factor. There is another object equally important. There is another point of view. There is another remarkable analogy. There is another sense in which. There is, at any rate, to be said. There is but one consideration. There is certainly no reason. There is hardly any limit. There is, however, another opinion. There is, however, one caution. There is little truth in. There is no field of human activity. There is no good reason. There is no justification for. There is no mistaking the purpose. There is no more insidious peril. There is no more striking exemplification. There is no occasion to exaggerate. There is no page of history. There is no sense in saying. There is no worse perversion. There is not a shadow of evidence. There is nothing more repulsive. There is nothing overstated in this description. There is nothing to show. There is one story which it is said. There is only one sense in which. There is some difference of opinion. There is something strangely interesting. There is yet another distinction. There is yet one other remark. There ought certainly to be. There was but one alternative. There was one remarkable incident. There will always be a number of men. There will be no difficulty. There yet remains. Therefore there is no possibility of a doubt. Therefore lies your responsibility. These alone would not be sufficient. These are enough to refute the opinion. These are general counsels. These are generalizations. These are my reasons for. These are points for consideration. These considerations have great weight with me. These expectations do not hold in the case of. These ideas naturally present themselves. These instances are far more common. These instances are indications. These last words lead me to say. These objections only go to show. These questions I shall examine. These various partial views. They mistake the intelligence. They would persuade you to. Think for a moment. Think of the cool disregard. End of section 152 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 153 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Donald Powers. This absurdity arises. This appeal to the common sense. This argument is especially cogent. This, at least, is sure. This being the case, this being true, this being undeniable, it is plain. This being understood, I ask. This brings me to a single remark. This brings us to a subject. This episode goes to prove. This fact was soon made manifest. This, from the nature of the case, this I conceive to be the business. This I consider to be my own case. This I have told you. This is a general statement. This is a very one-sided conception. This is a very serious situation. This is an astonishing announcement. This is conceded by. This is contrary to all argument. This is doubtless the truth. This is especially the case. This is essentially an age of. This is in the main just. This is just like saying. This is not all. This is not the main point of objection. This is not the occasion of the place. This is obvious. This is on the whole reasonable. This is the only other illustration of. This is owing in great measure to. This is precisely what we ought to do. This is said in no spirit of. This is suggested to us. This is the design and intention. This is the great fact. This is the main point on which the inquiry turns. This is the meaning of. This is the obvious answer. This is the point I want to impress upon you. This is the point of view. This is the position of our minds. This is the radical question. This is the sentiment of mankind. This is the starting point. This is the sum. This is to be found in the fact. This is what I am led to say. This is what may be objected. This is why I take the liberty. This language is plain. This leads me to the question. This leads us to inquire. This may be said without prejudice. This might be illustrated at length. This much is certain. This sentiment was well nigh universal. This, surely, is the conclusion. This, then, is the answer. This, then, is the drift of my illustration. This, then, is what I mean by saying. This will be evident at once. This you cannot deny. Those who have watched the tendencies, thus a great deal may be done. Thus analogies suggest. Thus far I willingly admit. Thus I am led to another remark. Thus, if you look into, thus instances occur now and then. Thus it comes to pass. Thus my imagination tells me. Thus much, however, I may say. Thus much I may be allowed to say. Thus much may be sufficient to recall. Thus we see. Time would not permit me. To a man of the highest public spirit, to avoid all possibility of being misunderstood, to be more explicit, to be sure we sometimes hear, to bring the matter nearer home, to convince them of this, to feel the true force of this argument, to illustrate, to make my story quite complete. To me, however, it would appear, to my way of conceiving such matters, to prevent misapprehension. To some it may sound like a paradox. To sum up all that has been said, to sum up in one word, to take a very different instance, to the conclusion thus drawn, to the enormous majority of persons, to these general considerations, to this I answer. To this it will be replied. To what other cause can you ascribe, today as never before? Treading close upon the heels, tried by this standard, true it is. True, there are difficulties. Truly, it is a subject for astonishment. Two things are made very clear. You, under all the circumstances, Under these favoring conditions, under this head, undoubtedly we may find. Unfortunately, it is a truth, unless I could be sure, up to this moment I have stated. V. Very strange is this indeed. End of section 153. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 154 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Jason Isbell, www.shabamdevelopment.com. W. We all agree as to. We all feel the force of the maxim. We all in equal sincerity profess. We almost shudder when we see. We are accustomed to lay stress upon. We are all familiar with. We are approaching an era. We are apt to forget. We are assembled here today. We are beginning to realize. We are bound to give heed. We are constantly being told. We are fulfilling what I believe to be. We are in the habit of saying, we are met tonight. We are not able to prove. We are not disinterested. We are quite unable to speculate. We are told emphatically. We are tolerably certain. We believe with a certain belief. We can but pause to contemplate. We can imagine the amazement of. We cannot but be struck with. We cannot escape the truth. We cannot have this too deeply fixed. We cannot too highly honor the temper of. We cannot wonder. We can only applaud the sentiment. We can only bow with awe. We can presume. We can remember with pride. We can see to some extent. We continually hear nowadays. We deeply appreciate the circumstances of. We do not quarrel with those. We do not question the reality. We do well to recall. We easily persuade ourselves. We feel keenly about such things. We grope blindly along. We have a firm assurance. We have a right to claim. We have an overpowering sense. We have been accustomed to. We have been told by more than one. We have come together tonight. We have great reason to be thankful. We have heard lately. We have here plain proof. We have need to examine. We have no means of knowing. We have no other alternative. We have not yet solved the problem. We have sought on this occasion. We have the evidence of this. We have the good fortune tonight. We have to admit. We have witnessed on many occasions. We hear it is said sometimes. We hear no complaint. We heartily wish and mean. We hold fast to the principle. We laugh to scorn the idea. We may all of us agree. We may be permitted to remember. We may contemplate with satisfaction. We may have a deep consciousness. We may indeed consider. We may not know precisely how. We must also look. We must constantly direct our purpose. We must not be deceived. We must not mistake. We must realize conscientiously. We must remember. We need no proof to assure us. We need not look far for reasons. We need not trouble ourselves. We of this generation. We often hear persons say, "We ought in strict propriety." We pride ourselves upon the fact. We rightly pay all honor. We see in a variety of ways. We shall all doubtless concede. We shall be blind not to perceive. We shall do well to remember. We shall have no difficulty in determining. We should be convinced. We should contemplate and compare. We should dread nothing so much. We should lend our influence. We should not question for a moment. We should not, therefore, question. We stand astonished at. We stumble and falter and fall. We take it for granted. We will not stop to inquire. Weighty as these conditions are. Well, gentlemen, it must be confessed. Well may we explain. Well now, let us propose. Well, that being the case, I say, were I to enter into a detailed description, were I to speculate, what are the precise characteristics? What are we to think of? What are you going to do? What can avail? What can be more intelligible? What can be more monstrous than? What can I say better? What commonly happens is this. What could be more captivating? What could be more true? What do we gain by? What do we understand to have been? What I mean is this. What I now say is. What I object to is. What I propose to do is. What I shall actually attempt to show here. What I suggest is. What is more important. What is more remarkable. What is the pretext? What is this but to say? What more shall I say? What remains but to wish you? What strikes the mind so forcibly? In section 154, this recording is in the public domain. Section 155 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Jason Isbell. www.shabamdevelopment.com. What then are we to believe? What then can be the reason? What then, I may be asked? What then is the use? What then was the nature of? What is the consequence of? What we are concerned to know is what we have most to complain of. What would you say? Whatever a man thinks, whatever difference of opinion may exist, whatever opinion I may express, whatever the truth may be, when I am told, when I hear it said, when I remember the history, when I review these circumstances, when I speak of this question, when I thus profess myself, when one remembers, when we consider the vastness, when we contemplate, when we get so far as this, when we look closely at, when will men understand? When you are assured, when you did me the honor to invite me, whence it is, I say, whence was the proof to come, while acknowledging the great value, while I feel most keenly the honor, while I have hinted to you, whilst I am on this matter, who can deny the effect? Who can say in a word, who does not like to see? Who has not felt the constraint? Who that reads does not see? Who will accuse me? Why again should I take notice? Why need you seek to disprove? Will any gentleman say? Will anyone answer? Will it be whispered? Will it not be well for us? Will you allow me to present to you? Will you bear with me? Will you mistake this? Will you permit me to thank you? With all my heart I share, with possibly a single exception, with respect to what has been said, with this ideal clearly before us, with whatever opinions we come here, without going into any details, without me saying a word more. Why? Yet I am convinced. Yet I am willing to admit. Yet I am willing to conclude. Yet I feel quite free to say. Yet I, for one, do not hesitate to admit. Yet I have never been thoroughly satisfied. Yet I suppose it is worth while. Yet I would have to think. Yet if you were to ask the question, yet it is instructive and interesting. Yet it is no less true. Yet it is perfectly plain. Yet let me consider what consequences must. Yet may I not remind you. You all know the history of. You and I are always contrasting. You are at a parting of the ways. You are now invited to do honor. You can never forget. You cannot assert. You do not need to be told. You have all read the story. You have been gracious enough to assign me. You have been mindful. You have been pleased to confer upon me. You have but to observe. You have done me a great honor. You have no right. You have not forgotten. You have often pondered over. You have sometimes been astonished. You know that it is impossible to. You know the legend which has grown up. You know very well. You may also be assured. You may be acquainted with. You may be sure. You may depend upon it. You may remember. You may well be proud. You may well study the example. You might apply to yourselves. You must not forget. You must understand I do not mean to claim. You ought not to disregard what I say. You remember how. You will allow me to say with becoming brevity. You will be pleased to hear. You will bear me out when I say. You will clearly understand. You will expect me to say something about. You will forgive me. You will join with me, I trust. You will observe. You will pardon me, I am sure. You will scarcely be surprised. You would never dream of urging. You yourselves are the evidence. Your friendly and generous words. Your good sense must tell you. Your presence seems to say. End section 155. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Jason Isbell. www.shabamdevelopment.com.
Section 156 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Joan Walton, in Mountain View, California. A bewildering labyrinth of facts, a blank absence of interest or sympathy, a bloodless diplomatist, a breach of confidence, a brilliant and paradoxical talker, a burning sense of shame and horror, a century of disillusionment, a certain catholicity of taste, a cheap and coarse cynicism, a civilizing agency of conspicuous value, a cleanness and probity of life, a commendable restraint, a condescending and patronizing spirit, a confused and troublesome time, a conscientious anxiety to do the right thing, a conspicuous and crowning service, a constant source of surprise and delight, a contemptible species of mockery, a convenient makeshift, a copious torrent of pleasantry, a course of arrogant obstinacy, a crumb of consolation, a crystallized embodiment of the age, a cynical and selfish hedonist, a dangerous varnish of refinement, a dead theological dogma, a decorous and well-intentioned person, a deep and most impressive solemnity, a deep and strange suggestiveness, a deep authentic impression of disinterestedness, a dereliction of duty, a disaster of the first magnitude, a distorted and pessimistic view of life, a dogmatic and self-righteous spirit, a duel of brains, a dull collocation of words, a fastidious sense of fitness, a fatal and moral hollowness, a feeling of lofty remoteness, a feminine excess of inconsequence, a final and irrevocable settlement, a firmness tempered by the most scrupulous courtesy, a fitting interval for penitence, a flippant rejoinder, a flood of external impressions, a flourish of rhetoric, a fund of curious information, a furtive groping after knowledge, a gambler's desperate chance, a ghastly mixture of defiance and conceit, a glaring example of rapacity, a graceful nonentity, a great and many-sided personality, a great capacity for generous indignation, a great source of confusion, a gross piece of stupidity, a habit of riding a theory too hard, a habit of rigorous definition, a happy and compensating experience, a haughty self-assertion of equality, a hideous absurdity, a hideous orgy of massacre and outrage, a high pitch of eloquence, a homelike and festive aspect, a hopeless enigma, a hotbed of disturbance, a hushed rustle of applause testified to a widespread approbation, a keenly receptive and intensely sensitive temperament, a kind of fantastic patchwork, a kind of surly reluctance, a laudable stimulus, a law of retributive justice, a less revolutionary innovation, a life of studious contemplation, a limpidity and lucidity of style, a lingering tinge of admiration, a lively sense of what is dishonorable, a long accumulating store of discontent and unrest, a long tangle of unavoidable detail, a look threatening and peremptory, a many-sided and far-reaching enthusiasm, a marvelous sharpener of the faculties, a melancholy preponderance of mischief, a memory-haunting phrase, a mercenary marriage, a mere conjectural estimate, a microscopic care in the search of words, a misconception which is singularly prevalent, a mixture of malignancy and madness, a modicum of truth, a monstrous travesty, a mood of hard skepticism, a more than ordinary share of baseness and depravity, a most laudable zeal, a most repulsive and incomprehensible idiom, a most unseasonable piece of impertinence, a multitude of groundless alarms, a murderous tenacity about trifles, a mysterious and an intractable pestilence, a mysterious and inscrutable power, a narrow and superficial survey, a nature somewhat frivolous and irresolute, a needlessly offensive manner, a nimble interchange of uninteresting gossip, a noble and puissant nation, a novel and perplexing course, a numerous company, a painful and disconcerting deformity, a partial disenchantment, a passage of extraordinary daring, a patchwork of compromises, a permanent and habitual state of mind, a pernicious and growing tendency, a perversion of judgment, a phantom of the brain, a piece of grotesque stupidity, a pleasant flow of appropriate language. End of section 156. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Joan Walton in Mountain View, California. Section 157 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Joan Walton in Mountain View, California. A pompous failure. A potential menace to life. A powerful and persuasive orator. A prevalent characteristic of her nature. A prey to the tongue of the public. A pristine vigor of style. A profusion of compliments. A proposition inherently vicious. A puerile illusion. A quenchless thirst for expression. A rage akin to frenzy. A rare precision of insight. A rather desperate procedure. A reckless fashion. A recrudescence of superstition. A relish for the sublime. A reversion to the boldest paganism. A rigid avoidance of extravagance and excess. A ripple of applause. A restraining and conservative force. A robust and consistent application. A sacred and indissoluble union. A sane philosophy of life. A secluded dreamer of dreams. A secret and wistful charm. A sense of deepening discouragement. A sense of indescribable reverence. a series of brief and irritating hopes, a settled conviction of success, a sharp difference of opinion, a sharp pang of regretful surprise, a shrewd eye to the main chance, a signal deed of justice, a skeptical suspension of judgment, a slight and superficial tribute, a slowly subsiding frenzy, a snare and a delusion, a somewhat complicated and abstruse calculation, a sordid and detestable motive, a sort of incredulous stupefaction, a source of unfailing delight and wonder, a species of moral usurpation, a spirit inimical to learning, a spirit of complacent pessimism, a startling and unfortunate digression, a state of scarcely veiled insurrection, a state of urgent necessity, a stern decree of fate, a stern foe of snobbishness, a storm of public indignation, a strange mixture of carelessness, generosity, and caprice, a strangely perverse and poverty-stricken imagination, a strong assumption of superiority, a subjugated and sullen population, a sudden revulsion, a supposed ground of affinity, a synonym for retrogression, a taunting accusation of falsehood, a tedious and needless drudgery, a temper which brooked no resistance, a temporary expedient, a tender tone of remonstrance, a theme of endless meditation, a thing of moods and moments, a thoroughly sincere and unaffected effort, a thousand mangled delusions, a tissue of dull excuses, a tone of exaggerated solicitude, a touch of exquisite pathos, a trace of obvious sarcasm, a transcript of the common conscience, a trifle prim and puritanic, a truth begirt with fire, a unique and overwhelming charm, a vague aversion, a variety of conflicting and profound emotions, a variety of enfeebling amendments, a vast multitude of facts, a vastly extended vision of opportunity, a vehement and direct attack, a very elusive and delicate thought, a very formidable problem, a vigilant reserve, a violent and base calumniator, a voice of matchless compass and eloquence, a warmth of seemingly generous indignations, a wealth of resource that seemed inexhaustible, a welcome release from besetting difficulties, a whole catalogue of disastrous blunders, a whole whirlpool of various emotions, abounding bodily vigor, above and beyond and before all else, absurd and inconsequential career, abundant and congenial employment, accidental rather than intentional, accustomed to ascribe to chance, acquired sentiments of propriety, activities of the discursive intellect, actuated by an unduly anxious desire, acute sensibility coupled with quickness of intellect, adhere too tenaciously to forms and modes, admirable mastery of technique, admit the soft impeachment, admitted with a childlike cheerfulness, advance by leaps and bounds, advancing to dignity and honor, adventitious aids to memory, affectation and superfluous ornament, aggravated to an unspeakable degree, agitated and perplexed by a dozen cross-currents of conflicting tendency, agreeable and humanizing intercourse, aided by strong mental endowments, airy swiftness of treatment, alien to the purpose, all sorts of petty tyrannies, all the resources of a burnished rhetoric, allied by taste and circumstances, allied with a marked imperiousness, almost incredible obtuseness, altogether monstrous and unnatural, always observant and discriminating, amaze and confound the imagination, amiable and indulgent hostess, amid many and pressing avocations, amid the homeliest details of daily life, amid the rush and roar of life, ample scope for the exercise of his astonishing gifts. End section 157. This recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Joan Walton, Mountain View, California.
Section 158 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. An abandoned and exaggerated grief. An accidental encounter. An act of folly amounting to wickedness. An afternoon of painfully constrained behavior. An agreeable image of serene dignity. An air of artificial constraint. An air of round-eyed profundity. An alarmed sense of strange responsibilities. An almost excessive exactness. An almost sepulchral regularity and seclusion. An ample and imposing structure. An apostle of unworldly ardor. An appreciable menace. An ardent and gifted youth. An arid dictum. An artful and malignant enemy. An assumption entirely gratuitous. An assumption which proved erroneous. An atmosphere of sunny gaiety. An attitude of passive impartiality. An authoritative and conclusive inquiry. An egregious assumption. An elaborate assumption of indifference. An endless field for discussion. An enervating and emasculating form of indulgence. An ennobling and invigorating influence. An entirely negligible quantity. An essentially grotesque and commonplace thing. An eternal and imperishable example. An exalted and chimerical sense of honor. An excess of unadulterated praise. An excessive refinement of feeling. An expression at once confident and appealing. An extensive and populous country. An habitual steadiness and coolness of reflection. An honest and unquestioning pride. An icy indifference. An idle and unworthy action. An ill-assorted vocabulary. An immeasurable advantage. An imminent and overmastering peril. An imperturbable demeanor and steadiness of mind. An implacable foe. An inborn irresistible impulse. An incongruous spectacle. An incredible mental agility. An indefinable taint of priggishness. An indescribable frankness and simplicity of character. An indolent surrender to mere sensuous experience. An indomitable and unselfish soul. An ineradicable love of fun and mystification. An inevitable factor of human conduct. An inexhaustible copiousness and readiness of speech. An insatiable appetite for trifles. An insatiable veracity. An inscrutable mystery. An intentional breach of politeness. An interchange of civilities. An intolerable deal of guesswork. An involuntary gesture of remonstrance. An irrelevant bit of magniloquence. An irrepressible and impassioned hopefulness. An irritating and dangerous treatment. An itching propensity for argument. An object of indestructible interest. An obnoxious member of society. An ominous lull and silence. An open and violent rupture. An outburst of impassioned eloquence. An unaccountable feeling of antipathy. An unbecoming vehemence. An undisciplined state of feeling. An unerring sense of humor. an unparalleled and almost miraculous growth, an unparalleled atrocity, an unpatriotic and ignoble act, an unreasoning form of coercion, an utterly vile and detestable spirit. And now I address myself to my task, and the like, announced in a tone of pious satisfaction. Another thought importuned him, anticipated with lively expectation, apparent rather than real, appeal to a tardy justice, appreciably above the level of mediocrity, arbitrary assumption of power, ardently and enthusiastically convinced, argued with immense force of feeling, arrayed with scrupulous neatness, arrogance and untutored haughtiness, as an impartial bystander, as belated as they are fallacious, as by a secret of Freemasonry, as odious as it is absurd, as ridiculous as it was unnecessary, as we scan the vague unknown, assailed by potent doubts, assume a menacing attitude, assumed almost heroic proportions, at once epigrammatic and arresting, at once misleading and infelicitous, at the mercy of small prejudices, attained by rigorous self-restraint, attended by insuperable difficulties, averted by some happy stroke of fortune, await the sentence of impartial posterity, awaited with feverish anxiety. End of section 158. This recording is in the public domain. Section 159 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. B. Bandied to and fro. Based on a fundamental error. Beguile the tedium of the journey. Bemoaning and bewailing his sad fortune. Beset with external dangers. Betrayed into deplorable error. Bewildering multiplication of details. Beyond the dreams of avarice. Blended with courage and devotion. Blind leaders of the blind. Blunt the finer sensibilities. Blustering desire for publicity. Bound up with impossibilities and absurdities. Breathed an almost exaggerated humility. Bred in the tepid reticence of propriety. Brief ventures of kindliness. Brilliant display of ingenious argument. Bring odium upon the individual. Brisk directness of speech. Brutal recognition of failure. Bursts of unpremeditated frankness. But delusions and phantasmagoria. But that is besides the mark. But this is a digression. By a curious perversity of fate, by a happy turn of thinking, by a whimsical diversion, by common consent, by means of crafty insinuations, by no means inconsolable, by temperament incompatible, by the common judgment of the thinking world, by the sheer centripetal force of sympathy, by virtue of a common understanding, by way of rejoinder. C. Calculated to create disgust. Calm strength and constancy. Capable of a severe scientific treatment. Capacitive for urbanity and moderation. Carried into port by fair winds. Caught unawares by a base impulse. Ceaseless tramp of humanity. Censured for his negligence. Championing the cause of religious education, chastened and refined by experience, checked by the voice of authority, cherished the amiable illusion, cherishing a huge fallacy, childishly inaccurate and absurd, chivalrous loyalty and high forbearance, clever and captivating eloquence, coarse and glittering ostination, coherent and continuous trend of thought. Commended by perfect suavity, common ground of agreement, complicated and infinitely embittered, conceited from a sense of justice, conceived with imperfect knowledge, concentrated and implacable resolve. Conditions of unspeakable humiliation, conducive to well-being and efficiency. Confused rumblings presaging a different epoch. Constrained by the sober exercise of judgment. Consumed by a demon of activity. Continuous and stubborn disregard. Contrary to the clearest conviction of his judgment. Couched in terms of feigned devotion. Credulous and emotionally extravagant. Creed of incredulity and derision. Criticized with unsparing vigor. Crude, undigested masses of suggestion. Cruel and baseless calumnies. Cynically repudiate all obligations. D. Daily usages and modes of thinking. Dangerously near snobbery. Darkly insinuating what may possibly happen. Dazzled by their novelty and brilliance. Debased by common use. Deep essentials of moral grandeur. Deeply engrossed in congenial work. Deeply moved as well as keenly stung. Deeply rooted in the heart of humanity. Defiant of analysis and rule. Degenerate into comparative feebleness. Degenerated into deadness and formality. Degrading and debasing curiosity. Deliberate and cautious reflection. Delicacy of perception and quick tact. Delude many minds into acquiescence. Dense to the point of stupidity. Descanting on them cursorily. Devices generally held to be discreditable. Devious and perilous ways. Devoid of hysteria and extravagance. Dexterous modes of concealment. Dictated by an overweening partiality. Differ in degree only and not in kind. Difficult and abstruse questions. Diffidence overwhelmed him. Diffusing beneficent results. Dignified by deliberation and privacy. Dimly implying some sort of jest. Discreditable and insincere support. Disdaining the guidance of reason. Disenchanting effect of time and experience. Disfigured by glaring faults. Disguised in sentimental frippery. Dispel all anxious concern. Displayed enormous power and splendor. Distinguish themselves by their eccentricities. Distracted by contending desires. Diversity of mind and temperament. Divested of all personal feelings. Dogged and shameless beyond all precedent. Dominated by no prevailing taste or fashion. Doomed by inexorable fate. Doomed to impermanence and transiency. Drawback and distrust and misgiving. Dreaded and detested rival. Driven towards disaffection and violence. Due to historical perspective. Dull and trite commonplaces. Dwindle to alarmingly small dimensions. End of section 159. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 160 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Easygoing to the point of lethargy. Elementary principles of right and wrong. Embittered and fanatical agitation. Encrusted with pedantry and prejudice. Endless and intricate technicalities. Endowed with undreamed-of powers. Enforced by coercive measures. Enormities of crime and anomalies of law. Entangled in theological controversy. Entirely futile and negligible.
erroneous assumptions and sophistries, espoused with extraordinary ardor, essentially one-sided and incomplete, eternally fruitful and stimulating, evidently malicious and adroit, evinces a hardened conscience and an insensibility to shame, exact and resolute allegiance, examples of terrific and explosive energy, exasperating to the last degree, excruciating cruelty and injustice, exposed to damaging criticism, exposing his arrogance and folly to merited contempt, expressions of unrestrained grief, exquisite lucidity of statement, extraordinarily subtle and penetrating analysis, exuberant rush of words, facile and fertile literary brains, faithfully and religiously eschewed, fallen into the convenient oblivion of the wastebasket, fanatical and dangerous excesses, far off and incredibly remote, fastidious correctness of form, fate had turned and twisted 1,000 ways, fed by many currents from the long stream of human experience, feigning a virtuous indignation, fertility of argumentative resource, fictitious and adventitious aid, finely touched to the fine issues, fit to stand the gaze of millions, fits and starts of generosity, fixed convictions of mankind, flouted as unpractical, foolish and inflexible superstition, fostering and preserving order, free from all controversial pettifogging, freighted with the most precious cargoes, frequently recurring forms of awkwardness, fresh and unsuspected loveliness, from the standpoint of expediency and effectiveness, full and tuneful diction, full of ardent affection and gratitude, full of presentiments of some evil, full of singular freshness, insight, and power, full of speculation and a deep restrained excitement, fumble and stumble in helpless incapacity, gain the applause of future ages, generous to a pathetic and touching degree, give vent to his indignation, given an ear to a little neighborly gossip, glances and smiles of tacit contempt, gnawing at the vitals of society, grace and gentleness of manner, graceful succession of sentences, gratuitous and arbitrary meddling, greeted with unalloyed satisfaction, grooves of intellectual habit, growing sense of bewilderment and dismay, guilty and baffled antagonists, habits of unintelligent routine, habitual self-possession and self-respect, happy and gracious willingness, heart-souled and joyously joyous, haunted by blank misgivings. He affected neither pomp nor grandeur. He became more blandly garrulous. He declined the preferred hospitality. He dropped into an eloquent silence. He eludes analysis and baffles description. He glanced at her indulgently. He had the habit of self-engrossed silences. He harbored his misgivings in silence. He poured bitter and biting ridicule on his discomfited opponents. He spoke with sledgehammer directness. He suffers nothing to draw him aside. He took his courage in both hands. He turned on me a glance of stored intelligence. He was disheveled and untidy. He was inexhaustibly voluble, heavily freighted with erudition, heights of serene contemplation. Her voice had a wooden resonance and a ghost of a lisp. Hidebound in official pedantry. High and undiscouraged hope. High-handed indifference to all restraint. His chin had too vanishing an aspect. His first zeal was flagging. His general attitude suggested an idea that he had an oration for you. His gestures and his gait were untidy. His mood was one of pure exaltation. His plea was irresistible. His tone verged on the ironical. His work was ludicrously perfunctory, hopelessly belated in his appearance. End of section 160. This recording is in the public domain. Section 161 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org. I adjured him. I am not without a lurking suspicion. I bemoan my unlucky fate. I could almost allege it as a supreme example. I have somewhat overshot the mark. I lost myself in a reverie of gratitude. I made bold to retort. I must hazard the story. I was extremely perplexed. I will permit myself the liberty of saying, I would fain believe. Illuminate with sinister effect. Immediate and effectual steps. Immense capacity for ceaseless progress. Immunity from criticism and control. Impartial and exacting judgment. Impatient of despotic influence. Impelled by strong conviction. Imperiled in a restless age. imperious in its demands, impotent outbreaks of unreasoning rage, impromptu parades of noisy patriotism, in a diversity of application, in a fever of apprehension, in a frenzy of fussy excitement, in a frowning abstraction, in a great and fruitful way, in a high degree culpable, in a kind of confused astonishment, in a most commendable fashion, in a most impressive vein, in a position of undisputed supremacy, in a rapture of imagined ecstasy, in a secret and surreptitious way, in a spirit of friendliness and conciliation, in a state of mulish reluctance, in a state of nervous exacerbation, in a state of virtuous complacency, in a tone of uneasy interrogation, in a transport of ambitious vanity, in a whirlwind of feeling and memory, in accents embarrassed and hesitating, in alliance with steady clearness of intellect, in amazed ejaculation, in an imminent and unique sense, in an imminent degree, in deference to a unanimous sentiment, in extenuation of the past, in high good humor, in his customary sententious fashion, in its most odious and intolerable shape, in language terse yet familiar, in moments of the most imminent peril, in quite incredible confusion, in seasons of difficulty and trial, in spite of plausible arguments, in terms of imperishable beauty, in the dim procession of ears, in the highest conceivable degree, in the local phrase, in the nature of things, in the ordinarily accepted sense, in the realm of conjecture, in the scheme of things, in the tone of one who moralizes, in the twinkling of an eye, in the world of letters, in tones of genuine admiration, incapable of flashy make-believe, incited by a lust for gain, incomparable lucidity and penetrativeness, inconceivable clumsiness of organization, indulge a train of gentle recollection, indulging a sickly and nauseating petulance, ineffably dreary and unpicturesque, infected with a feverish dissatisfaction, infuse a wholesome terror, inimical to true and determined principle, inimitable grace and felicity, injudicious and inelegant ostentation, innumerable and incessant creations, inordinate greed and love of wealth, insatiably greedy of recognition, insensibility to moral perspective and proportion, insolent and riotous excess, inspired by a vague malevolence, inspirited by approval and applause, Instances might be multiplied indefinitely. Instantly alive to the slightest breach of decorum. Insufferable violence to the feelings. Intense and stubborn dogmatism. Intense sensitiveness to injustice. Intercourse with polished society. Intervals of respite and repose. Inveigh against established customs. Invested with a partial authority. Inveterate forces of opposition. Invincible jealousy and hate. Involuntary thrill of gratified vanity. Involved in profound uncertainty. Involving ourselves in embarrassments. Inward appraisal and self-renouncement. Irregulated and desultory education. Irrelevant to the main issue. Irresistibly impelled by conscience. Irritable bitterness and angry suspicion. It assumes the shape of malignity. It betrays a great want of prudence and discernment. It defies description. It dissipates every doubt and scruple. It enslaves the imagination. It extorted from him expressions of irritability. It gives one a little grip at the throat. It has been stigmatized as irrelevant. It has more than passing interest. It has seldom been surpassed. It imposes no constraint. It is a capital blunder. It is a common error among ignorant people. It is a consoling reflection. It is a mark of great instability. It is a staggering thought. It is always something vicious. It is an odd jealousy. It is an intolerable idea. It is impossible to resist acknowledging this. It is little more than a platitude. It is not consistent with elevated and dignified character. It is not wholly insignificant. It is notoriously easy to exaggerate. It is the common consent of men. It is unnecessary to multiply instances. It makes life insupportable. It must be a matter of conjecture. It occasions suspicion and discontent. It runs counter to all established customs. It was a matter of notoriety. It wears a ragged and dangerous front. It would be a fruitless and unthankful task. It would be superfluous to say. It would not seem an improbable conclusion. Its dominating and inspiring influence. End of section 161. This recording is in the public domain. Section 162 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org. Jealous and formidable foes, justifiable in certain exigencies. keen power of calculation and unhesitating audacity. Kindle the flames of genuine oratory. Naughty and subtle disquisitions. Labored and far-fetched elocution, laid down in a most unflinching and vigorous fashion. Lamentable instances of extravagance, lash themselves into fury, lax theories and corresponding practices, lay hold of the affections, laden mood of dullness, lend a critical ear, lest the requirements of courtesy be disregarded, links in the chain of reasoning, little less than scandalous, lofty and distinguished simplicity, long-sighted continuity of thought and plan, looking at the matter by and large, looming large and ugly in the public view, loose and otiose statement, lost in indolent content, lovely beyond all words, lucidity and argumentative vigor, lulled into a sense of false satisfaction, maddened by a jealous hate, maintained with ingenuity and vigor, manifestly harsh and barbarous, marvelous copiousness of illustration, marvelously suggestive and inspiring, man of profound erudition, mere effects of negligence, microscopic analysis of character, mingled distrust and fear, ministering to mere pleasure and indulgence, minutely and rationally exposing their imperfections, morbid and subjective brooding, more or less severe and prolonged, moved to unaccustomed tears. My worst suspicions were confirmed. Mysterious and invincible darkness. Naked vigor of resolution. Naturally prone to believe. Necessity thus imposed by prudence. Nerveless and faithless folly. No more than brief palliatives of or mitigations. Noble and sublime patience. Noisy torrent of talk. Not adverse to a little gossip. Not so much polished as varnished. Noted for their quixotic love of adventure. Nothing could be more captious or unfair. Nothing remained but a graceful acquiescence. Notoriously distracted by internecine jealousies. Objects of general censure. Obscured beneath the rubbish of the age. Obsessed with an overweening pride. Obstacles that are difficult but not insuperable. Obviously at variance with facts. Occasioned by direct moral turpitude. Oddly amenable to the proposed innovations. Often employed promiscuously. Ominous and swift days, omitting all compliments and commonplaces, on a noble and commanding scale, on sure ground of fact, on the edge of great irritability, on the horns of the dilemma, one of life's ironical adjustments, one of the foreseen and inevitable results, one tissue of rashness, folly, ingratitude, and injustice, openly flouted and disavowed, oppressed by some vague dread, organs of party rage and popular frenzy. Our opinions were diametrically opposed. Our vaunted civilization, outward mark of obeisance and humiliation, overcome by an access of misery, overshadowed by a fretful anxiety, overwhelmed with reproach and popular indignation, painful and lamentable indifference, palpably and unmistakably commonplace, parading an exception to prove a rule, paralyzed by infirmity of purpose, paralyzing doubts and scruples, paramount obligation and righteousness, partial and fragmentary evidence, passionately addicted to pleasure, patently inimical to liberty, patience under continual provocation, peculiarly liable to misinterpretation, peddling and pitiful compromises, pelting one another with catchwords, perfectly illustrated and exemplified, perpetually excite our curiosity, pierced to the quick, pitiful shifts of policy, plainly dictated by a lofty purpose, pleading the exigencies of strategical interest, plunged into tumultuous preoccupation, pointed out with triumphant malice, polished beauty of diction, political storm and stress, position of titular command, preached with a fierce unction, precipitate and arbitrary changes, predict the gloomiest consequences, pregnant with a lesson of the deepest import, presented with matchless vigor and courage, princely generosity of praise, prodigious and portentous events, protracted to a vexatious length, proud schemes for aggrandizement, provocative of bitter hostility, pruned of their excrescences and grotesque extremes, purged of glaringly offensive features, pursued to a vicious extent, questioned and tested in the crucible of experience, quickened into a stabbing suspicion, quickness to conceive and courage to execute, quite destitute of resources, quixotically generous about money. End of section 162. This recording is in the public domain.
Section 163 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser, read for LibriVox.org by Jason Isbell. For more information on this reader, visit shabamdevelopment.com. R. Radiantly and transparently happy. Railed at the world. Rare candor and flexibility of mind. Rare fidelity of purpose and achievement. Rarely brought to pass. Reeling headlong in luxury and sensuality. Regarded with sincere abhorrence. Regulated by the fixed rules of good breeding. Religious rites and ceremonies. Reluctant to appear in so equivocal a character. Render null and void. Rent by internal contentions. Repugnant alike to reason and conscience. Resigned to growing infirmities. Resist a common adversity. Resting on some collateral circumstance. Rhetorical and ambitious diction. Rich and exuberant complexities. Rigid and exact boundaries. Rooted in immeasurable error and falsity. Roused to tumultuous activity. Rude and blind criticism. S. Sadly counterbalanced by numerous faults. Said with epigrammatic point. Salutary in the extreme. Salutary tonic of a free current of public criticism. Sanity and quietness of soul. Scorned as an impracticable theory. Scornful of petty calculations. Screen themselves from punishment. Scrupulous and chivalrous loyalty. See with eagle glance through conventionalism. Seem to savor of paradox. Seize the auspicious moment. Self-centered anxiety and preoccupation. Self-command born of varied intercourse. Self-interest of the most compelling character. Selfish and useless recondite. Selfishness pampered by abundance. Sense of marvelous acuteness. Sensible diminution of our comfort. Sensitive and apprehensive temperament. Sentimental wailings for the past. Serve the innocent purpose of life. Set down with meticulous care. Shames us out of our nonsense. Sharp outbursts of hatred and bitterness. Sharp restrictions of duty and opportunity. Sharply and definitively conceived. She had lost her way in a labyrinth of conjecture. She took refuge in a passionate exaggeration of her own insufficiency. Sheer midsummer madness. Silly displays of cheap animosity. Simple and obvious to a plain understanding. Sinister and fatal augury. Skulking beneath a high-sounding benevolence. Slack-minded skimming of newspapers. Slavish doctrines of sectarianism. slow and restless forces of conviction, smug respectability and self-content, snatch some advantage, socialized and exacting studies, some very undignified disclosures, something essentially inexpressible, something stifling and over-perfumed, spinning a network of falsehoods, spiritual and moral significance, staring in helpless bewilderment, stealthily escaping observation, stern determination to inflict summary justice, stigmatized as moral cowards, stimulated to profitable industry, stopped as if on the verge of profundities, strange frankness of cynical brutality, strange streak of melancholy, strangled by a snare of words, strenuous and conscientious endeavor, stretched out in dreary monotony, strict and unalloyed veracity, struck incessantly and remorselessly, stupendous and awe-inspiring spectacle, subject to the vicissitudes of fortune, subjected to the grossest cruelties, subordination to the common weal, subservient to the ends of religion, sudden and inexplicable changes of mood, suddenly and imperatively summoned, suddenly swelled to unprecedented magnitude, sufficient to repel vulgar curiosity, suggestive sagacity and penetration, suit the means to the end, sullen and widespread discontent, superior in strength and prowess, supported by a splendid fearlessness, supremely and undeniably great, susceptible to every impulse and stimulus, sustained dignity and mellifluous precision, swamping every aspiration and ambition, swift and vehement outbursts of feeling. End of section 163. This recording is in the public domain. Recording by Jason Isbell.
Section 164 of 15,000 Useful Phrases by Grenville Kleiser. Read for LibriVox.org by Nick Davies. Take root in the heart. Take vengeance upon arrogant self-assertion. Taken in their totality. Tamed and wanted to a settled existence. Tempered by the emotional warmth of high moral ideals. That way, madness lies. The abysmal depths of despair. The accumulated bitterness of failure. The agonies of conscious failure. The air was full of the cry and clamour. The animadversions of critics. The applause was unbounded. The best proof of its timeliness and salutariness. The bewildered and tumultuous world. The blackest abyss of despair. The blemishes of an extraordinary reputation. The bluntness of a provincial. The bogey of bad luck. The bounding pulse of youth. The brunt of life. The capacity for refined pursuits. The charming omniscience of youth. the cloak of cowardice, the collective life of humanity, the combined dictates of reason and experience, the companion of a noble and elevated spirit. The complaining gate swung open. The complex phenomena of life. The consequence of an agitated mind. The consequence of ignorance and childish assumption. The constant pressure of anxieties. The creature and tool of a party. The critical eyes of posterity. The dead and dusty past. The delimitation is sufficiently definite. The dictates of plain reason. The disjointed babble of the chronicler. The dull derision of the world. The dullest and most vacant minds. The dumb forces of brute nature. The dupe of some imposture. The eager pretentiousness of youth. The ebb and flow of events. The everlasting deluge of books. The evil was irredeemable. The exchange of harmless amenities. The exertion of inherent power. The expression was keenly intellectual. The facile conjectures of ignorant onlookers. The facts took him by the throat. The fitful swerving of passion. The flabbiness of our culture. The flaccid moods of prose. The flame of discord raged with redoubled fury. The flattest and most obvious truisms. The flippant insolence of a decadent scepticism. The foe of excess and immoderation. The fog of prejudice and ill-feeling. The frustration of their dearest hopes. The garb of civilization. The general infusion of wit. The gift of prophecy. The golden years of youth and maturity. The gratification of ambition. The grim reality of defeat. The hallmark of a healthy humanity. The handmaid of tyranny. The hint of tranquility and self-poise. The hints of an imaginable alliance. The hobgoblin of little minds. The holiest and most ennobling sensations of the soul. The hollowest of hollow shams. The homely virtue of practical utility. The hubbub and turmoil of the great world. The huge and thoughtful night. The hurly-burly of events. The idea was utterly hateful and repugnant. The idol of all hobbledehoys. The ignoble exploitation of public interests. The imminent fatality awaiting him. The impulse of prejudice or caprice. The incorrigibility of perverse human nature. The incursions of a venomous rabble. The indulgence of an overweening self-conceit. The inevitable climax and culmination. The inferences inescapable. The infirmity and fallibility of human nature. The flexible serenity of the wheeling sun. The ingenuities of legal verbiage. the inmost recesses of the human heart, the insipidity of indifference, the insolence of power, the irony of circumstances, the jaded weariness of overstrained living, the jargon of well-handled and well-worn phrases, the jostling and ugliness of life, the lawyer's habit of circumspection and delay, the long-delayed hour of retribution, the lowest grade of precarious mendacity, the makeshifts of mediocrity, the malarious air of after-dinner gossip, the mean and frivolous affections of the idle, the menacing shadow of want, the mere fruit of his distempered imagination, the mere reversal of the wheel of fortune, the merest smattering of knowledge, the meticulous preciosity of the lawyer and the logician, the most absurd elementary questions, the most amazing impudence, the most exacting and exciting business, the most fallacious of all fallacies, the most implacable logic, the most preposterous pride, the multitudinous tongue of the people, the outcome of unerring observation, the outraged conscience of mankind, the overpowering force of circumstances and necessity, the overweening exercise of power, the panacea for the evils of society, the panorama of history, the pernicious doctrines of skeptics, the perpetrator of clumsy witticisms, the precarious tenure of fame, the precursor of violence, the pretty and delicate game of talk, the primitive instinct of self-preservation, the property of little minds, the prophecies of visionaries and enthusiasts, the proprieties of etiquette, the purse-proud inflation of the moneyed man. The question was disconcertingly frank. The ravening wolves of brute instinct. The remark was sternly uncompromising. The result of caprice. The rigour of the law. The sanction and authority of a great name. The severest shocks of adverse fate. The sharp and vehement assertion of authority. The sinister influence of unprincipled men. The speaker drew an indignant breath. The springs of human action. The staple of conversation. The stillness of finality. The stings of self-reproach. The straightforward path of inexorable logic. The strong hand of executive authority. The sum and fruit of experience. The sum total of her impressions was negative. The summit of excellence. The supernatural prescience of prophecy. the sweet indulgence of good nature, the sycophants of the rich. End of section 164. This recording is in the public domain.